Welcome, welcome, welcome. I can see my chat room is all fired up, ready to go. Elvis says he got a guy here to debate me tonight. Just one more person is going to come up here and get spanked and whatnot and get crushed. But Elvis, man, Elvis, this guy going to blame you tonight for getting embarrassed. So the bottom line is Elvis, man. Anybody you bring up here, man, Mr. Little Cron Boy, anybody you bring up here is gonna get spanked, smashed, crushed, discredited. The bottom line is, look, man, nobody. I'm invincible. Like Bomani will tell you, Kala is unbeatable, invincible. No one can beat Kala Genesis in the debate. Nobody, absolutely nobody. I'm the king of the debates. I go things like I say. You got to have first of all, you got to know what you're talking about, and you can't be like half slipping because I know history too well and I know what I'm talking about. So the bottom line is this: you better know what you're talking about. Everything. I'm gonna poke every last single hole in your argument and your debate. And don't think me just because you was there and like that. Because I know one thing: dealing with Africans, Africans lie. Africans lie. That's why they got an oral history. They don't have a written history. Because the bottom line is the oral history changes every time somebody else speaks and whatnot. So Africans are known to lie. That's why Africa is so backwards in the way it is right now, because Africans is good at bullshit. I figured out that when we say shucking and jiving and shit like that, I thought that was something we learned in America. I realize now from dealing with Elvis and all Michael Owale and all these other Africans that shucking and jiving and bullshitting and slacking and samboing and cooning is something that's bred into our DNA. We brought that from Africa when that. So I want to see Africa, like I said, tell everybody you can't out coon and out sambo Africans. All right, they're the biggest sambos on the freaking planet. And we're going to talk about that tonight. But before I get bashing our African brothers, whom I love with all my heart, I love my African brothers with my all heart. Dusty Brothers who says facts. Yeah, everybody's figuring that out. Africa is the most dustiest place, the dustiest continent, but we love them. That's all. Look, one thing I won't do is be like this poor righteous chick. I'm not African, but no, I'm African. I accept the loss. I accept the L. I'm part of the dusty race of sub-Saharan Africans, right? That did absolutely nothing to contribute to humanity and everything like that. We love stealing other people's heritage and their culture and their achievements and claiming them as our own instead of building things ourselves. That's the sub-Saharan African way, So like I said, we got to change that, because we black people, slave descendants and whatnot, we have a testament, and we have to demonstrate to the world that we are not inferior. Because we can't leave it up to our continental brothers and whatnot. Because if the world still sees us through as the continental Africans and whatnot, they're gonna always see we're an inferior race. So we are Africans, but we're super Africans. We're just a better breed. Of Africans. That's all I say. And so bottom line, they hate that. They would rather have us call ourselves FBA because we embarrass them because what they want to do is always be like us and look like us and act like us and everything like that and cosplay us and everything like that. So basically, it's like this. Elvis, your crew, bro. Be careful what you miss for Mari Shai. Elvis, your crew, brother. Oh Lord, man, this is gonna be a fun night. It's a fun night. I see Frenchie got a kick out of my comment last night when I started to show off talking about the Schnagalagalag. I was listening at JFK Airport. Like I said, all I see is Schnagal. I was scared. Look, like when I go to JFK Airport, it scared me. I never seen so many foreigners in my life, man. Everybody was Schnagalaging it. You see somebody black, you're like, oh, there's a brother over there. And he goes next thing you say, oh, that's a brother, man. I don't know. Let me see what this bro's talking about. Schnagalagalaga. I'm from Senegal. Schnagalagalaga. Senegal. Oh, okay. I'm from Mali. Schnagalagalaga. Everybody was schnagalagalagging it up in Kenya. I mean, there were no black Americans. The question is, do black Americans travel? God damn, man. I go to the airport and whatnot, and the only black people you see are foreigners, They're always traveling whatnot. They're always in airports. When Africans have mastered freaking airport and international travel. Most black people in America don't have a passport, So that's one thing they got over us and whatnot, They could schnagalog it up with the best of them, oh, oh Lord. I don't know what Prince of Peace talking about. I never know what Principe's talking about, man. He been coming over some author. Him and Baruti be coming up with some goofy shit they be saying, man. I don't know what the hell they be talking about, man, half the time. Principe got to learn how to talk in English, man, you know? You got a PB earlier. You got a passport and a book ID. Are you black or African American? You know? Why do you say I'm a black American? I'm not an African American. No, nigga. We're reclaiming the term African American. We're trying to tell these Negroes on the continent we're Africans too. That's when I say African American, that's basically me identifying with my ancestral homeland, right? It's saying, yeah, that's Principe. Oh, Principe must got you blocked, Mari. You're a moderator too, man. Principe, why you got Mari blocked and whatnot, man? That's messed up, man. Mari's the sweetest woman in the world and whatnot. You blocking her and whatnot, that's just really foul of you, bro. I'm disappointed in you, Principe. You know. But let me tell you something, folks. When we have titles like the model winner, last night we had a blowout show, 7.5 hours, man. I'm dealing with Negro, 7.5 hours. Elvis. I had my great brother Bomani, my partner. We're the kings of Pan-African, Black nationalism, the African analysis. We are the kings of this shit, you know? And so the bottom line is we're here to take over the whole repatriation, Black nationalist movement, whatnot. We're here to kick ass, take names, or take names and take ass and kick names. However you want to put it. But Bomani and I are on point. That's my partner right there, my brother, and everything like that. We're gonna turn this shit around. And so all my African brothers, man, you either get with us or get rolled over. That's the way it is right now. You either get with us or get rolled over. All we need for y'all to do is just sit back and for once in a while, shut your friggin' mouth, you know? Africans love running them friggin' mouth, man. They never shut up or whatnot, you know? It's like, damn, you can't throw stones when you live in a glass house, you know? When you're in America, you're living in a glass house. You can't throw stones, you know? Seriously, and you never eat where you shit, and you never throw stones when you live in a black house or a glass house. So these things will do you well when you learn these things, you know? Don't shit where you eat, and don't throw stones if you live in a black house, man. If nothing else, man, take that little bit of advice. It'll serve you well, you know? But we're going to have a good show tonight, man. Grab some snacks, grab some popcorn, some peanuts, some ice cream, whatever the hell you want. It's open Friday night. You can eat whatever you want tonight on this College Nation. Because when you got these titles like the model minority versus Black America, now you know things are going to get hot tonight. Now you know what's going down in Call Land. So like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend you got hot dog. Yeah, some hot dogs. Eat some hot dogs tonight, you know. Go fry some hot dogs on a bun and whatnot. Put mustard on there and some sauerkraut and everything like that with some chips. You know, hot dogs and chips go good together and whatnot. What else can you go hot dogs? Hot dogs and some French fries would be good right now. You know, you guys are making me hungry. You know, so I got this WhatsApp thing keeps popping up, man. I can't stand this shit. I did not ask for WhatsApp. Why is WhatsApp when I want us WhatsApp to use it and what's like that? I can't get to work. Here it is coming up, man. Taking my screen up. I did not ask for this thing to pop up, so it just keeps popping up, man. I'm telling you. Nah, vegan hot dog, bro, man. Get chicken hot dogs, man. Vegan, I don't do vegan, man. You know, if I want to freaking eat a hot dog, I eat a hot dog, man. I want some meat. You know, yeah, Liberia makes hot dogs, man. I had hot dogs when I was over in Liberia. They got the ballpark franks and stuff like that. We was frying. We have hot dogs. We always have hot dogs. Isabella cooks some fries, hot dogs, and fries, and she cuts up potatoes and make fried potatoes with onions and whatnot. You know, yeah, Liberia got hot dogs. You know, so Liberia's food and cuisine is everything you got in America. Cream of wheat. Oh well, I eat cream of wheat almost every eggs and cheese eggs and whatnot. I eat everything I eat in America in Liberia because the diet is so similar, you know. So that's one thing I gotta have. I gotta have some of the stuff that's familiar to me. I can't be eating food. You got some people in Liberia, right? They freaking eat heavy in the daytime breakfast. And you go down to the breakfast buffet when they got fufu and friggin' Dumbo and all this soups and everything like that. It's like, damn, I can eat that in the breakfast time, man. Yeah, every time when you go out, but we eat at home. We eat right. I never go out eat at a restaurant or hotel for breakfast in Liberia. I mean, they feed you all this heavy shit in the morning time. Like shit. No, breakfast is supposed to be light. You have a muffin, you have some eggs, some toast, jelly on it, and stuff like that. All this other stuff like this. Dude, man, of course I'm up for the debate. I'm gonna crush your guy, Elvis. Give me a second. I'm running the show here. I am going to crush him. He's not gonna have anything to say after I send him home to you in a package or whatnot. He'll say, I already know. Look, Elvis, I already know exactly what he's gonna say. He's gonna say boohoo story about the Congo people, blah blah blah, and everything like that. I know all about the so-called PRC, People Justice Council, right? They want to blame. Let me tell you something about the history about Liberia. They want to blame Samuel Doe and all these other people and everything. Like they use Samuel Doe to carry out their dirty deeds and whatnot. And then they want to sit back in history because they know the black world is against them, right? They say, "Oh no, it was a government. It wasn't us. We were just trying to bring reform." That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Samuel Doe did the right thing. When he did the thing of murdering our president and overthrowing his government and everything like that, and he was sworn allegiance to. Why would he just basically hand it over to these people called progressives? I wouldn't have did it. If I was Samuel Doe, I would have friggin' kept the power for myself. I wouldn't have handed it over to the progressives, the PRC, whoever the hell they called for. They basically want to be. They didn't have the balls to fight and do it themselves and everything. So they used Samuel Doe. And like I said, I want to clear Samuel Doe's name. I really believe that he thought he was doing the right thing in history, right? He was not educated. He only had like a second grade education, so he didn't know what he was doing. They used him and whatnot, and they were the one who orchestrated the executions and the persecutions of the Congo people, and then which led to the collapse of Liberia a decade later. So by line, I'm ready for any debate. I have enough Liberians and everything that back up everything I say. So the bottom line is this: I will give him plenty of time to speak. And when he talks, I'll put myself in the background. In the background, let him speak, and then I'm going to sit here and take notes, and I'm going to pick apart everything he says, word by word. So Elvis, have your guy ready. When I go live and everything, it'll probably be another like 45 minutes before I open the lines up and whatnot. And he could be the first one on. Step right up, step right up, step right up. Join the College Genesis. This is the Marine Master College Genesis and my circus of deadly clowns and whatnot. And I got Elvis, my main clown show. So step right up, and get beat right the fuck back down. Like punk jump up and get beat down. Whatnot, brand new beat. Punk jump up and get beat down. Step right up, and get your head kicked in by the College Genesis. The ringmaster. The deadly clown whisperer. So, like I said, we have deadly clowns. We have deadly clowns in Africa. We have deadly clowns in Black America. I don't know which one's worse. Like I said, sometimes I wish I could become a Martian, right, to get away from you Negroes and whatnot. Sometimes I think the black race is just hopeless. But I have enough love in my heart and understand that although I hate doing this, God put me on this earth for one thing: to liberate and enlighten my people. God blessed me with wisdom and enlightenment, so that's what I'm gonna do. I can't have all this knowledge and wisdom here and bottle up by myself. And I'm not saying that this is not a snipe to anybody else, but I do have a gift, as far as like when it comes to the debate. I told Bomani, it might say, "Damn, Colin, you hate this Elvis up." Yeah, Elvis makes some good points, but I always throw it back at him because you know how you win the debate, Elvis, right? You got to take somebody's premise away from them. When you take somebody's premise, they can't debate you. And this is what you're going to see me mastery tonight when I debate this guy. I take their premise away from them. Everyone has an argument. And I know the so-called progressives and the native people have a strong argument. And they're completely justified in what they was thinking. I know that. But I'm going to take their premise by giving you the whole story. Not part of the story. I'm going to wove this into Black history and Black culture and create a narrative that says Liberia was part of the struggle of oppression of the whole entire Black race. So when you divorce Liberia from that and just make it seem like it's some island and everything, you got to put it in the proper context of white supremacy, colonialism, and racism at the world time. And that's what Liberia was up against that time. So basically singling out this country as, well, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Like, you understand the whole continent of Africa was impoverished? And Liberia was like a better model example of what Africans could do and whatnot, to basically say, oh, like this, look, there's some parts of Africa that's still not developed. That still don't get it. Look at the people in the Congo and whatnot. You have 4-year-old kids picking cobalt and coltan, and mining lithium, putting bags of lithium. That didn't happen in Liberia. The Liberian youth and whatnot, despite all the poverty and whatnot, the youth at least had the chance to go to education. Because the bottom line, like I tell you, this guy is going to be ready. When I'm going to ask the question, then if they were so bad and whatnot, how did the government of Liberia send you overseas to get an education? If they were so bad, how did the government of Liberia promote some of you into the military? See, when you take people's premise away from them, they have nothing to say. Yeah, you had an argument about one group of people. Yeah, but tell me any type of world when somebody establishes a country or whatnot, they naturally going to rule. Just like Samuel Doe took over the government, right? So naturally he's going to rule. Our ancestors who created Liberia fought wars to settle themselves on the coast, and so naturally they were going to be the ones in charge. You know? So when you take somebody's premise away from them, you realize these people have nothing. Elvis, I've been through so many debates with Liberians, and when I always come up on top by a mile, you know. So bring your guy up here, you know. Hopefully, man, we could probably have a brief discussion, but I'm not going to show any mercy. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not going to show any mercy, you know. So just get prepared. So anyway, tonight's topic, the model minority versus Black America. The reason why I want to do this topic is this. The model minority, let me preface this by finding the thing, and we'll read the official definition of this. And then I'm going to say how they started with, first of all, they started with the Asians, right? And then now they're trying to use Black immigrants as the model minority. This is all nonsense to basically attack Black America, you know? That's all it is. You know, but bottom line, they're going to lose this because the bottom line was as more and more Black people wake up and whatnot, they found that they just basically started something that they can't finish, you know? Okay, so let me see. Let me share screen, you know? Okay. Okay, as a YouTube thing, let's talk about the model minority myth. Okay, this is from the Huffington Post. Video cannot be played. Huffington Post. Okay, I guess you can't play this video. Oh Lord, let me extend you with the video. This is for fair use, folks. Let's find something that will let me play. Okay, let's find something that will let me play. You know, let me find something that will let me play. Huffington Post. Okay, let's see what this is. Let's see this. This is it's another Huffington freaking Post. God dang, man, you know. All right, you know, all right. Oh, let me see. All right. The model minority. Okay. So you Google. Should I went to freak? I should have went to what? Is this model minority myth? Wikipedia? Okay. Let's see. Wikipedia let me play. Okay, here it is. Good. Let's see. Let me see. Let me screen share. Okay, here it is. The model minority myth, right? And you notice in my title, I didn't say myth. I just said the model minority, right? And now scholars and academics is now saying the model minority myth. Because the reason why I said model minority, because up until recently, right, this is because Black people in America, thank God, as much as I may criticize a lot of our Black intellectuals, they did wage a war for the last decade vindicating us. This and a lot, and I'm gonna give credit to a lot of Asian Americans, right, who stepped up, right, and said we're not going to be used as pawns for white supremacy. Hey, look, let me tell you, we got a lot of friends in the Asian. Let me tell you something right now. We have a lot of friends in the Asian community. We probably have more friends in the Asian community than we do in the Black diaspora in Africa, because they understand, right, who benefits from this model minority myth, why they want to pit Asians against Black America. This is a war against Black America, right? To discredit us, you know? out of our legitimate place in America and our accomplishments and what we mean and what we did for this country and everything like that. The model minority myth is a sociological phenomenon that refers to the stereotype of, as of data, certain minority groups, particularly Asian Americans, as successful, well-adjusted, and demonstrating that there's no need for social economic assistance for the same or different minority groups. The model minority stereotype emerged in the United States during the Cold War in the 1950s and was first explicitly used as a term in the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement. So in other words, white people use this to discredit the Civil Rights Movement, the Civil Rights Movement as an antithesis to Black Americans, African Americans' claims of racial oppression, and that has perpetuated the notions that other minority groups can achieve the same success through hard work, and that discrimination and systematic barriers do not impede upward mobility, which is a lie. We had plenty of evidence of white people hoarding opportunity, not giving Black people opportunity. Really, just some white people just said, we're not going to hire Black people. When they should get away with that, But now, because we have laws in place, they can't do that. But because of the model minority myth, they almost successfully used this to basically stop any sort of progress among Black people, like legislating any progress among Black communities. They would love to have Black America just freaking die. Nothing. People, when you talk about the white American and American whatnot, you talk about the most brutal, wicked people the world's ever seen. So therefore, they basically play. Also, the model minority myth showed you one thing. People, I'm going to say this right now, and people need to understand this, that white supremacy is not invincible. Is not invincible. It used to be before World War II, they didn't have to use Asian people. They hated Asians just as much as Black people, but they say, something, we can't hold on to absolute power, right? So let's just start picking our favorites among the minority groups. Before, those Asians and Blacks were locked out of the American mainstream. So therefore, they came up with an idea and said, something, let's use Asians, right? And tell people, because Asians are more likable. I remember this one program, a civil rights movement, right? They basically, civil rights movement, they basically, in the Little Rock, right? And this is what really struck home a lot of Black people, right? They asked them, what about Negroes coming to your school, right? And this is the Deep South, Little Rock, Arkansas. The one girl said, I don't see, it would be different if the people were Asians or Spanish or Latins or whatever, or Indians, but Negroes are different, right? So in other words, basically, the consensus of the white people, when they wanted to talk about integration in America, they were not talking about Black people, right? So they began saying, hey, look, we're not racist. We got Asians, we got Latins, or Black people just don't fit in. They don't want to fit in, whatever like that and everything. So they can keep their racism towards Black people. So all they had to do was placate Asians and tell them how they're much better. And some Asians bought into that and say, hey, look, I'm white people are giving me a pass and whatnot for being Asian, right? All of a sudden, right? So I know it's at we know it's the expense of Black people, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then can you blame them? You come to all the thousands of miles to this country and whatnot. Nobody wants to be second class or marginalized. Everything you want to get along and fit along with America. You want your kids going to the prom and the dances with the white kids. You want to believe in this utopia, America, and stuff like this. Even if it means that you may be accepted, but the Black people won't. And so therefore, I can't blame the Asians for taking the bait. Because it's just a thing. But what we're going to talk about something, right? They basically use the Asians, right? But then they extended this now to the Indians and everything like that. And now they're doing it with the Nigerians. They're creating a model Negro minority with the Nigerians and everything. It's all basically hype to basically discredit Black America. That's all it's about, because the white people don't want to do right by Black people in America. They don't want to share in the wealth. The bottom line is this. Mary Chad said, Kyle saying the bottom line. Let me go back to I know that's what she said. The bottom line. Yeah, Mari, bottom line. The whole thing is this. Black people basically make America is money, right? Without Black people, the culture, everything, the music, the sports, everything like that, the entertainment, everything would not exist. we had basically the number one movie in Marvel history was a Black Panther. That was black characters, right? The number one music genre is hip hop, black people. The number one sports black people, the NBA, the NFL, black people. People are gonna be sitting around in Super Bowl. If black people pulled out of all this, the whole everything would collapse. No Elon Musk advertisements, no Whirlpool refrigerator advertisement, everything like that. So the whole thing is they need black people, right? But they basically want to use black people for, like I said, they'll pay people like somebody like Shaq off, and you have Snoop Dogg pushing T-Mobile, Ice-T pushing that car repair business and whatnot. You see high-profile black people selling their products and whatnot. Sell product. Don't you see that right now? What this is? So in other words, basically, of course, you'll see some black people are benefiting from the system, right? But the bottom line is they have no intention of having the masses of black people, 48.5 to 50 million of us, benefit for anything. We're not going to be part of distribution and stuff like that. We're not going to get things by the NFL. We're not going to have no ownership of the NFL team. We're not going to be in we're not going to be in the ownership class and the selling the memorabilia and stuff like that in the NFL, stuff like that. Those are reserved for white people. And the people that bear the brunt of the NFL, people's down there getting killed on the field, but headed are black people, But we own nothing in the NFL after all these years. So the bottom line is we're starting to ask more, say, why are we doing all this, right? And then that's why people like Ice Cube try to create his own, is creating his own basketball league. Why should the NFL, why should we all give all our best talent to the NBA? Why can't we form our own basketball league and integrate the African continent in with this new basketball league? Why can't we why can't we take over the basketball like we did boxing with Don King? That was all about. They didn't want Don King or black people having power. It's all about trying to deny black people legitimate power, So therefore, we're going to talk about that tonight. So what they do is they use the model minorities to quiet black people, to placate us, right? So let me read some more, right? In this era, the United States is particularly concerned of the threat of communism and race mixing. See, there's two things: communism and race mixing. That was a national concern. White people feared race mixing and communism about equally, Specifically, the United States was concerned with the expansion of communist China and made every effort to contain the expansion of Chinese influence throughout Asia and beyond. So that's why they had to sell themselves as this just country, They had to tell Asians and whatnot that we are just to them. So that's why they like this. Black people, they didn't have to do anything to convince Africans when we were broken away from Africa, right? Africans didn't see themselves as us. We didn't see ourselves as Africans. So there was no need. There was nobody that basically came to Black America's defense. Because when they were discriminating against Chinese in America, right, that basically Chinese would use that as propaganda throughout Asia. Ho Chi Minh, people don't realize this. Ho Chi Minh of the communist North Vietnam. Do you know he lived in Harlem and he was a Garveyite? He studied Garvey and he studied black nationalism and he was inspired by Garvey. People don't know that history, So the bottom line is a white man knew it. He said, look, man, we cannot have Asians and blacks getting together. We can't have that, because they realized one thing. During the Spanish American War in the Philippines, a good half of black soldiers deserted the U.S. Army and went to go fight for the Philippine guerrillas in resistance. People don't know that history either. That was right. Because in other words, basically, they simply don't trust black people. After all this time, they could put a black secretary of defense, but they do not trust black people at all. So therefore, how do you basically deal with black people? You isolate them for everyone. They basically would go to Asia and send Asia minstrel shows and stereotypes of black people to get them on the side of hating black people in America. So this has been going on a long time. Create the model minority myth, demonize black people, right? So Asians could turn their backs on us and see us the way white people see them, see us. You understand where I'm coming from, folks? So this is what we're talking about tonight, And so therefore, okay, social prosperity could achieve. I'll say the policy of racial assimilation showed to nations threatened to be influenced by communism, that the United States was a liberal democracy, or people of color. See, that's what they did. They created this thing where they would show Asians prospering in America before the civil rights movement in the 50s and everything. Most Asians lived in absolute squalor in Chinatowns, Koreatowns, Japantowns, where they lived really even worse than black people did. But in the 80s, excuse me, in the 50s and the 60s, they start giving Chinese access to free college education. And so they literally cultivated a Chinese middle class, a successful class, and everything, just to showcase that America was not, because they were more suitable for integration than black people are. You understand how this works? And the same thing they did back then, they're now doing that with black immigrants. So it was all in the 60s. The civil rights movement had that the concept of Ronald was made explicit. A prominent New York Times article in 1966, sociologist William Peterson, Success Story, Japanese American Style, is the most commonly credited for origination of the model minority concept. In this article, Peterson contrasted the economic and educational success of Japanese Americans to the problem minority and other racial groups whose lack of perceived economic and each educational success proved that the Japanese had risen above discrimination. Peterson's article framed Japanese Americans as an embodiment of success through hard work, and ultimately justified the United States as a meritocratic society in which so-called problem minorities could use to rise above racism and discrimination to succeed. See, they never talk about getting rid of racism. It was basically saying you could rise above racism and everything like that, but they ain't gonna get rid of racism. Because in the 1960s, civil rights movement was marked by African Americans' claims of racial oppression. Many scholars argued that Peterson's article served as a present economic and educational success among Japanese people as an antithesis as to such claims as racial. In other words, basically, they were trying to use the Japanese to discredit black people in America. Peterson's article is credited with the originating the model minority concept, but one common misconception is that Peterson also coined the term model minority. Reference to model minority groups first appeared in U.S. News and World Report article 1960 success of the minority groups in America. Through Peterson's article only made reference to Japanese Americans. The U.S. News and World Report article applied the model to Chinese Americans, and also claimed that they overcame racial discrimination and faced other minority groups, namely African Americans, through such traditional values as hard work, thrift, and morality. Right? Chinatown had more opium dens and prostitution houses and slave labor houses too, I think, but they were they were moral. They had morality. Okay, Chinese were freaking heathens. We were churchgoers. They were heathens. In addition to Chinese Americans, the model minority term was later applied to Asian American groups like Koreans, Indian Americans, who were also seen as highly educated and successful. But despite all that, black people still to this day are the only minority group that ever produced a billionaire in America, produced billionaires. There are no Asian people that were born in America, grew up in America, that became billionaires. Why is that? Despite all the stuff they talk about, Black America still rose above these people, It's just hilarious, So in Black America, the only black in America that have billionaire status, all the black billionaires in America are Black African Americans, they're not Caribbeans, they're not Africans, they're not even they're African Americans, The first black billionaire was Reginald Lewis, 1987. He was from Baltimore, Maryland. He wasn't Nigerian, he wasn't Jamaican, he was African American. Okay. So the growing acceptance of the minority may be probably attributed to the 1965 Immigration Act, right, which abolished national origins quotas and based admission on skills and professional extent. In other words, basically, we're also getting the best and brightest out of these countries. We weren't getting like the refuse of these countries. We were getting the best and brightest at that time from these countries, right? People who should have been back in their countries building, they came to America, right? And so they use these people, right? Use these people as cheap labor, and basically also to discredit black people, So in 1960, as a result, from 1965 to 1979, many immigrants from Asia were highly educated professionals, like physicians and scientists, and this demographic and the children make up a significant portion of the Asian American community today. By the 1980s, many media outlets reported that Asian America has skyrocketed uh, college enrollments, fueling praise for Asians as successful minority groups due to their superior work ethic. A Fortune magazine in 1986 by Anthony Ramirez, America's super minority, for example, stated Asian Americans are something smarter than the rest of us. They push their children to excel in school. You know, the Fortune article, which when addressing whether it's a problem that Asian Americans have with moving up the corporate hierarchy, asserted that Asian Americans will solve the problem themselves by being self-starters and adapting to American management culture. Another famous example of modern minority myth is a perpetuating through the media in 1987, Time magazine, which featured a cover photo of the Asian American whiz kids, which today, similar to the high skilled immigration result in the 1965 Immigration Act, many Asian Americans who are highly educated often selected through student visas for higher education. The H-1B skill-based visa, a merit-based immigration system that favors those with advanced degrees or specialized skills. This led to a disproportionate concentration of highly educated and successful Asian Americans, professionals such as in medicine, engineering, technology, that continues to fuel the model minority myth. Criticism impact. Because the model myth suggests that those designated as a model minorities, such as Asian, are homogeneous group characterized by a similar concept of education and occupational success. Critics of the model say open simple the complex issues of race, class, discrimination, ignores the many obstacles Asian Americans and other minorities face. This could lead to a neglect of policies. Like Asian Americans got to fuck this country, because you know how many Asian Americans are unemployed right now? Why? Because nobody looks out for them, because there's this myth that Asians are these high overachievers, and so there's no need to there's no way of quantifying that, because white people and some Asians will cover it up saying, no, we're the model minority, we don't suffer discrimination, so therefore white people are like, I don't have to hire no Asians because I'll get away with it, because because everyone thinks Asians are successful or not. So basically, it is, yeah, there's no Nigerians that were born in America and became billionaires. These people came from other countries with money and capital and connections and everything like that. That's a myth. The only African Americans are capable of being billionaires because we got the scale and the size and generational wealth, to start businesses and stuff like that. It's like, people here not to be a billionaire, you got to basically almost have like enough people in your social network, like in the millions, to do something like that, pull something like that off. You can't do that in America, by yourself. You got to come to America already wealthy, and most of your money and wealth is coming from outside of America. Like I said, black people are the only ones that basically have nothing outside of America, right? We don't have any China backing up. We don't have Taiwan. We don't have Korea. We don't have Nigeria. We don't have Saudi Arabia. We don't have India. We're just by ourselves, and we did it inside this country. That's remarkable. For people that's rejected and scorned and hated and everything, our people are just, Black America is just amazing, It's amazing. Black America's amazing people, and I'm proud to be part of it. Some scholars argue that the model has used the tool to assist the tool advance with colorblind ideologies and agendas within politics, to argue that existence of racial preference or alleged impact of economic outcomes, and reinforce the attainability of the American dream. By using model minority myth as a tool to perpetuate the American dream and blame people of color for their own struggles, critics of the model worth that it could erode support for government assistance programs. And additionally, many critics of the model minority myth argue that the model minority mass intra-group inequality for Asian Americans is a common criticism, that their classification and minority obstacles and diversity that encompasses Asian American identity and the inequalities experienced by across Asian Americans. Asian Americans belong to more than 24 distinct ethnic groups with cultures. Even with a specific ethnic group, there are significant differences in religion practices, socioeconomic status, and political affiliations, and much more. The reality that many Asian American groups face discrimination and poverty, with the particular Asian American groups such as Cambodians, Hmong Chinese, Hmong Vietnamese, have poverty higher than that of European Americans. Critics of the monument also argue that the monument leads those in the dominant group, like white Americans, to believe that racism against the model minorities like Asian Americans does not exist. That's another thing. You know, Asians get discriminated, passed over for promotions, everything. Why? Because there's this myth that they're the model minority. So whatever, like that, you know, you don't have to worry about check and say, hey, wait a minute, do we have enough Asians in upper management? No, you're not gonna think about that because there's not anybody, there's never any backlash. You know, there's Asians just told to suck it up if they get passed over for a promotion. It happens all the time. And I listen to there's these two Asian guys that's on YouTube called the Fung Brothers, right? If you guys want to know more about this or whatnot, I'm trying. I want to reach out to some of these people in the Asian American community and form alliances with some of these people because they're fighting the same thing we're fighting. You know, they're saying, look, we're getting screwed here in this country, right? We got half of all Asian American women are married to white guys, you know? Asian American men are incels. They're hard to find wives, girlfriends, everything like that. They're just told to be geeks, nerds, and all stuff like this, you know? So it's really tough being an Asian in this country. Trust me, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know? Actually, it's spelled by the richest black man in the world is actually David Stewart from Maryland. He's the richest black man in the world, worth $11-12 billion, right? He's richer than Donald Trump, Warren Buffett, and Mark Cuban combined. You know, so he's the richest black man in the world. You know, David Stewart. You know, of Worldwide Technologies. You know, okay, so illustrate the myth can be further perpetuated by social economic equality. Model myth is also criticized by serving as a tool that divides minority groups to ultimately maintain a systemic white supremacy. By applying a critical race theory, scholars have examined how the model minority myth fits into the broader racial dynamics within America. That's one thing about critical race theory I agree with, you know? Application of critical race theory has classified minority groups as examples of middlemen minorities. Middlemen minorities are often granted economic privilege, but neither economic or political privileges lead to tensions and also from the elite and the masses they are situated between. Coupled with the understanding that the model minority term was historically and still established to attribute to Asian Americans, applying the middleman minority theory to use of the model minority term places Asian in a racial bind that between white Americans and other people of color. In this arrangement, the model minority serves to present Asian Americans as a self-sufficient, high-achieving, whose stereotype of success is used to maintain white dominance by blaming other people of color for their own struggles. This to distract from individuals noticing and criticizing systems of white dominance. That's what I said. White people dominate where they shouldn't be dominating. Should white people be dominating the NFL? No. You know, should they be dominating NBA? No. So what the hell do we have like this, you know? So, you know, so it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. You know, so the bottom line is white people have no intentions of ever giving up the power that the ill-gotten power and their gains when how they got control over this country and everything, how they exploited everybody and whatnot. They don't want to give that power. They can talk all the liberal babble all they want, but they do not want to give that power up, you know. With that, let me bring my brother Dollar Bill up here. You know, he's the education. I brought my educated brother on that, so I want to basically bring him up so he could give his 2 cents on this. Dollar Bill, I hope you can come up tonight. It's Friday night, brother. You know, I know you off tomorrow, so. So hopefully you can bless us with your presence. I need to hear what you're saying about this topic. You know, so 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 basically, also now we just talked about the Asian American. Now white people have basically gone thing, but they basically now are using other groups, even black people. It's more dangerous. As a minority group is now extending to like Caribbeans and Africans and stuff like that. That basically it's all about white people basically maintaining power in this country and using these people to discredit us. Our legitimate claims about discrimination and racism.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, brother. Go ahead, brother. You're on.
Yes, brother. How you doing, man? I'm here today.
All right,
I have
brother.
nowhere to
Good.
go. I had to work the other day, so I had to get
Oh, no
myself
problem. No problem, man.
back in the routine. I looked up the black billionaires in the United States. And so, of course, you have the regular players there, Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry. Interesting, there's a brother there named Alexander Karp. Cowderman Karp is an American billionaire businessman and co-founder of the CEO of the software firm Plantier Technologies. And he's worth like 7.7.
Hey, we don't hear about this stuff, right? We don't hear about this stuff because the bottom line is this. What I'm trying to make is Black America, despite all the discrimination, that we still beat them.
Yeah, so there's new ones there. Alexander Karp. I don't know, all of his background. So I don't want some of these guys gonna, he was in the Caribbean. I don't know.
You're right. I doubt it.
I know David Stewart is the main man.
Yeah. Worldwide Technologies.
Definitely. Worldwide Technologies worth about 11.4 billion.
$12 billion. Let's give him the 12. Let's say 12.
Give him that $12 billion. Came up from 7.6. And of course, following behind him, worth 7 billion is Robert Smith. He's also an engineer. I think they're both engineers. Mm-hmm. So then you got, I have some, the Tyler Perry, the Oprah Winfrey, the Michael Jordan, and Jay-Z. We got him on there.
I mean,
LeBron James.
I thought that they're like, but I like to hear people going into their thing like business, like as far as like technology and stuff like that, stuff that we always attribute to Asians. And
both of these gentlemen are technology guys, and both are engineers. Oh my goodness! According to this one, Robert Smith is worth $9.2 billion.
That's amazing.
According to the Atlanta Constitutional, David Smith used to have 7.6. He jumped up to 12. So Michael Jordan has 3.2. Oprah Winfrey 2.8.
Do you think Oprah Winfrey is really a billionaire?
I don't know.
Because we can't. Where's her assets at? It's like a Lico Dangote. Where's his assets at? There's no. I don't see a Dangote buildings. I don't see real estate because real estate in Nigeria is garbage. So I don't see.
There's a couple
real estate portfolio.
Yeah. I think like the Constitutional has some other guys in here too. They got some Caribs, but they're not in America. Like Michael Lee Chin, he's tied with Rihanna and Tyler Perry. Tiger Woods 1.3, LeBron 1.2. Very interesting, man. When you look at some of these guys, and I have to really Plantier. I've heard of Plantier Technologies, so I have to get down there and see what's going on. They keep claiming that Dangote has 13.9.
Yeah, and we can't. I don't know. He's been at 13 billion for like 15 years.
God knows
what the hell's going on.
Yeah, we can't really verify that. That's not in American dollars.
That's
all. That's in Naira.
$13 billion in Naira. What's that? What's that? $100,000?
And he's not an American.
Yeah.
Right. So. He's not an American at all. So we're talking about Americans who came here as slaves, not people who perform monopolies because their parents knew people who were in power.
Exactly. There's no comparison. like Jughead said, there is no comparison between Black America and the rest of these people. No comparison. It's not
So
even close.
he can't, well, you know what it is, man. It's it's hate, you know what it is, man.
But bottom line, we are going to wage a dollar bill all out war against the people who hate us. We have to wage this all out war. If it means people look like us being our enemies, so be it. Because the bottom line is, it's like this: the white man has declared war on us. And like I said, the minority is that we should have learned back then that there was an open war against us, right? And the bottom line is, and like I said, you see Asians, right? They're speaking up against this stuff.
Okay, so let me give you Alexander Karp. Alexander Carterman Karp was born the son of Robert Karp, a Jewish clinical pediatrician father, and Leah James Karp, an African American artist and mother. So he's not a he's not
full-blooded.
Yeah,
what's up, guys?
He's still in Africa. He's still in Africa.
Hold up, Elvis. We're talking about the topic now. We'll get to you and your guy soon. But we like I said, we have to. I want to talk about this because I listened to Kaiser's show today, and basically, I talked about. Remember, what's your girl Chimamanda, whatever her name is. Out of respect, I want to know how to pronounce this lady's name, the Nigerian author.
Right.
Hey, does anybody know how to pronounce her name?
Maybe a Nigerian.
Is it Chidema?
What?
Chidema.
Yeah, Elvis, you got to speak in
English.
English.
You're not a Nigerian, man. Let's get a Nigerian.
You got to speak in English.
Where is
Chidema? Is it Chidema?
Her name is Igbo, so we got to get somebody up here. Igbo.
Yeah, we got to get
not Chupo. Really Igbo.
I don't know her name. I'm just asking. That's a regular Igbo name, Chidema.
Whatever her name is, when she did that interview for BBC and it went viral across the globe, right? That how Nigerians don't see color and stuff like that.
I know.
Right away, that's when white America said, "Okay, we're going to replace Asians with the mind and use Nigerian Americans," and they began exaggerating their success in America and blah blah blah. They're not complaining. It's all about people who won't complain about racism or see color. They want us to be colorblind, but these people basically. Always been,
He's a guy who favors a rigorous immigration policy. Yeah, and he's another AI guy. So all three of these guys are AI guys. All three of these guys are AI guys. I don't know if he is. I know he went to Havenford College, Stanford, and Goethe University. He got his BA, his JD.
Wow.
He's a lawyer and the co-founder of Plantier Technologies. Interesting. $7.7 billion, $8 billion.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's more thing. And I want to ask this guy, Afro. He goes, I cannot speak well, but some Africans have anything about Black African. Look, that fight right there, I should be done by people like myself and Dollar Bill, not Tariq. Tariq, that's not his fight, And I resent people spreading this FBA stuff. They're like, it's so embarrassing, right? When Fat Joe made a comment about FBA, he's not talking about all of us. He's talking about these stupid idiots that you see online, these little punks that call themselves FBA, That's not who we are. That's not our identity, I don't consider myself a part of that hate cult and whatnot, And so the bottom line is,
it's funny. These people are crazy.
Puerto Ricans and everybody. I'm from New York, And so the bottom line, this idea, look, this is what I said last night. Tell me, Wednesday night. Tell me what you think. I said hip hop, right, abandoned me in the 90s, right? And I'm not going to forgive that shit. I was at the 5% stuff like ideology. So anybody, literally, I believe that the spoken word was powerful, So when you spoke or not, you had the you had the ability to influence people. So when I start hearing people like K-Ross had made a song with him and Shaw Ranks, he goes, "Don't you see your race and bondage, but you pick up the mic and they're feeding them garbage. You're literally feeding people garbage, right?" And he called that hip hop. We were like, I love people like J. Rue the Damager, Gangstar.
Oh yeah, Gangstar was excellent. One of my favorites.
I was about the jizza. People can kick knowledge and whatnot. Set the sonics.
But this guy, Kendrick Lamar is brilliant though.
Yeah, I gotta get more into him.
He's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely. I know even young Elvis likes him. He's absolutely brilliant, man. He destroyed what's his name, Drake, man.
Yeah.
So
Whose
guys,
father?
let me say this, right? Dollar Bill and Kyla.
Good
Me and
evening.
Kyla had a conversation yesterday. I proposed a debate, more like a conversation with somebody doing you know, who was fighting for rights in Liberia during that
Yes, sir.
time. Not a spectator, not somebody who was hearing they say and what was going on in the country. Somebody who was an active participant in what was going on at that time. And I
You
spoke to
mean
him as
like in the
asking,
Civil War?
no, not the Civil War. This is a guy who was a part of what we call the progressive, who were
Okay.
one of the students at the university, or not the University of Liberia, but he was at Cuttington at the time, and was
Okay.
very active in trying to pressure the government for reforms and whatnot. Has no association.
I'm gonna ask some real good questions, man. He got to
Yeah,
answer
you can
these
ask
questions.
him questions, but I'm just saying, I'm laying the
I'm gonna ask
premise.
some really good questions. You look, Elvis. I'm very thorough.
I
I'm
know,
telling you
Colin.
right
I'm
now.
just Let me just lay my premise, bro. I get it. So he has agreed to come on. I sent him the link. He said in a couple minutes he would join the panel.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
this is somebody with first-hand information. I want us to give him the
Okay,
respect
like I said,
Of course.
and
look,
let
bro.
him tell
I'm
his entire
respectfully listen
story
to what he has to say.
and
And
be
the whole thing is,
respectful and
I want to
engaging.
know if he was a progressive, right? But one thing I will not buy, Elvis, right? I don't like the fact that
It's not about what you're buying. This is a person with
no.
first-hand information, Colin.
Hold up. When you're on this platform, you're talking to Black America because the bottom line, Black
You
America,
see, he's already getting mad. I mean,
we're trying to sell Liberia, its history, everything, and whatnot. When people keep coming up here telling us how our ancestors did this and did that and whatnot, how they want to
Colin,
oppress,
he's gonna lay it out for you.
it
He
goes
was
against
there.
everything we know
He
about
has
our
all the
race and whatnot.
first-hand knowledge. He's gonna tell you what was
He's an
really going
elder.
on.
He's an elder.
He's an elder. Yeah,
Okay.
he's like you, Dollar Bill. Well, not exactly,
Oh.
but he's a high school teacher. He's a chemistry teacher in high
Oh,
school here in the
beautiful.
United States. So
Oh,
he's a
you
very
okay? I
smart
see
guy.
that.
All right, is this him here, Victor?
Yeah, that's Victor. That's him.
Okay,
Bring him in,
let him on
please.
stage. Mr. Victor Nagby, welcome to the show and whatnot. It's an honor to meet you. And
Hey, it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Briefly give us who you are and tell us something about it. And you got the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
My name is J. Victor Nagby. I am a Liberian. I live here in Jersey. I am a science teacher. I teach chemistry.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And okay, so how long you been in the United States?
Let's see. About uh, over 20 years.
Okay, 20 years.
Yeah,
You
over 20
basically
years.
recent then,
Yeah.
So you was in Liberia all that time?
Yes, I was. I was in
That's good.
Liberia,
That's
and
commendable. That's commendable.
yeah.
That's commendable. Because, I want to have a honest discussion. Like I said, I talked to many progressive. I know that. Look, let me tell you something, right? I talk to a lot of progressive, and I understand the argument. I understand everything. But what I want to do is,
Tell me your understanding of the argument.
okay, my argument is, okay, you had one group of people, right? A true
Okay.
Whig party, right? Who
Yes.
basically dominate the government. So like that. If I was basically a person of native background, I would feel the same way. I'm just being
Okay.
honest with you. I would feel the same way. But
Fair
at the
enough.
same time, I would say like this, right? Looking at it, is that they had every reason to feel the way they did. Feel the way they did. One group of people got all the wealth and everything like that for look like what that, and it seemed like that the one group of people were looked down on. So therefore, naturally, they said, "Look, we want a revolution. We want to feel better." But there's an old say. You ever? Let me ask you something, Mr. Victor, Mr.
Yeah.
Nadi. Have you ever read this is very, very important. Very, very important, right? What do you know about American literature?
Not very much.
Okay. This is why I asked this, right? Have you ever read do you know what the George Orwell, The Animal Farm is all about?
Actually, I've read that book.
Okay. Now, can you basically tell me how do you compare the Animal Farm to your situation? It was exactly the same situation in Liberia, the Animal Farm. You could call Liberia the Animal Farm. Same everything, same symbolism and everything that happened in the Animal Farm. Can we agree on that?
Tyler,
Well,
I want you to give him
Elvis,
the space.
Elvis. I'm
Don't
having a
say Elvis,
discussion.
Elvis, Elvis. I didn't bring him here for you
Not
to be
just
questioning him like a lawyer.
hold up. He's gonna. We got plenty of time to get to everything. I just key things I got to set up and ask this question. I'm the host. I ask the questions. So he's gonna tell me everything about himself when I'm gonna listen to everything I say, and I'm not gonna discredit what he says or whatever like that. But I just want to put this all in context. Proper context. Now, George Orwell, The Animal Farm, was all about what we call after the revolution. Before and after the revolution, right? How some people basically say, something, all these different people say, look, we got to overthrow this person, right? And then when they get in power, they basically start doing the same thing that they said that they were fighting against. You understand?
But let me say this though. I mean, Animal Farm is a political expose, which really finds expression in all countries, including here in the United States. You have a Donald Trump right now who has practically broken all barriers and expanded all the outer reaches of the Constitution, and yet he's going back into the White House.
I don't, but the majority of people voted for him, right? So the same logic, right? The majority put him in power, right?
Yes.
The way you say the majority in Liberia wanted the True Whig Party out. Can we agree on that?
Absolutely.
Right. So we can't criticize Donald Trump and the MAGA people because obviously the majority of people, 70% of the people, 70% of the people that voted this last year were Caucasian white people.
Right.
And the majority of them basically did not like the change in demographics of this country. They didn't like the open borders. They didn't like that. So they basically, the majority in this country, the majority rules, and they did.
Correct. Now we all know there is what is called the tyranny of the majority. I'm sure you are aware of that.
Yeah.
The majority is not always right. There were boundaries that were laid out in this country by the Constitution all along for over 200 years. We believed, for instance, you couldn't do what they did on January 6th, and yet it has happened, and it has been normalized by the mega people. It's just the same thing as Animal Farm. We all know this should not be done, but when it happens, we find a way to justify it and accept it and normalize it. I mean, it happens everywhere.
Well, let me ask you a question. Speaking of Animal Farm, let's get back to Liberia.
Yes.
I got your point. Now, back to Liberia, right? Now, what you're progressives, right? So what Elvis told me is that I knew there was a progressive movement, right? But then there was a lot of people in the progressive movement said the PRC, when they met them outside of, they were plotting this up in the United States. And they said a lot of the PRC were just troublemakers. They weren't educated on troublemakers. And then they were linked with the progressive movement. Now, the progressive movement had some sort of legitimacy. Like, they want to change things and enfranchise the masses and stuff like this. Like I said, I don't personally like I say, I'm not Liberian, right? So I don't. I would, if I was a young Liberian at the time and I thought my prospects were limited I would want a revolution. But let me ask you a question, right?
Right.
One of the arguments of the progressives is one group of people are in power, right? Is everything in Africa about power? About who's in power? Does anybody think about who could serve or be an administrator and build? Is it all about just who's in power? It's like symbolic? Because the thing is, there was native people in the legislature. There was native people in the Supreme Court. There was native. The vice president on October was a native guy. Everything. But the whole thing is a symbol of the state and everything. People felt culturally, like Amos Sawyer said, culturally, everything, like they say, it was a story. And I get it. The love of liberty brought us here, right? That's the culture of the people who came to Liberia, right? And
Tyler, you're doing all the talking. You're not letting this man talk. You're doing all the talking.
I'm trying to set this up, right? And when I'm done talking, he's going to take it away. I'm going to put myself on mute. Now, let's see. So therefore, I understand. I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell. I understand that argument, right? And the bottom line is, that if I was them, I would say the same thing. Why should one group of people's story be my story? And so that being said, now I understand your argument. Now take it away. What were you guys thinking at the time?
Well, at the time, most of what you just said, that the majority of the people were left out of, sharing in the national resources. The majority of people were being denied access to resources, and those denials, some of them are still expressing themselves today in the type of people you have in government. These are people who were denied education, they were denied resources, and so yes, of course, the reins of powers have been removed, and you have these people coming into government, but they're still being teleguided in many instances by these very people who are not even in government, and yet they are dictating. I'm sure you've heard of the likes of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. These are still very powerful people who still direct, the politicians from behind the scenes. That is undeniable.
So let me ask you a question, right? That's interesting because I remember Ellen Sirleaf. I talked to Von Sherman's wife. She was a minister of health under George Weah, right? I
Okay.
went to her office and I interviewed her,
Mhm.
and she was basically telling me that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was not a native, or was not a Congo person. She was native, and
Well,
she was raised by Congo people.
yes, the Congo thing is really is a, I would say, an organization. You can choose to belong, and sometimes you get assimilated into it. But yes, I don't believe there are any more original, Congo people in Liberia anymore, because we've all intermarried. But there are distinctions that are used to so perpetuate the Congo country divide in Liberia. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf belongs on that side that still perceives of itself as being the Congo people.
Let me ask a question. One question. Maybe he
Yeah.
can elaborate on this because he has firsthand experience.
Okay.
We want to know. I want to know what led up to the rice riot, and
Okay.
you were in the midst. Just give us some of the details and insider knowledge of what happened and what precipitated the riots.
Okay. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. Leading up to 1979, when the rice protests took place, the so-called American Liberians dominated government. The president at the time, President Talbot, he was a rice farmer. He was an agriculturist. He had the biggest farm in the country. The majority of the people were living on subsistence farming, hand to mouth. They didn't even have enough to make a food circle to the next harvest season. And so the progressives came home from overseas, some from here, and they went home and began to agitate against the government and started to tell them, look, the denials that you're perpetuating are dangerous, and they are rendering our people powerless and perpetually poor. And so we need to improve the system. And so the question of rice became one of the flashpoints that the progressive used to rally the people. The Progressive Alliance of Liberia, which was formulated from here, they went home and started to tell the government of Liberia that, look, most of our people live on rice farming, but the methods that are being used are inadequate, and they continue to render our people poor. So they made a
Nazi,
proposal.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me just land. So
Yeah.
they made a proposal to the government on how to mitigate the rice crisis, which I'm sure you may have heard of as saying they promised to reduce the price of rice to $9, which is not really true. But they made a proposal to the government that, look, if you band a certain amount of farmers together and give them the mechanism, they can do better and produce more than they're producing now for quite cheaper the price. But the government at the time wouldn't do that because the president himself was benefiting from importation of rice, and also
This is where we disagree. This is where we disagree. I respectfully disagree. At the time, Tolbert had rally projects, right? I'm gonna play a video, right? And Elvis, don't tell me not to play a video because this is I'm gonna make my point, right? They had a rally project, and they were trying to grow upcountry rice and whatnot. And that was one of the reasons. Tolbert basically wanted to relinquish his claim to importing rice and start using Liberian grown rice, right?
But here is what you may not be aware.
But a lot of people did not want to leave
Monrovia. I indicated to you. Hold a second. I know you played a video, but let me tell you this. At the time that President Tubman was preaching the abolition of imported rice, right, by 1984, the president was the largest producer of locally produced rice, and they were giving subsidies to those farmers, and they stood to benefit from those subsidies. So while they were fighting the importation of rice and increasing the price of locally produced rice, they were the ones who were going to benefit because the increase in the price was going in their pockets. They were not prepared to reduce the price.
Did you guys proof for this? Like, as I talked to Von Sherman's wife when
he lived it. He lived it, Colin.
I know it lived it, right? All due respect.
So let me tell you this. They were at the time.
All due respect, but I had a lot of people who said that the Rally Time projects in Liberia were designed to.
Let me tell you about the Rally Time project. Let me tell you about the Rally Time project. Let me tell you about the Rally Time project.
It was actually Firestone and other people that were importing rice when he wanted to. And also, Mr. Naji, do you understand that at the time, saying the reason why rice prices were rising is because we was in a global inflation because of the OPEC embargo, right?
No, but that wasn't the point. The price of imported rice.
Yeah, but why? Hold on, ask you a question. Why was it going up?
No, you're not listening to me. The price of locally produced rice was also going up as the price of imported rice was going up.
Because of fuel.
Yeah, I know there was a fuel crisis. I understand the OPEC countries and all of that, but that wasn't the reason why the price of rice was going up in Liberia.
It was.
Because otherwise, several other things prices would have gone up. The price of gasoline never went up.
Hold on, but let's say you're right? But why is it that when you hear about this, right, the people who argue for, like said, against doing the rice riots, they never put that in context, right? You say, look, this is what we're gonna. Now, if they said, okay, the Tobers are bad because they're importing, I would 100% like this, but they don't even quantify it by saying, in all respect, right? We even know that we think the Tobers had an unjust power, monopoly on power. I get that. I agree with you, right? But they don't put it in this thing when they basically price was going up. That was basically an international thing. How come basically when we talk about Liberia, people
no, but what the argument was you have to also increase the people's
where was this money supposed to come from?
You have to also increase what was being taken home. Where was the money coming from? The government had the capacity. The majority of the people at the time of the rice riot, let me tell you, the annual income of the native at the time was about $70 per annum of a household. $70. Whereas
what about the rest of Africa? What was the annual income for the rest of Africa?
Let me finish. Even in Liberia, the American Liberians were earning $3,000 compared to $70. You look at that difference and tell me if that was just. And
look, nothing's just, but the bottom line, it looks like you go to different countries, right? Usually people, and this is like I said, my thing is, if we had to do it all over again, post World War II Liberia, the American Liberian community should have came back to the United States. That's what I believe. They should have came back to the United States, and they should have basically let the native people.
They never would have, because they were having a free ride in Liberia. They never. But
what I'm saying is, so I'm saying like this.
They were having a good time.
Looking back at history, right? Look at it. It seemed to me that nothing they would have done was going to be satisfactory, because you're right about that. You can't have a minority group dominating a majority group, right? I get that.
Just 4%. At the time,
I know. Hold on, you got minority, but let me ask you a question. If that's the case, right? When you guys finally did your guerrillas, why did you guys keep the same flag, symbol?
No, there were actually arguments.
The inauguration, the marching bands, all the stuff that the settler people brought. You guys kept that. Why is that?
No, there was a proposal. I remember Dr.
But there was a proposal. But the bottom line is, Liberians. I was in Liberia.
Give him a chance, please.
I go to Liberia, right? And Liberians love their flag. They
one of the things that they did, one of the holidays we had,
I don't get it.
One of the holidays we had in Liberia was the celebration of Matilda Newport. Matilda Newport was reportedly the one who fired a cannon against the natives. To me, I'm honest to God opinion, right?
Tolbert did so much for the native people, right? He's not celebrated, but guess whose holiday?
Compared to what he could have done, compared to what he could have done, it was
hold on. Check this out.
What he did was infinitesimal.
Okay, I want to look. Hold on. Look at Mr. Nadi. All due respect, right? I'm going to play a video, and I want your feedback on this video. Okay?
Sure, please.
This video was created in 1974. 1974 is about called the wealth of Liberia.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meal.
On December the 11th, 1822, a group of settlers ended their long voyage across the Atlantic Ocean, landing on a small island at the mouth of the Mesurado River, which they named Providence Island, secured with part of the mainland by treaty with 6 tribal kings. Crossing to the mainland, the settlers thrived and created a settlement that would become the city of Monrovia. Many such communities grew up, and the territory expanded until 25 years later, representatives from each of these communities came together at a constitutional convention, and on July the 26th, 1847, signed a Declaration of Independence, creating the free, sovereign, and independent nation of Liberia. That was 127 years ago. Today, businessmen and investors from all parts of the world have discovered the commercial and industrial potential that is the wealth of Liberia, with a government firmly committed to an open-door policy and the principles and practice of free enterprise. Monrovia, capital city of Liberia. Its 150-year history reflected in a graceful cultural heritage, but a city as modern as today, the country having developed a fine balance between traditional African values and the modern way of life. Buildings steeped in the tradition of Liberia's rich history. Buildings reflecting the country's promise of a rich future, as with the imposing Executive Mansion, home of Liberia's President William R. Talbot. Buildings that reflect the civic dignity of the city, its commerce and industry. For the well-being of its people, the J.F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, one of the finest in West Africa. Overlooking the city is the renowned Ducor Intercontinental Hotel, with a welcome for the visitor, one of the many fine hotels in Monrovia. Looking out across the Atlantic Ocean, the Ducor Intercontinental also looks out to one of the islands first sighted by those early settlers 150 years ago, Bushrod Island. Today, Bushrod Island contains one of Liberia's many industrial estates with a diversity of industry catering for much of the country's needs and providing exports, adding to Liberia's healthy balance, as with this soap factory. With an ever-expanding building and construction program, cement is essential, and this large cement works is situated conveniently close to Monrovia City. Serving the building industry, too, is a window and sun louver factory established by the Mesurado group of companies, an entirely Liberian-owned enterprise providing employment for many hundreds of Liberians. Another Liberian enterprise is a paint factory, effecting even further savings in foreign exchange by having its own can manufacturing plant. Supplying all types of animal and chicken feed, the Liberian Feed Mill Company also advised farmers on the most suitable methods of animal feeding. And a grain and wheat milling plant near Buchanan supplies a domestic demand. The Liberian Development Corporation stimulates industrial investment and the development of existing enterprises, assisting investors to identify investment opportunities, taking advantage of the country's resources and market requirements. Tobacco is one of Liberia's developing industries, and utilizing the country's own tobacco crop, a cigarette factory produces brands blended to local tastes. Liberia offers the investor security, a low level of private and corporate taxation, and a balance of trade that has been favorable for 20 years. To encourage young farmers in this fast-developing industry, a tobacco experimental farm has been set up, looking into the most suitable types of tobacco for Liberia's ideal soil and climatic conditions, and teaching farmers to take every advantage of this valuable addition to the country's industries. President William R. Talbot is intensely interested in the youth of his country, but young and old alike are completely involved in the future of their country through self-help programs instituted by the president, when he himself created rally projects to undertake the construction of schools and hospitals and roads linking outlying districts, financed with funds raised by the people themselves without seeking outside aid. Rally time, a complete involvement of the people in their country's future. President Talbot himself also instituted a...
Let me pause right there. Mr. Victor, now you see this, what a point I'm trying to make is, this was happening during the 70s when your movement was rising, when the country was developing, right? And everyone was involved. Native people, you see those are native people, not the Congo people. Those are native people getting involved in their country in the future. And their future was stolen from them by people who told them that they were native, they need to vote for and support you. What alternative plan that you progressive have than Tolbert was doing right here? What could you guys have done better?
Well, I tell you this: the progressive we've never been given a chance to lead Liberia.
You had the power. You can't hold it. You had 1980.
No, we've never. No.
Dolly, you have to let this man speak. I mean, it's pointless if you just keep talking over him.
Let me tell you, the progressive agitated and they created a fertile ground for the military takeover. The military took over. It wasn't the progressive who took over in 1980. It was, you just said, the PRC, People's Redemption Council. That is a military government. That's not a progressive government. The progressive have never been given the opportunity to prove to the Liberian people what they really deserve. Yeah, I've seen all these that you just displayed here. That is well and good. But these were advantages largely enjoyed by just the minority of the.
These were for all Liberians.
No, they were not. No, they were not.
How you're watching this video and you're telling somebody who lived it as if you was there? It wasn't for all Liberians.
I don't buy that argument. I don't buy that argument because
can I use a little clarity? Can I jump in for a little bit, even as a guy who doesn't really know a lot about Liberian history at all? How are you, sir?
Yeah, how are you, sir?
I'm okay. My name is Dollar Bill. And
Nice
I'm like you, I'm a teacher also. You teach in New York City?
No, at Jersey.
Are you teaching in Jersey? Okay. At one time, we used to have reciprocity with New Jersey. I teach in the city.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, you're saying that there was a large disparity between 4% of the population, right? The so-called Congo people and the American Liberians. Do I have that understanding?
Yes.
So what you were saying is that it wasn't fair for them to have all of the power and all of the money. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Now, well, you live in America. You've been in America for 20 years or so, right?
Right.
Right. Oh, so tell me, is it fair now that there's in America, has it ever been fair that the 1% of the population has more wealth, okay, than most of the people in the United States? The richest Americans are referred to the top 1%, and their annual income
is more than like 70%
okay,
of the population.
is more than 70-something% of the population.
Correct.
And just to get in, you have to make between $650,000 to $700,000 per household. That's if you're married. If you're single, you have to make about $500,000 a year. So when I hear arguments like this, and you can answer it, it's like a statement type of question. I think it's ridiculous for anyone to think it's fair. It's never fair. No society is built on fairness. Wealth, okay, is that the richest people in the country, the most educated people in the country, the people who have the finance, the people who have intergenerational wealth. That's the way it is in Europe. That's the way it is in America. So for us to think that someone who did not found the country, did not have the education, okay, nor the ability to build industry, should wealth be equally distributed to them?
Yeah, and that is not true. That assumption is wrong. Let me tell you what's wrong with what you're saying. First of all, the 1% that you're referencing in this country is not in government. Elon Musk and all these people, they're not getting their wealth.
Elon Musk is in government.
No, he's not. He may be now. He may be
I mean,
now.
you gotta let him speak, bro. You can't double team him. Let him
He
speak.
was never in government. Well, what I'm telling you is, we had a situation of 4%.
Can I say this to you, sir?
No,
Dollar Bill, you was quiet while you was talking. Let me speak.
You're not trading ridiculous territory because you're implying that the majority of the Liberians, they were do nothing people. They just sat down and they
I did not say that.
That's what you're implying. But let me tell you what happened. We had a situation where 4% of the people were using all of government resources to enrich themselves.
Hold on, Mr. Victor.
Do you know that the robber barons in America
actually
had more money?
If you say, people who had no ability to do nothing and expected to be treated fairly, that is a wrong assumption.
You said that native didn't have the ability to build industry. Dollar Bill, you said that, which is ridiculous.
They did not have the ability to build industry.
No, because they were kept out of having that opportunity to build industries, man.
First, listen, the people who are the 1% in any country are the people who are they are the developers of jobs. The robber barons had more money in America. And when you say that they're not in America,
that's what you don't understand, Dollar Bill. The 1% is a part of the majority of the population. They're not a minority group that's at the top of the economic power in this country.
All black country. What are you talking about?
Are the 1% black people or Asian people? They're white people. They're mostly white people who are in that percentage. They're part of the majority.
Now we know what it is. See, now we got to the meats and the potatoes.
Yeah, 4% was dominating 90% of the people. And you have a country, and you think the people are going to stand for it forever? Come on.
Can I make a statement?
Yeah, make your statement.
The majority of the people in America, okay, you want to say that, okay, are white people. That is true. Okay. But you're okay because the 1% owns 70% of the wealth, so you feel it's okay because they're white. Okay, and the other people who they dominate are white. So you couldn't take the fact that they were black,
but there are some black people in the 1%. Oprah Winfrey is not black. Tyler Perry is not white.
She's not in. Yeah, well, technically they're in the 1%, but the people who really, the oligarchs who really run America, Tyler Perry and them are not even in. They're not even in that realm.
But now you're making a distinction within the 1%. We're just
yes, there is a distinction. There's
in the 1%.
Hold up, Mr. Nadi. You know about the Massaquoi family, right? They were one of the richest families in Liberia. They were native.
Yeah,
Fambulas were rich.
Because they have proximity to the Liberian people.
Hold on, every culture, if you you get it when you have proximity to people who are in power. That's like any civilization.
Where Mr. Nadi come from and where I come from, our people were more marginalized than any other group of people. We have the least development in our region.
Hold on, what's
because
the
you had
difference between
uneducated
you
people.
and the people in Central Nigeria, right?
You
in the
had
Delta region
uneducated
who have
people.
no power.
That's why you listen. For
This
those people
is
who are telling
this is the
lies,
point.
first of
This
all,
is
can I say
why the
this?
coup happened.
Yeah, I know.
Because
Okay,
people in the
so
country at the time had the same mentality that these people were uneducated, they didn't deserve to rule, they didn't deserve to have power, and that's why the coup happened.
no, you don't deserve. You take power. They took the power.
Let me tell you,
that the
you don't
progressives
deserve
were not,
power.
the progressives were not behind the coup. Now you say this is why the coup happened. What is it?
Yeah, because idiots like who have this kind of mindset, and people. Mr. Nama was there; he was alive. There were people who were telling Native, these Native boys, calling them boys, making them feel like they were less than.
Hold on, I'm watching a
This
video.
is why.
Look, I'm watching a video and with my own eyes right here about
that's propaganda, Kyla. You lived the experience. You wasn't in Liberia. You didn't even go to Liberia until the 2010s. You didn't know what was happening on the ground. You just see propaganda and you think that's the actual reality on the ground. It's not. That's why you should give him a chance to speak. Give him a chance to speak.
I was trying to talk to him, and you jumped in.
You interrupted, Elvis.
So
you're not giving him a damn second to speak. You just keep talking over him.
Let me talk to the brother. Can I talk to him?
I'll be able to ask some questions,
because I just wanted to get a firm understanding, right? Because if you're saying, and you're absolutely incorrect, George Washington and all of the founding fathers of America were rich white men. They were not poor people. Okay? George Washington had a monopoly, in the farming and agriculture in this country. So did Thomas Jefferson, so did Benjamin Franklin, and all the framers of the Constitution were rich white people who had business, they owned slaves, and they were educated people who took government posts. To this day, the rich 1% still dominate, like our president, still dominate politics in this country. Those are facts. Those happen with every country. You took power. That's how you get power. You take power. It's not about what you deserve. From my vantage point, a person who doesn't know your history or your culture is that these were people who weren't from you. And because you deemed they weren't for you, you felt that it was justified to overthrow them. And
you keep talking about this nonsense about being justified. You're not looking at the plight of the people who are the majority and were suffering under the rule of the minority. What the hell are you talking about was justified? What do you mean by that? Yeah, they're not letting the man speak. They want to do it long.
Okay. I'm gonna give Mr. Najee the floor. Elvis,
so you're making the analogy.
I'm gonna give Mr. Najee the floor. Go ahead, brother.
You're making the analogy of Washington and other people. Why do you think the rest of the world is in uproar against the United States because of the slavery that they practiced? Just Washington, most of the wealth he acquired, he acquired that on the back of slaves.
George Washington is a global hero, right?
You said you was going to let him speak, and he can't even say 2 sentences, and you jump down.
Do you think it was within the right of the slaves to rise up against the masters?
Listen, I didn't say that it was against your right to rise up.
No, but you're telling me.
Let me answer. You asked me a question. Was that rhetorical? Was that a rhetorical question?
No, I really mean that.
You're comparing yourself to African Americans who are actual slaves.
You have every right, like I said,
to
rise up, and take power.
Okay,
but don't sit back here for 1 minute and tell us in any democracy, in any government with oligarchs all across the world, that the reason that you did it was because it was unfair that the 1% or 4% had all of the power and the money, because that's where every government is in the world, not just Liberia.
Called a trickle-down theory.
First of all, the progressive didn't carry out the coup. It was a military coup. They didn't carry out the coup.
That's why the coup happened, and now you're saying the progressives didn't do it. You say you want
all along I have said to you the progressives were not the coup makers. The progressives,
You
they
guys laid the foundation for the coup because the Samuel though didn't know what the hell.
We shop in the contradictions.
You guys came as educated people.
Let me ask you a
question.
Who let our education? No, before you ask me, let me
in Liberia.
Mr.
Hold up,
Tyler, give him a chance to give an answer, man.
Elvis, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question. Mr.
I need to make this point.
There's dollar bill in the back trying to mute me, man. These guys are suckers.
I need to make this
point. You guys are suckers. You asked for a debate and you
say it, you know, it's not going how you want to go.
Nah, you're a bunch of suckers. You're not. Everybody's listening. You're not letting the men speak.
We don't
want to.
No, you're not. No, you're not letting him.
I have to mute
a bunch of cowards, man.
He will not stop talking.
Question.
Let the man talk. We hear you every day.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right.
Proceed.
So here's what I said to you. The progressives, we sharpen the contradictions. We educated our people. We let them know their rights. And we let them know to the level to which they were being denied resources that belong to all of us, that were being taken by just 4% of the people. Now, the coup makers seized upon that opportunity. You were right in many instances, in some respect, when you say we created the conditions. Yeah, we sharpened the contradictions. And of course, the people woke up and they began to agitate and protest. But we did not make the coup. When the coup was made,
but you supported the coup, did you not?
We had in the initial stages, yes, we were released from prison and we were invited into the government. But within a year or so, we left the government because we did not we were opposed.
They don't even know people were in prison, and there was rumors that they were going to get killed and executed. They don't even know that point.
The power. Doe was smart.
They don't know that, Mr. Noway. They don't know people. The progressive was locked up in prison at Impost Stockade.
On April 12,
we're just trying to talk to the guy, Elvis. Why are you going to get upset?
Most of those who joined the government were in prison. They were released on the day of the coup by the coup makers. And so they invited us into the government, and we laid out the plan, and we put the plans on the table. But within a year, they began to deviate from the plan, and so we had to pull out. And we became the fierce Chris Samuel Doe as well, just as we did with the TWP government.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that other than killing the people who are the president, do you think that it could have been done another way? Do you think?
I think it could have been avoided. I think that was unnecessary and that was uncalled for. We did not appreciate that. I think it could have been done a different way. I don't think those 13 people deserve to have been executed. We don't support that.
Okay. All right.
Did
they get a trial? Did they get a trial, or
they got tried by military tribunal again because the military people were in power. They constituted a tribunal headed by a guy called Frank Sequeni. Since Frank Sequeni was a general. So he investigated these people and they passed the judgment. And that's
so it's like a kangaroo court, basically.
It may have been a kangaroo court, but it was run by the military, not by the progressives.
Okay. We're not trying to just say that it was.
Mr. Najee, let me ask you a question, right? You said you went overseas, right?
Yes.
Who paid for your travel education overseas?
No, I paid for my own education.
Oh, come on, let's stop it. Stop.
I lived. Wait a minute.
Stop.
If Liberia was so poor,
that's insulting, Carla. Let the man tell you his story.
But let me tell you this.
Didn't I tell you, like, when you debate me, Elvis, right? You gotta come correct.
How dare you tell me?
Let him tell you how he paid for his education. Let him speak.
You said people have all the power, right? All the money.
Let him speak.
How were you able to afford a plane ticket and food, lodging, and education way overseas?
So ask him what university he went to, Carla.
Okay, let me say this. I lived in Liberia and I got my BS in chemistry in Liberia from Cottonton. Okay.
So, did you during the I know most of you guys came to the States. I know that part.
And I came to the States as a result of the war. I was never coming to the States.
There you go.
Did you go to the States before the coup?
He came after the war. He didn't come here during the time of the TRC rule.
Elvis, could the man talk, please? We're trying to find. We're trying to learn.
I avoided leaving Liberia. I avoided leaving the region. I spent a year in the Ivory Coast, which is a neighboring country.
How'd you get there?
I was there from 1991 and went back home in 1992.
So where'd you get all this money from? Where'd you get the money from?
I walked. If you must know how I got out,
Okay,
I
well, I
walked.
thought you said there was no jobs, there was no opportunity in life.
He
No, there
walked.
wasn't.
WALKED. Walked, not worked.
I walked, trekked.
Okay,
I
let me ask you a
tried.
question, right?
No,
Yeah.
I think you're not interested in anything I'm saying. You just have a bunch
No,
of
no, I'm
If you
very
give me a
interested, right?
chance,
Like I
I'll
said,
let me
I will
speak.
look.
You're not giving him a chance to articulate his points,
I will
Colin.
get to the
So-
facts,
and
right?
so
I'll get
I
to the
was in
facts, right? These are very,
Liberia.
very, these are very, very important
I
because
worked
the
in
whole the
Liberia.
premise is that the country was so poor and so this that people didn't have opportunities, stuff like that. And I just want to, how'd you end up getting an education like you did? That's a first class education.
Are you
And
done?
you say you got it in Liberia?
Are you
Ask
done?
him a question, let him explain it.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so up to 1979, up to the Rice riots, I was in junior high school. My college years and my work years were after the coup. During the People's Redemption Council government, that's when I went to Cutdown, and that's when the war started. It was during the war that I came over here to the United States. But I'm telling you, prior to 1979, a guy like myself could not have come to the States easily. It would have been a miracle for me to have come.
Okay, what were you doing in 1979?
In 1979, I was going to school. I just said that. I was
Okay, where were you going to school? In Liberia?
In Liberia. I lived in Liberia.
Let me ask you a question. I'm like, this is very, very important, right? Who was funding your education in Liberia?
I was going to a public school.
No, who? Okay, the public school means it's paid for by the government, right?
Yeah, and we pay minimum fee registration.
Okay,
fee.
but hold on, but you know the fees. Okay, who actually operated a public school to give you an education? You were native, right?
Yes, I am.
Tyler wants you to be thankful that you went to a public school and be thankful to the American Liberian.
The native people didn't get education.
So what you must know is the public schools relative to the private schools in Liberia, they were like 9 a day. If you went to a public school, you
seem to come out educated.
Because he went to country, he went to college.
Well, how did
the United States
how did he qualify to go to a college?
Because he's very smart. You know who you talking to college? He's a very smart man.
After the coup, the country began to open up a little bit. I got a scholarship.
You know what it takes to be a chemistry teacher in this country, Carl? You think he's some kind of dumb?
I should have went to Cutdown because I got a scholarship.
Calm down,
Elvis. I couldn't pay all the fees by myself. So I got a scholarship. That's how I went to Cutdown. That's how I got my
Who gave you the scholarship?
The Ministry of Education. Again, I'm telling you, this is post-coup. This is before.
Not only your people, Carl. It was on Samuel Doe's regime. So get that through your head. Samuel Doe gave him a scholarship.
Yes.
That's your answer.
I got a scholarship too.
So in other words, basically, the People's Redemption Council, they did right by you. But you guys are talking down on them, and they did right by you. Then.
No, we weren't talking down on them. We were telling them what they were doing that was wrong.
They actually did right. They were able to give you
the rampant killings were wrong. Targeting the people of Nimba was wrong. You know, being corrupt was wrong, and they fought against it.
There were rampant human rights abuses. I mean, they were more greedy than even the TWP people. And so we spoke out against them. I was in the student union then. My friend Elvis here will tell you what Linsu was about. I was the vice president in Linsu, and we spoke out against Samuel Doe. The students were in prison, and that's how people were almost many people got killed. As a matter of fact.
Wow. Okay.
So yes, I went to school, but it was not during the TWP time. I got my education during the Samuel Doe time.
Was anybody getting educated during the TWP time?
Indeed, there were very few people who got educated.
How did all you got? Well, let me ask you a question. All the people in the military, was it native or they were Congo people in the military? How did that happen?
The majority of the people in the military were native people. But
how did that happen? How did that happen?
Because the Congo they didn't want to serve. They thought it was beneath them. Yeah, they put the native boys in the military to do their bit.
Well, what was happening was the rank and file were natives, but usually the higher up the commanders, the generals, those were mostly, partially Congo. They were assimilated. You have people who marrying to.
It just basically tells me then the black race is.
No, I tell you this: during the Turbo government, he had 17 of his relatives.
Name,
people do
Mr.
that all
Namwe,
the
name,
time, Mr.
name
Namwe.
some of them and the
Acting like
positions
that's
that they
something
had in the
new.
country at the time. Because when I tell them, they don't
Acting
believe
like
me.
that's new. That's
It's-
not new. People practice nepotism all the time. I don't understand. Listen, if you
Mr.
say,
Beefy is nepotistic.
Not,
Yeah,
not at that scale.
oh,
Not
come
at that
on,
scale.
Mr. Namwe, break it down for them.
Not
Tell them
at
who
that
was
scale.
in government
His-
and how
his
they were related to the president.
His brother was the finance
Oh,
minister.
man.
So was that common in Africa or basically
Let him speak, Carla. Just give him a chance. Let him speak.
Liberia's the only country that
Even then, it was uncommon. Even then, his brother was the president of the Senate. His son was the speaker. Was in the.
Oh,
the
you know,
House.
hold on. You know that his brother was the first black millionaire, like one of the first.
Carla can't let the man speak. We get all of that. Let me just break it down,
I didn't
please.
know that. you guys are
The
funny.
same old babble, man. Oh, woe is us.
I didn't say anything. Did I say anything funny?
No,
I'm
mean,
just saying
the way
you guys are acting as if that this is something new that happens.
I thought this was an opportunity for us to have a conversation.
Yeah, all right, man. But you, like I said, you got to get to the point. You know, what I want to hear is like I said, we Dollar Bill both agree. You know, you guys felt you're outside. You're completely justified by saying we don't want to be ruled by these people, no matter how much. That's what I really.
That's not even what it was. That's why you're not understanding it. That's why you got to give them a chance. They wanted to be included in the governance of the country. Not that they didn't just want to be ruled.
Fine. If that's what you say, just say that. Say we didn't want to be ruled. We wanted to be ruled by Native people.
We wanted to be included.
No.
Equitable, distribution of political power. That's what they wanted.
First of all, the Masakoids and the Fambulas was like two of the most powerful families in Liberia. What are you talking about?
You say that again?
The Masakoids and the Fambulas, I know them. They're like two of the most powerful families in Liberia. They're Native.
Okay, Carla. They were president and vice president and had the control of the country's wealth and political power.
The country.
It was
the Masakoid family that brought the bong mines to Liberia. It broke it. They were powerful diplomats in Germany. What are you talking about?
So what does that mean?
It means the fact that you like this eye about Native people were not marginalized was a lie. You know,
it's not.
You're going to Nimba County right
that's
now.
Why you have to listen.
Say no. I'm saying this. I know. Could you go to Nimba County right now and you got people that friggin' are rising up, building their county and everything like that, you know, and they got millionaires.
Mr. Nam would tell this guy what Thomas Kuhn who came from Nimba County. You think he would have been a part of that coup if his people were free and have the same rights?
I'm really
like you guys.
He's married to a prominent daughter of Nimba County.
Watch this video. I want to say like this.
Let me ask you this, Carla. Let me ask you this.
The people in this video, right?
Carla, show respect to the guests for once, man. Show that you're a man. You can respect other men.
Let me ask you this, Carla.
I am respecting them. You know.
So the significance of Nimba County right now, what is it to this conversation? Tell me.
Well, it tells me that first of all, if you study the history,
you want to pit it against me because I'm a crime man. That's what you want to do.
No, it's not that. It's not
bigot.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. The
Dad,
people
come on.
When you talk to them, they basically, you hear them. They're always like, "Yeah, the people in Monrovia created a government. We had our own thing going on up here, you know, because they had a connection with Guinea, Ivory Coast, and other places like that. They were thriving up there by themselves. They weren't basically." They weren't beholden to Monrovia. They had their own.
One of the mastermind of the coup was a man from Nimba.
Yeah, but those are people he probably didn't have power.
No,
like I said, the coup was done by people who didn't fit into the native culture.
Listen, Carla, listen to him for example. Let him speak.
That's not true. And they didn't fit into the Congo people, right?
That's not
true. Let the man speak for a second, Carla.
So when the coup happened, right, they thought it was their chance to get
Carla is
power, and they were rejected by the friggin' PRC. I was like, class.
Who was rejected by the PRC?
Yeah, the progressives. They ain't listen to him. You know?
Yeah, he said that. But don't try to just let him speak. Go ahead, Mr. Nambo. Say what you want to say.
They refused to follow the plan as we indicated, and they agreed, but they took to the excesses, and it became difficult for them to follow the plan to liberate our people, and so we got out. But I don't know, Nimba County was the Kwiwonkwa, who was the commanding general of the PRC. He was from Nimba. I mean, there were lots of Nimba people in the government.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, when you look at Nimba people, you talk to them today, right? And they're like, hey, you know something? You know, they actually love their county. They love Liberia. They love the history, and also my good friend, Great African, right? They love
Great African, Mr. Number is called Famula's brother. It's called brother.
Yeah, I know that, but the whole thing is they don't really speak. You know, that's what he told me.
Well, I tell you this though, my wife is from Nimba, if you must know. So I don't know.
Well, I know that. But what I'm saying is this: so when you look at people like Great Africa is somebody that's prospering in Nimba. You know, he's a businessman, and I know the people I stayed at Jackie's Lodge and whatnot. You know, people that I was talking to people, I said talk to the people that work there, and so I was like amazed how these people knew so much about us in America and stuff like that, and the story of the Black American, African American, and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, man. They're like, yeah, you guys are always welcome here and whatnot, you know. And also, Great Africa will tell you, I thank God for the ancestors that came from America and established Liberia. He goes, the reason I'm rich today is because these people established something. He goes, he has family on the other side of the border in Guinea. He said they always try to sneak back into Liberia because it's better in Liberia if you're from his tribe, you know. He said, yeah, French Africa is nothing.
Carlo, you don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I do. I'm just going by. You want to take that? Ask Great African. What he said. He said, look, his family,
that's what I said. You take secondhand information and you stand on it as if it's 100% factual.
I got a question. What happened to the Progressive Party after they
When's the last time?
Carlo, Bantu has a question. Let him ask his question, please. That's a great question, Bantu.
Y'all don't learn how to talk like a dog
You
sometimes.
got the floor next. Mr. Najee, when's the last time you've been
No,
to Liberia?
that was my only question.
Mr. Najee, when's the last time you've been to Liberia?
What tribe do I belong to?
When's the last time you've been to Liberia?
Oh, I was there in December. This is going December.
Okay, when you're downtown Liberia, right? Michelin Street and all that stuff like that, you know those aren't Liberians, right? Those are people all over West Africa. So if Liberia was so bad and everything like that, why do people love this culture and this history and everything like that so much from all over Africa?
I don't know. When you said people,
this guy's asking rhetorical questions and want to make it a legitimate question.
Let me tell you this.
Why are people migrating there instead of going to?
You asked me a question.
Yeah, let him answer.
Let me answer. You asked me a question. Let me tell you. Usually, when I go to Liberia, I go to Nigeria and I go to Ghana. When you visit these countries and see how much progress they're making and see how far back
you guys had the country for 45 years
compared to over 200 years.
So you're gonna blame? See, this is the problem I have. So in other words, basically, you arrested the country in 1980, right? You had 2 generations, right, to solve all the problems and everything like that. You said it was the native people. So the progressives and the PRC should have came together. If you say that the Congo people are the problem, or not, you guys should have came together and built that country. Liberia should be on top of the rest of Africa.
I don't believe I said that the Congo people are the problem.
That's what you're saying.
No, I never said that.
From you know?
What I said to you was prior to 1980. They dominated the country and denied.
But I'll tell you. That's
Paolo, you gotta let him speak, bro. I mean, Bantu, you guys are listening to this, right? This is a guest. This is a renowned Liberian that I brought on the platform, and Carlo can't let him speak.
After 1980,
you know that's what was going to happen.
The vestiges of the American Liberian are still around. You and I, we just talked about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
She's not an American Liberian.
Say that again?
She's not an American Liberian.
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf?
No, she's not American Liberian, bro.
Yeah, I just said to you how she falls into the American Liberian category.
I'm not
going to go back again.
She's not American Liberian, but she's part of the Congo people. She's part of the Congo group.
No, she's not part of the Congo group, you know?
Yes, she is.
Ask Barn Sherman's wife. They said that woman's wicked, you know? She's a native lady.
I mean, that's what I keep saying. Secondhand information don't make it reality, Carlo. If somebody tell you something, you hear some hearsay, and you think that's the fact.
Barn Sherman's wife, who knows her personally, you know, don't know what she's talking about?
What are you talking? Vonnie Sherman was her political rival. Do you even understand what you're talking about?
His wife basically told me.
Yeah, Vonnie Sherman was her political rival. She stifled him in the elections, and she brought him onto her party, and he was the chairman of her party.
I love Ellen Sirleaf.
Come on, man. You don't know nothing, Carlo.
Let me tell you the
whole thing is she was not a Congo lady. She was not American.
Carlo, will you respect this man and give him some time to speak on his platform?
Let me tell you why Mr. Sherman's wife will hit Ellen Johnson. Mr. Sherman was one of the most popular, one of the most successful lawyers in Liberia, but Ellen Johnson Sirleaf brought him down. And she brought him down. brought him down to his knees. As Elvis is saying, they were political rivals. He was the chairman
When I talked to the wife, she wasn't saying nothing about that. You know,
Of course, that's because people don't tell you all of these things, Carla.
Ellen Johnson caused. Yeah,
you're not informed, bro. You think you are, you're not.
I interviewed. I went to the horse's mouth. I got it from the source. You haven't interviewed.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Sherman's resources were, he was sanctioned by this government, and he was dispossessed of his resources. He had houses here, Virginia, all over the place. Those are all being taken away.
Because he's supremely corrupt.
Yeah, so
very corrupt. You don't even know who Warren Sherman is, and you're trying to brag about his wife.
So you will have to understand why his wife would be so.
I think his wife even divorced him. I don't even know if they're still married.
Bottom line, she was basically she wasn't talking about that. All she was talking about, she said, this lady, and all of a sudden, basically, her guy that was working there, right? I didn't know he spoke English. When he just busting up laughing when I said, these guys, I said, my man over knows what we're talking about. He's over in the corner cracking up laughing when she was talking about Sirleaf. He was sitting there with some kid.
Yeah, it's jealousy. It's jealousy. Because her husband is a world-renowned lawyer, Harvard educated. But when he went to Liberia to run for president, Ellen Johnson whooped him politically. And then made him the chairman of her party. And brought him as a stooge underneath her rulership.
Absolutely.
So you don't understand that. You don't understand the dynamics in Liberia, Carla. You just want to talk.
Was that fair?
You guys
was that fair that she?
That was a political fight.
Well, that's the same thing,
right? They both competed. Dollar Bill. Barney Sherman had his resources. He competed. Ellen Johnson competed, and she won.
How can they compete if they're in the minority? How can they compete?
What do you mean a minority?
If these in the minority, all right. And the other,
Mr. Namwe, tell these guys who could run for president during the time of the True Week Party. You can run. No. I couldn't just get up and run for president. That's what you don't understand, Dollar Bill. Tell them about D. Wood Tware. Tell them about D. Wood Tware. What happened to him when you try to run for the presidency?
Not just anybody.
Not just anybody could run. That's what you don't understand. But in that election, we had over 20 people running for the presidency.
Not all Congo people run either,
Let me tell you.
Those poor Congo people, right?
Let me tell you one of the debilitating clauses they had in the Constitution. To run for office, you had to own a certain amount of property, and the majority of people they couldn't own up to, and so we were effectively kept out of government. And there were no.
You guys had most of the land. You had most of the property. You go to Nimba and places like that. Native.
What is a parcel of land that you cannot till? You can't do nothing with. You don't have the implement to till.
Hold on. That's why. Hold on. This is why. All the respect, right? Nimba is Nimba. What Nimba people tell me, they said.
Carla, you think you know Nimba more than Mr. Nanwe? You think you know Nimba more than him?
Nimba people are now taking their traditional land and turning it into real property when they're getting rich.
Yeah, and I like that you're saying now, and that's not before.
You guys neglected. You guys rejected the Congo people culture. Of
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It is the truth. You guys,
the culture is with us today. People in Liberia still practice the culture. It wasn't about culture. It was about power, Carla.
No. Traditional land.
They were African American. They weren't like you.
Taking loans again. When you put the keys on the property, now it's real estate. That's what's happening in Liberia right now. Traditional land.
You know what it is? If it were white people, it would have been different. And they would have been a whole lot more brutal.
Of course, if the Congo people were white, then we would be having this conversation.
Exactly. And they would have been much more brutal to them, right? Because
what the white people did when they came to America? They literally wiped out Native America. They poisoned their waters, gave them smallpox blankets.
Billions of them. And today,
that's what you guys don't even understand. The progressive, Mr. Namwe, tell them about the election of Emma Sawyer in the mayor election of Monrovia.
Yeah. Before y'all do that, Ben, to do
they're not interested in hearing this.
They're not interested. That's the thing. I even regret that I brought you up here because these guys they don't have good dialogue.
Y'all get so emotional. Y'all act like little ass kids.
They came on the show with the preconceived notions, and they're not prepared. They're not prepared to open up.
We're not gonna listen to brainwash. You gotta come, bro.
You're filibustering, Colin. This is shameful. I would have brought more people on the platform, but this is shameful.
Right? I thought I was gonna hear.
You're not open-minded. You don't even let the man speak.
No, all I'm hearing
what a disgrace, bro.
About woe is us is we were innocent victims and everything like that. The Congo
That's
people.
Not even what he's saying.
Like this.
He wasn't. They were never advocating overthrowing the government. That wasn't his place. That wasn't his advocacy.
We were good. We were victims.
You kept referencing the families and the massacre as I'm about to leave your show. Let me tell you this. Here in America, you have what they call the few Negroes and the house Negroes. When
they were. That's what you don't understand. They were.
I'm gonna get some monster coins up here.
Those are people who were assimilated and brought closer to the Congo people, and therefore, they have privileges. But I'm telling you,
they rose above the Congo people. The monster coins are the most educated group.
An ambassador is higher than the president. Sure, they rose above the column.
You guys keep looking at the president. It's not a.
The guy was an ambassador to Germany. What are you talking about?
Like Elvis, right? When you talk about a republic, it's not a kingdom. The president is not a ruler. He's a president. He serves the people.
Oh so yeah, you know Liberia. We have an imperial presidency. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You know,
the president almost have an emperor-like power in Liberia. You don't know what you're talking about, Tyler.
In Liberia, we have he didn't have that president.
You look at Liberia.
He doesn't know that, Mr. Number. These guys. That's why I brought you here to really educate him. But he's so thick-headed, he won't let you speak.
All this time, you got to educate yourself. What exactly is a republic? You know.
I'm telling you, you can have all of that ideological stuff in your brain. We're talking about the practice on the ground in Liberia. We have an imperial presidency. Do you know who Tubman was? You know how he ruled that country for 27 years? Do you know who Tubman was? Okay, then. So don't try to tell us about republic.
You're not educated, and you're not basically building institutions and everything, which you basically create your own political institutions and whatnot. Something like Tubman could happen.
No, because they wasn't allowed to have their own political institution and run for the presidency. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand that.
Who's preventing you from building your institutions?
Let him speak, Mr. Namba. Go ahead. He was a part of those fights to get those institutions built. Go ahead, Mr. Namba.
I don't know if they're gonna let me.
Go ahead. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself right now. You can have the floor. For your remaining time. You got it. I'm not gonna say one word. Go ahead.
Okay. And what was your question now?
About building political institutions.
Okay. So I tell you, we had two major political institutions that culminated into the days of the coup. We had the Movement for Justice in Africa, which is the MOJA, and then we had the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL. I belonged to the PAL at the time, and of course, my other brothers belonged to the Movement for Justice in Africa. So these were the very people who eventually were in prison. The leaders of these organizations were in prison. The Famula, the Tipote, the Sawyer, the Matthews. Those were, the Oscar Queer. Those are the people who were invited into the government by the PRC government. Those were the coup makers, the military takeover. When they took over, and how they got into the mansion and killed Torbo, the stories vary. But when they took over, they invited the progressives into the government. But like I said, within about a year or so, the clashes were apparent. They were not prepared to liberate our people. We realized they were all in there for their own benefits. Do you understand me? They began to enrich themselves. Samuel Doe, he became very, very dictatorial, very brutal. Some of the guys got killed. Some people had to flee the country. But we stood up and we fought until Charles Taylor came in 1989 and launched the revolution, the takeover of Liberia, which eventually culminated into the killing of Samuel Doe. But let me tell you this. Up to 1979, there was complete subjugation, domination of over 96% of the natives by the 4% American Liberians who came into Liberia. And we had that in place for over 100 years.
So the Congo people are the problem?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, you that's exactly what you said.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Evil people.
I'm not saying that.
Evil.
I'm just describing to you.
Exactly.
I'm just describing to you.
They no good. They
They
didn't build schools for the
natives. In many ways, they were no good because they could have done a lot better.
Okay, a poor country, right? Developing country, right there. They could. I guess Liberia was.
There you go.
Country still engaged in slavery.
He had a video on the screen showing the wealth of Liberia, but it was a poor country.
You just showed a video showing the wealth of Liberia.
I got a question.
Yeah, the bottom line is wealth is everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, come on, y'all.
This is what happens when you practice Ubuntu.
You just show a video proclaiming the wealth
of
Liberia.
Ubuntu. I love this Ubuntu, brother.
This ain't no damn Ubuntu.
When you practice Ubuntu, these folks will find a way. You put them in power, and you guys want us to share power with native with these native tribes, they'll find a way to rise up and blame everything on you and then murder you.
Strap you to the pole, murder you, and tell you
Again, that was the military that murdered those people, not the progressive. That's what you have to separate.
Gentlemen, as I'm about to leave you, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but let me leave you with
no
this.
problem. Anytime you want to come up.
Any people who are suppressed will rise up. Even the
Oh
slaves.
yeah, we agree. We agree about,
but
bro.
you make it.
Let him make his parting statement, Carla. Let him make his parting statement in peace.
We rose up for no reason. We were oppressed.
But you weren't enslaved.
Just like slavery took place here, and people were oppressed.
You weren't enslaved.
We were enslaved, you were not enslaved.
You cannot say you were enslaved. You weren't.
He wasn't enslaved. He never said he was enslaved. He said he was oppressed.
So you know what? The whole world is oppressed.
But then you still oppressed.
Not as we were.
That's not
Liberian. You guys don't know it. You didn't live it, man. You didn't live it. You just talking this BS. You didn't live it.
Anyway, gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity. Whenever you
crying. Thank you for coming on. I knew it was going to be difficult for him to let you speak, but thank you for being kind enough to come on.
It was interesting.
We appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, we'll see you on Sunday on the show. Thank you.
We appreciate his perspective. You see, guys, this is what we say all the time. You see, Baruti's coming around here talking about all this Ubuntu, and if we get in Afghanistan, how we should integrate into the community and all this nonsense.
I'm done with that shit.
Eventually, people will say, you're not like us. You have all the power because you have the expertise. You're not black like us. You're the blacks, and eventually they'll murk you. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's not what happened. That's what I'm saying. You didn't let this man tell you his story.
That's exactly what happened.
That's not what happened.
All right. Hey,
there were two groups of people. The progressive was never calling for overthrowing the government. The military went in there, killed those people, put them on poles, and killed them. That was not the progressive. That was the military. Two different people.
We all can't act like a dog.
That's what I'm saying. The dollar bill thing that these people killed the American Liberia. They never killed anybody. They were never involved in violence in the country. That's what you don't understand. So this is a man who never took a gun, never killed anybody.
If you lie and misrepresent Elvis, in the Bible it says those who lie about your brother.
What did he misrepresent, Colin? What did he misrepresent?
Well, you spell a lie and say something like Tober was getting rich and everything like that. Tober was
did you ever ask your question?
Tober was legitimately trying to liberate Liberia and make it self-sufficient.
Yeah, this is Kyler, bro.
Y'all some childish ass.
I have more important people to bring on the platform, but I can't even bring him now because Kyler he can't control his impulse.
We let him talk.
You want to have genuine conversation with real Liberian stakeholders. You have to be able to be a man and engage people properly. Not to do this filibustering stuff that you do.
But the bottom line,
this man is a renowned Liberian. He's a chemist. He teaches high school chemistry in this country. You think you can be some kind of flunky from the street to teach chemistry in the United States?
I know that.
But he's saying this guy is lying. He was a part of this movement.
I didn't say that, but okay, that's what he said. That's fine. But all I'm going to say is everybody's entitled to their opinion. I think we appreciate you, Elvis, for trying to bring people in and
I try my best, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You didn't allow him to give you his credential, tell you what he's done, what he was a part of to know his importance. This man is married to the former Chief Justice daughter of Liberia, the first native Chief Justice in the country from Nimba County. He lives in Nimba. His wife is from Nimba. She's a prominent daughter of that county. So he knows Nimba more than you, Carla. You can't tell him anything about the people of Nimba. That's what you don't understand. You talk. You have to engage somebody first and fill them out. Get to know who they are before you start engaging them. You never did.
All the stuff that I know that's not true. When I'm like, hey, look, I push back.
He lived in college. You heard secondhand stories.
He started talking about Donald Trump.
Later on, I think we're gonna have to play a film, a little short YouTube about the founding fathers, because people who were the founding fathers of this country were all rich people, and there's a reason why there was the Boston Tea Party. Okay, was the way it was in Boston, and who controlled the beverages. Okay, we need to talk about the beer. How
the
people
Stuyvesants and when that own Brooklyn, New York, half of New York,
and half of New York. So all of these people who were the founding fathers, these were not poor. Some of them started out with meager existence, but by the time they were grown men, they were all barons. And so you say that someone from the country is experiencing nepotism, well, that's just the way the world is.
Dollar Bill,
the biggest issue
in that system, you had the suffrage. No, I'm telling you, you had the suffrage movement where women was marching for their rights. They wanted more inclusion in government. They wanted to be able to vote. You had a civil rights movement where people marched for the right to be qualified as a full human being, have certain rights protected. So in democracy, people they agitate for their rights, and that's what his people were doing. They were agitating for more rights and more inclusion. That's what it was.
You think that I'm saying to you
they wanted power
that it was wrong? I didn't think. Like I said to the gentleman, I don't think you're wrong for wanting more power, but don't be disingenuous and talk about fairness and wealth, because there is no equality in wealth. Okay, people are not going to equally distribute financial wealth to people, especially if they don't have the expertise to control it. So this is why the reason why people are screaming and yelling.
This is the good thing about this country, Dollar Bill. One of the good things is that even though there's wealth inequality, but most people are not living in squalor. They have a means to have a decent life, to educate themselves and give themselves dignity. Are you
trying to say that the Liberians were putting these people in squalor?
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you a question.
The government has a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens.
They all abandoned their
These people are paying taxes. The land that you are taking resources from, you should use those taxes to benefit those people. Yeah.
You really believe that?
Elvis, you cannot compare today to the Liberian ran government back then. They didn't enslave people.
We never said that.
So they couldn't have possibly built up the wealth to do the things that you're expecting that people can do.
They were colluding like the other Africans.
It's not the same.
They were colluding with the Europeans to sell their own people into slavery.
No. With all due respect, can Bantu ask this damn question?
Oh, the man is gone.
I can answer that question because he's gone. I can answer it.
The man is gone.
That's a damn shame, y'all. Y'all really got work in y'all decorum.
I don't think
y'all be too damn passionate. If y'all can't have a conversation,
I think Elvis needs to relax.
Nah, I wasn't gonna let you guys gang up on him. The nonsense y'all and Tyler was trying to do.
If y'all can't have a conversation without acting hella emotional, don't have the conversation.
I'm not emotional. Elvis, you really think I was gonna jump on the man? Elvis, did you really think I was going to jump on the man?
Brother was going to say so it don't even shock me.
I just asked him a question.
And that's the thing, Carl. You're not open-minded. You already have a preconceived notion of what the person is.
Say what he wants to say.
You never learn anything.
I'm going to stop buying what he's selling. That's all.
When people talk about fairness and equality, you see, I think what happens is if these people are already living in squalor, when you start talking about fiduciary responsibility, you know what it is when people have fiduciary responsibility, when people buy into, the government. Well, how do you buy into the government? You follow the rules and the regulations of the government. You participate in the government. You have certain, when you go to jury duty and all of those civic things. If these people were not part and parcel of the government, what was the government's fiduciary responsibility to them?
Are you out of your mind, Dollar Bill? They were paying taxes.
They were paying taxes.
You need representation.
They
were paying taxes. The land that their ancestors occupied, they were getting iron ore, rubber, timber from those lands. And the people that live in that area, they got no development from the resources of those concessions.
And why did they develop their own land?
Did they want development?
Exactly. Why
are you kidding me, Jonathan? You think the U.S. government comes to a community and asks them, "Do you want development?" You don't want it. Okay, fine. We're going to let you be here. If the government develop the place because they know what's good for the people. That's what the fiduciary responsibility is.
Hold on. Dollar Bill, what's them people that be over there walking around with the old ass horses and shit in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania?
The Amish.
They ain't got no damn development.
Because that's the way that they want to live their life.
Exactly. So the locals want development.
They wanted to live like the Americans.
You think the natives didn't want development, Jonathan? Is that what you say? Don't insult my people, Jonathan. Don't say some stupid shit like that, bro. Don't be insulting, bro.
They didn't
Don't
even
say
know
that.
you were naked.
Listen,
You
I
didn't
know
know
people
you.
in
You didn't know you were
Philando land
naked
that don't want
until you
development. That's no guarantee they all want
you didn't know you
development.
wanted development till you saw other developed people. Otherwise, you were doing the same thing.
No, it was a culture shock. You had this highly advanced culture.
You had all of this land. You had all of this land.
Oh, Carla. I had so many top-notch people that I wanted to bring on your show, but Carla, you just ruined it, bro.
Bring them up here, man.
No, you think I'm going to bring more people on the platform when you act like that?
You know the bottom line is college will crush anybody you bring up.
What do you mean? You didn't let the men speak for more than 1 minute. You interrupted every chance you got.
I was really about to dig into him. I was being nice.
I had a good question for the guy. Y'all didn't even let me ask my damn question.
But I want him to come back, so I didn't.
Let me ask Elvis the question. How long have the locals been in power?
45 years.
Tyler said 45 years, right?
45 years.
45 years.
Now, over
that's
the
what I'm
course
saying. That's
over the course of 45 years.
No, hold on, Jonathan. That's a but.
They got all the power.
Kyler, when you say 45 years.
No.
Hold on.
All the power, man. 45 years.
Hold on. When you say 45 years, are you including the 14 years of civil war, the interim government? Are you including those years?
I guess that's the Congo people fault, right?
No, I'm actually, are you including those years?
Yeah, 45 years.
Okay, then. All right. So
you guys said the Congo people need Congo people need to go, right? So it's on you. You break it, you own it, right? Now it's yours, right?
You took it by force.
That's what I'm saying. The war, the war was destructive. It was it was a terrible war. But I guarantee you right now, the people who are running for presidents, the people who have the power in the country, they're happy with the outcome.
Hold on, let me say this, brother.
Yeah, they're happy being poor, and what's their
they're happy having power.
Elvis,
they were poor. They were poor when the Congo was in power. What are you talking about? You think it was wealthier then?
They got all the power and all.
They wasn't wealthier then, dollar bills. So their lives are way better off now.
What's their fiduciary responsibility to the people?
You think they were living high off the hole?
Dollar bill. Check this out. There was an incident when I was in Liberia, right? Where in Cape Mount, right? And I did my investigation with Brother Sam Cooper.
Burning down the government thing.
Check this out, Dollar Bill. Check this out. There's an incident where Liberian police under the new president got open fire on some people in Grand Cape Mount at a gold mine, right? And the people's argument was legitimate, just like a progressive argument. They said the gold mine company was supposed to bring this, they were supposed to build this, and people they didn't bring anything like they said. But the bottom line, the company, which a lot of native Liberians have stock ownership in, right? And they're getting paid, right? The chiefs up there and everything, they all had their little ceremonial dance and everything, and they lied to the people.
Snaps.
Right? And so,
of course. Now
people are like, wait a minute, all the stuff that y'all promised is not happening when and you're gonna rise up when not, and the government said, look, man, you can't do that. And they try to fight the police. The police open fire and kill them. Elvis knows that. And
you know why?
I mean, you're so half educated on Liberia. It's not even funny. You don't even know the full story.
Right to rise up, but the bottom line is this: you can't blame that on the Congo people, because the people who negotiated that were your chiefs up there and Sirleaf and all these other people and whatnot. Just like she screwed up with El Anito. So you got people like the native people who are basically blundering the country and whatnot, but they always resort back to the Congo people. No matter how
nobody's talking about. You think the people in Liberia are talking about the Congo people today? They're not talking about the Congo people anymore. Like Mr. Nam was saying, the Congo people barely exist anymore in Liberia. That's what you don't understand.
133 years. We only had it for 45 years. That's why.
Didn't he just say that the other woman was in the spirit of the Congo people? Right? You still have to have somebody to blame.
No, you're not. No. When Carla said she wasn't a Congo is both ethnicity and a class.
The Congo lady, because you always need the Congo people to blame.
No, that's what I say. You don't understand Liberia. You keep talking, and right when the man came here, you realize you don't understand. You have very limited knowledge.
I think this is a case study, and it should be seen and recognized as a case study
of what not
to do. And I think that the American Liberians and the Congo people
of how not to act on the panel.
I didn't say anything. I didn't encourage.
I was going easy because I want the brother.
You wasn't letting nothing go. You keep interrupting the man.
I was on my best behavior, Elvis, and you screamed at me, called me.
Nah, because you try to You try to big balls me, try to
Man,
mute me
you
and
know
shit.
what 30 plus
You shouldn't
years
have
are
taken
about
out
the
the debate.
damn
You
lost
just
your
people.
said conversation to.
He had you got
He was
cornered.
in debate
The last time we had a good conversation, Dollar Bill was beautiful. Now you came in on some other shit.
What did I say?
You tried, nigga. You muted me like 3 times, bro.
I had to because you were getting.
Why you had to mute me? Colin told me he
You're
should
mad
bring.
about that getting muted.
I was trying to learn. I was trying to lay the premise before the guy came when Colin accepted it. I'll be quiet. I'll let him. I would give him time, and he didn't do any of the sort.
As the co-host, it was my fiduciary responsibility.
That'll be for the shit, bro. I don't want to hear that shit, man.
I don't think the guy was really coming here to debate Elvis, but you know.
But Colin ain't ready for it. Colin ain't that. I'm sure you guys see all the shit Colin talks when we have real people with real stakeholders. He can't be quiet. That's why it's probably we got to go to a neutral platform where Colin can't overtalk people.
You want to go to
mute him.
No,
we got to go to a neutral platform because Colin. He can't give up the reins and let somebody speak uninterrupted for 2 minutes.
I didn't say nothing, man. I ain't say nothing, man.
Right, Colin, stop BSing. We all heard
it was
you,
interesting. But seriously, I thought it was interesting, to be honest.
And I'm telling you, this is what I wanted to do. I got so many interesting people. I'm from both sides of the divide. I'm friends with Congo people too. Really high-ranked Congo people I can bring on the platform. But Colin can't control himself, man.
I'll put myself down, right? And I'll let Dollar.
It's not about putting yourself down. Make a rubric for the debate.
I'll let Dollar Bill control the panel.
Hell no, okay, but Dollar Bill's not neutral.
Dollar Bill suffer from the same New York State.
I give him that power.
You got like a hive mind. You and Dollar Bill. You guys have a hive mind, bro.
We're having a debate, right? I'll let Dollar Bill.
That's that New York shit. I gotta stop the New York shit.
You guys have a hive mind. You guys are telepath to each other. You do exactly what he's thinking.
No.
I tried to Ubuntu the situation. But see, the thing is, I don't think the brother he didn't like the fact that I was saying, and I think this is one of the issues, right, that happened even in South Africa after the ending of apartheid. I know a lot of people, including myself, were saying you should throw the whites out.
Yeah,
but
right.
The reality is, reality comes in, clicks into view, and this is what the people didn't think of when they decided to do what they did. It's okay to take over power. People have the right to revolt. Even in America, our Constitution says, okay, if our government does not address our needs, then we have the right to revolt. The people of Liberia had the right to revolt. What they didn't have the right to do was to throw out of the baby with the bathwater. And when they did that, they sent their country reeling, and they have not been able
out of control. Now,
okay,
they'll never recover.
And that's what I'm saying, Dollar. But let me just tell you this, right? The man that brought on the panel,
yes, sir,
wasn't part of the military people who killed those people. Like he told you, he disagreed with that decision. I disagree with it. A lot of people disagree with it. Their focus was not to overthrow the government.
All of them.
They were asking for something called multi-party democracy. They wanted to form their own political institutions and run for elections in Liberia. That's what they wanted. There was a situation where I was trying to get them to explain. There was a mayoral election in Monrovia, and Amos Sawyer, who became, eventually the interim president, he was the candidate for the native people to run as a mayor of Monrovia. At that time, it wasn't,
and he wasn't even Liberian. He's from Sierra Leone.
It wasn't an appointed position. It was, it was elected.
Amos Sawyer.
And they tried to register the party so that they can run in that election, and they were denied.
Because he's not a Liberian. You know that, right? Amos Sawyer was born in Sierra Leone.
All I'm saying to you is this. In politics, these are things that happen all the time, right? We just witnessed in American politics, okay, what happened with Donald Trump, okay, and against the Democratic, machine.
Stomped their heads, man.
What you guys are saying, man, about fairness and equality is a bunch of bogusness. And this guy sounds like a very nice guy, an intellectual guy.
He does.
Right? He sounds like a nice brother, well respected, but he doesn't understand politics. He doesn't understand there's no such thing as fairness in politics. There's no such thing as, I think they should rule because this is not fair.
I'll turn the rule.
No, Dollar Bill. If you are 90% of the population and you're being
Doesn't
stopped
matter.
from registering political parties so that you can participate in politics, that's a problem.
Elvis,
You know
let me ask
why?
you a question,
You know
right?
why?
Hold
Can I
up,
just,
Let me ask
let
hold
me
you,
up,
say
Elvis,
this.
hold up, hold
You know
up,
why it
hold
would
up.
never work?
Elvis, are
Listen,
you
you
saying
know
that
why
they
you
wasn't
this is
allowed
another
to
thing.
vote?
This is
No, not
another
the
thing I want to ask him right before he got off, right?
Jonathan, stop it. Don't be so simplistic. Don't do that
No,
to me, man.
I'm asking because nigga, I don't know.
Yeah, you know
what
that you
they
can
should have
vote for
done?
you can make a
The
political
No, he
party.
said they wasn't allowed to register their
Yeah, to
political
register
party.
their own party and run their own candidate and vote. There was a True party
Okay,
who
Let me
had the
ask you, Elvis.
presidency.
Let me ask you a question.
okay, I get it. That
Elvis,
was
a quick
wrong.
question, right? I want to ask
Yeah.
your friend, right? I want to ask your friend, right?
Look, don't ask me
What,
nothing,
hold
Carla.
on,
You had a chance to ask him and you blew it.
Elvis, what would the progressive movement be if the Congo people somehow became the majority? What would
I don't know, Carla. I'm not going to answer hypothetical questions.
what would the argument be then?
Then they will have political rule fairly and squarely because they have the numbers. That's what politics is about. Whoever had the majority rules.
So you guys telling me
That's not
you
true.
guys would have? I look. I find
That's
it
not
hard to
true.
believe, even if you guys were the minority, right? You would
That's
sit back and have Congo rule. I don't buy that.
They ruled for over 130 plus years when we were the majority. What are you saying, Carla?
If they were
So
majority,
what?
you
They
guys
had
would
the power. They had the money. They had the education.
Dollar Bill, you keep trying
What
to
do you
justify it,
expect?
bro. I mean, I don't know.
There's
You're just trying to poke me or what?
justification. Listen, there's no justification. Okay,
Life is not fair.
People who have the money, who have the power,
Your organization.
listen, do you realize that the majority of people in America, okay, who were living in America were uneducated white people? They didn't have, they had the numbers, but they couldn't read, they couldn't do anything. So when the people who came here in Plymouth Rock,
what I'm saying, Dollar Bill, what these people was asking for were menial things. Things like let us register a political party or running these next elections that's coming up.
Why would we do that? That's stupid.
No,
it's democracy. What do you mean that's stupid, Dollar Bill?
America's not a democracy.
Wow.
Liberia's not a democracy. Liberia's a republic.
So it's stupid to you for people to be enfranchised to vote and have political agency? Wow, Jonathan, I hope you guys are hearing this, man.
Can I explain this?
Y'all making America Liberian sound like devils.
What would your argument be then?
Can I explain something?
Wow.
If you just think about this, I just want you to think for a minute, okay? If you're 4% of the population and you allow 90% to vote, do you think you're going to have any power?
Oh, so it's right to keep power for yourself. That's what you're saying.
Yes. To the victor is the spoils.
Hold on.
Right.
Dollar Bill, are you trying to say that the Jews have no power?
That's not what I said. What I'm saying to you,
you don't have to be in political office to wield political power. That's
that's what I'm saying. Why did the native people?
They had the wealth. They should have been smarter. They were like 100 years ahead of most natives.
People feel like the only power they had to have was political.
Take a step back. Use your money to influence the outcome in politics, like most billionaires in this country does.
Tyler, you said
I think you're right about that.
Take L.
You know what they should have done?
The American Liberians took an L. They should have caused divisions amongst the tribes and used that division to keep themselves in power.
They should have marginalized the
people. Hindsight, check this out. Hold up.
Yeah.
Let me everybody look. Hindsight, I say like this, right? Looking back on it, I say the American Liberians in 1940 should have said, okay, natives, the country's yours. We're going back to the United States. We got a civil rights movement brewing. That's what I would have done, you know? And Liberia would have never developed.
What I would have done was I would have had me some puppets. I would have had me some puppets in there. And then
Jonathan, I insist. You must go to Liberia for your vacation.
And when the people wanted to revolt, they could revolt against their own Congo people. I would have played them. See, the thing is, this
look,
is what I'm saying.
Dollar Bill, in 1960, right? In 1960, they incorporated, I think, 4 counties into the country, the 4 largest territory that was incorporated into Liberia.
They should have never done it.
In 1960.
They should have stayed the oligarchs and run the power.
So that's the thing. When you want more land mass and you want more people to be a part of your nation, you then have to realize you're going to be a minority. And if you try to disenfranchise those people for so long, they're going to get fed up and they're going to want to participate in democracy. That's the problem.
And they're going to screw it up like they've done it now. They're going to screw it up the way they've screwed it up for the last 44 years. Why? Because they don't know how to run power.
Dollar Bill, do you know that when Obama became president in this country, many people thought that was the end of the country because they didn't think a black man mixed man had the capacity, the mental capacity to run this country?
Yeah,
He was a graduate from Columbia University.
Say that again?
And he was a graduate from Columbia and Harvard.
What'd you say, Jonathan?
Didn't nobody go nowhere. Motherfucker say that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that white people, listen what I'm saying, with all the education that we know he had, right? There were still people who thought he was incapable. He was going to be incompetent. Because of racism and because of bigotry.
He did at Columbia was sealed. No one knew about him, you know?
Every Kala is talking nonsense. You think you're smarter than Obama, Kala? You think you're smarter than Obama?
If it was me, this is what I would have done.
Do you think you're smarter than Barack Obama?
I know I am. You know, I know.
You see this?
I would have taken the box.
I know I am.
Don't forget, Kala, you didn't even get a bachelor's or associate degree, Kala.
Elvis, I don't want you getting kicked off tonight.
Tell me something about it. You think
Okay, I'll hush, Jonathan. You're right.
You know Kala's smarter than Obama, okay?
Yeah, Kala, you're right, Kala. You smarter than Obama, Kala. You smarter than him. You could have been president had you ran, Kala. Man.
Why do we have to get down to the lowest common denominator?
Nah, because Kala said Obama records are sealed. Like he cheated his way into Columbia and then Harvard, and became the Harvard Law Review. You know, in Harvard.
Obama was smarter than Obama.
Obama was smart.
And Dollar Bill is smarter than.
But it wasn't the fact that he was smart. His mother
Ronald Reagan
was a honeypot for the CIA. He was a plant. Okay, and
but I'm telling you,
listen. With all due respect, I don't like Obama. That motherfucker's intelligent.
Well,
wait a minute. I hate Kamala Harris. That woman is intelligent too.
I mean, that says a lot about you.
So what? I could care less.
Jonathan Collins just think he's the smartest guy on the planet, which makes him even more, you know.
I'm not saying
Samuel Doe wasn't
smart. I'm not saying that, you know.
Yeah, damn right he wasn't smart. I gave you that. Well, Obama is damn smart.
Well, Elvis basically said George Weah should be president. Somebody said George Weah can't read.
No, I told you it's not a meritocracy. It's about popular, you know, populism. It's not a meritocracy. The smartest person don't always win political power.
Elvis, you know, this is the reason why I turned against Obama, right? Because you like him so much, right? You like Samuel Doe, George.
You didn't even know me during those days, Carter. Stop it. That's not why you turned against Obama. You didn't know me then.
Obama's just like another George Weah, you know?
Carla, none of these things were relevant at that time of your life. Stop it.
You know, so the bottom line is, I like this.
You probably got turned out by a woman, Carla. You probably like some chick who was Republican and she probably indoctrinated you, man.
Articulate, right? But the bottom line is, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? When he spoke to those brothers about Kamala, when that wasn't very intelligent, smart what he did, you know. He wasn't reading the room of how the move of Black America. He spent 8
Carla,
years.
You know what was smart that he did. You know what was smart that he did.
Yeah, he basically came and basically lectured Black men that the brothers whenever they.
You know what was smart that he did, Carla.
What? Trump won the election, bro.
He had access.
You know what was smart that he did, Carla.
Trump, he costed Kamala the election.
He was president for 80 years. He won the presidency in 2008, and then he won again in 2012.
And Donald Trump,
that was very, very smart of him to win 2 elections as a mixed man in this country.
White people wanted to vote for him to basically get out of white guilt. And when I say we voted for a black person, that's all that was. And he just happened to be there.
Carla, you hate black people, Carla. You're like Uncle Ruckus, bro. You want to be the only good black man in any space.
I'm saying that
Obama bad.
White people tell you, they'll say, I'm not racist. I voted for Barack Obama twice. That's all it was. You know, they thought they were gonna get some marks with us because
I hear all of that, Carla, but damn sure you're not smarter than Obama.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm not, you know. But the bottom
don't say maybe. It's a definite. You're not.
Never gave those native people.
We gotta stop saying maybe.
Right. He said maybe I'm not. It's definitely
nothing for Black America, right? And say he took care of all these other groups. They do nothing Black people, and then have the audacity, right? Being smart enough to be like, yo, like I better set this out because, you know, I don't think people are feeling me because I don't have no credibility. He actually came like he had some mandate from God to speak.
You're being silly, right? Obama campaigned for Hillary, she lost. He campaigned for Joe Biden, he won. He campaigned for Harris, she lost. So what's the takeaway?
Bottom line, look.
I mean, come on.
You had Bill Clinton,
He ain't even a real
two-time
African.
president.
He's a fake-
Well, I'm just
he's a
glad.
fake
I'm just glad.
Former presidents don't detect election
No, we're not
results,
gonna hear
bro.
from Obama no more. He's finished. You know.
He's done. Let him,
I mean, that's
let
what
him
you
go.
want. You want all of these black
again.
people who have political capital to be wiped off the
This
face.
is what happens
Obama's done, Elvis.
when you go to an
Man.
African country.
Well, maybe
and
Obama
you
can
wanna
go to Liberia
share-
and then run for president.
You
How
want
about
to
We'll take him in a heartbeat.
I know you would.
We'll take our Kenyan brother.
You want to share with the
I will look.
natives.
I will give it
and
to
you
you.
wanna
I'll wrap a
blend
ribbon
in.
around him, right?
We'll
Give him-
take Michelle too to be our first lady.
I'll wrap Obama in a bow and ribbon when I hand him to you. You know, hey, look.
No, we'll take Obama. We'll take.
This is what happens when you go to an African country and you claim you think you one of them hoteppers walking around with your hat on your head. Start talking Ubuntu, you end up getting knocked off in the beach. That's what
Yeah, that beach, man. That thing. I'm cheering.
Yeah, we don't agree with it, Colin. That's what I keep saying. Reasonable-minded people don't agree with the execution of those people. But the agitation for more rights was just.
The executions or whatever. Were they?
There's no such thing as agitation for rights. Get out of here.
Dollar, I'm surprised at you, man. I'm guessing you disagree with the civil rights movement, right? That wasn't just.
The civil rights movement has nothing to do with what was going.
No, people was advocating for rights. What are you talking about, Dollar Bill?
You acting like they were enslaved or something. Y'all niggas.
No, they wanted political inclusion. Those were rights that they wanted.
Political inclusion.
They wanted power. They all thought they were going to get rich. They thought they were going to be the Congo people.
You want to equate.
You think without the civil rights, Obama could have been president?
Do you think
all of that led to Obama becoming president because African American was looked at as 3/5 of a human being. After the civil rights, they have 4 rights.
No, that's a lie.
Oh, you don't have 4 rights, Tyler?
Elvis, let me tell you. Let me give you some
American history from.
Okay, I mean, you guys are still in slavery. You can't run for any office. You can't be senators, representatives. You can't serve as presidents. I guess
Elvis,
you don't have 4
say that
rights.
they were modern slaves yesterday, nigga. Don't be fake.
You Negroes were not enslaved because you couldn't get your price for rice.
Who was the one saying they were modern slave? Was it
Bomani?
Bomani. Yeah, Bomani said we're modern slaves.
He'll say that.
He said working in slavery.
Figuratively, he was saying that. He was saying.
Nah, bro, don't try to clean it up. That nigga said working in slavery, paying bills in slavery.
Mobamba of many villages said that many Africans support Ubuntu and are trying to move into that philosophy space. Kala and Dollar Bill are the only blacks I've heard of.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep laughing at it, man. It's a
Ubuntu. Yeah, Ubuntu got them over there in the beach on stakes.
I would like to know. I always ask this. I don't know if I asked this question right. How come I don't hear about Ubuntu work ethic? Ubuntu, let's say, what's the things that?
You know it doesn't exist. That's why you don't hear about
Burundi. You know there was a soccer player called Patrick Mboma from Cameroon. One of my favorite soccer players of all time. I don't know if that's where you got the name from. If it's from Cameroon.
We don't like soccer.
In the Liberia.
Mboma. Patrick Mboma.
You gotta ask.
The Liberians ate him.
You gotta ask the brother.
What do y'all think the future of Liberia is now?
I don't know. I think
trash until they put the Congo people back in power.
I not hearing this brother today, man. I don't know, man.
To the American until we come back.
Listen,
man,
I'm not
knocking each other in the
sugarcoating
head.
this. Now, when I asked earlier how long were the natives in power, do y'all realize that during that time period, Rwanda had a whole genocide for years?
And 1 million people died.
And they have a GDP that is 4 to 5 times what Liberia.
Let me tell you the time span, Jonathan.
That's bad.
In 1980, the natives took power through the coup for the first time in the history of the country, right? From 1980 to 1989, there was war. The war came through Nimai County. From 1989 until 2003, we had a 14-year civil war. From 2003 to 2006, we had an interim government. And from 2006 up to now, we've had native rule. So that's the time frame that you have to understand.
Right, no. You had rules.
And during that time period, Paul Kagame has turned Rwanda around.
Yeah, 14 of those years was civil war. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but
and the country was being destroyed.
And during that time period, other countries that had civil wars and they had turned
just face it, man.
Around.
You guys just screwed up a big thing, man. It's okay.
If you're unable to develop the industries, because apparently Liberia ain't doing that now. then
They have nobody to
sometimes it's
blame.
best to step the fuck down and let the people who have the capabilities do so.
They'll
And that's
blame
Yeah, but
it.
us. They just have
Jonathan,
somebody to blame.
I would agree with that
They've
notion.
been treated
But that's the
unfairly.
thing with politics, right? It's not a meritocracy. People vote on who they want. In this country, a lot of people feel like certain people are not fit to be president, but they became president. They ran the country how they wanted to run it, and after they fucked up, like what happened with Biden, the border, the inflation, he got voted out of office. That's what democracy is.
Yeah, you
And that's
believe
why I
in
say
democracy. I don't believe in democracy.
I believe in democracy. Yeah.
Democracy, no, democracy is
I
not.
don't believe in
African,
democracy
bro.
either, really.
I don't believe in democracy, bro. It doesn't work with
Of
black.
You
course,
should
Tyler,
only
we can tell you want to be a
Oh,
dictator,
you
man.
got to reach a certain
you should
level.
only believe in democracy if it benefits you and it benefits the people. The last 40 years, whatever, the Liberians have not
They
benefited
are
from
suffering
democracy.
really bad in that country, of democracy.
I mean, it's not all bad, Jonathan. There's development going
Yeah,
on.
listen, it's never all bad in any country.
Yeah,
There's always a
that's
there's
what I'm
always
trying
a
to tell
top
you. We've
percentage of
only
people that's
had
doing well, but the
we've only
majority is
had
bad.
genuine civilian rule, Jonathan, from 2006 up to now. We've only had genuine peaceful civilian rule.
Okay, so 19 years.
Yeah, 19 years.
Do you know any
12
country
years
right
of
now
12 years
that's
of
on
Ellen
the
Johnson
cusp?
Sirleaf, who was there for 12 years, got a lot of international aid. I think it was like 12 billion in aid and in cash. And she barely did anything with that money. A lot of people were
Yeah,
angry
That's
about
what
that.
Africans do in
Look,
power.
let me tell you something, right? Everybody that you talk to in Liberia, say what about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. They say, well, things she was in office. That's what they say.
What? Say that again, I didn't hear you.
They say most of the people tell me and I don't even, I don't like Ellen Sirleaf, but what I heard from Liberians was, they had more money. We had gas. You see what gas prices?
Yeah, why? And that's why nuance is important, Tyler. You don't understand the nuance. You know why? You know why?
She was doing.
No, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, Tyler. We had UNMIL, the United Nations mission in Liberia. They were there.
So why was
hold on? Let me explain it. Right?
Why was in the whole
Tyler, you gotta let me explain it, bro. Learn something.
He is a true weak party.
Listen, Tyler, listen. That's why things were better because we had an inflated economy when the United Nations in Liberia was there. They were renting homes. They were they were inflating about $500 billion a year in our economy. We had NGOs who are coming.
$500 billion.
I'm telling you, we had NGOs who came from other countries who were renting properties, who were bringing money into the country. People were working for the UN and other NGOs from other countries. So the opportunities were plentiful. It wasn't because of her ingenuity that people have more money in their pockets. It was because of foreign investment and foreign infusion of cash.
How you gonna have $500 billion little tiny Liberia? Stop it!
I didn't say $1 billion. I said $1 million, not billion.
You said billion.
No. I mean, I said billion. If it came up with $1 million, I said million, not billion.
500 million. That's nothing.
No, yeah, 500 million. That's what I mean. But that was an infusion of cash, and they inflated and gave us a self-sense of prosperity
in America, man.
And right when she was leaving in 2017, UNMIL left. So they were there ready to protect her and make sure nothing happened to her because she was implicated in the war, and they didn't want nothing to happen. So they were pretty much there to protect her. Once she left the presidency, they left.
No, it ain't.
I said for Liberia. There's only 4 million people there. That's a lot of money for them.
Yeah, it was a lot of money, bro. I mean, I'm telling you, a lot of people threw a lot of. That's the thing about us Africans, and I would agree with Colin Dollar Bill on this point. Even Jonathan, a lot of people had a lot of goodwill because, especially Ellen was a darling of the West. The lighter, they didn't give her the Nobel Peace Prize, which is ironic, but they brought a lot of aid. This $12 billion that was infused into the country was not all in cash; it was in kind, like doing roads and doing other things that other countries who wanted to see us rebuild after the war. They try to infuse into the country. And many people feel like we don't really see the 12 billion investment in the country today because we didn't see the benefits of the fruits of that money. And many people blame Ellen. Her son was highly corrupt. He stole hundreds of millions of dollars and then fled to South Africa. He's living in South Africa right now. George Weah came, and a lot of people felt like he was going to prosecute these people who squandered all of those monies, and he didn't do a damn thing. And he himself became corrupt, and he left out of office. We got another guy who many people thought was going to prosecute George Weah and his people who stole money. He's starting to steal money himself. It's just it's a loop. You know, and it's a curse of most African countries, especially in West Africa.
Congo, man,
The other countries that's doing well, like Kenya and Rwanda, kudos to them. They seem to have figured it out. But sometimes people like us on the West African coast, we have a hard time figuring it out. Nigeria have a lot of corruption, but they do have
Elvis, I want to get
and that's exactly why that me and Bantu, we're from East Africa. We're of East African descent.
Okay, you guys change your
y'all West African asses just know. We understand what it is now.
Nah, Bantu is a Bantu. He's from Central Africa.
Support
that. Late West.
Okay,
yeah, you're gonna be like the NBA. You're gonna cut your attachment to West Africans because you're embarrassed of us, Jonathan. I get it.
Feedback on the topic, right?
The West Africans.
The topic tonight is the model minority versus Black America. Now, I was talking about the Asians, right? And they're dealing with this idea that Asians feel like they're being suppressed and used, but now Africans are stepping into this role. You know, they're stepping into the role. Like Nigerians walk around buck dancing and cheesing. Like they, think of, you see that dollar bill, that muscular Nigerian guy.
Oh yeah.
Somebody got pulled to the side and say, "Bruh, we don't do that here." You know, we don't do that here. There's certain things we don't shake.
Have you ever seen that Turkish guy with the big belly that do the
I don't look like a Turk.
You have people like that on the internet who are internet personalities and they make money like that.
Nigerian guy, they don't know the thing. There's a disclaimer. This is a Nigerian Negro. You know.
White people do the same thing, Carter. You have Honey and Boo Boo. You have people who play a damn fool and they make a lot of money from playing the fool. That's what I'm saying. White people can be a fool. Black people can be a fool too.
For Honey Boo Boo, stop.
No, I'm saying there are people of all races who can be a fool for a little cash.
Yeah, but I don't like put on. But I'm saying this though. We have to admit, right, that there's a myth going around, like Michael Olewale and all these people that basically trying to paint Nigerians as model. There are people in the chat room.
Kala, I wanted to ask you a question. Why you came so angry on the show today, Kala? You were so damn mad on Kaza's show, man.
No, because Kidola's a fucking piece of shit. You know why?
Are you on there today?
Yeah.
That shit was funny as a bitch. Was on there.
It always happens when I'm at work, right? I'm trying to talk, right? My phone's ringing. I got clients calling me. Like,
I had to join that shit.
I got a busy day today. Anyway, what I was saying was, I told Kidola, that lady, that was for righteous. That lady talking, that was for righteous. She was trying to cover her name. That was for righteous. That lady's crazy, you know? Talk about, we don't want you, we want to represent. These people are literally sick. They're crazy, you know? And you look at her fingers, she got one of those fat black girl fingers, you know.
We didn't even see the lady. Why are you attacking the lady, bro? You know, she was making a lot of sense. She was defending her people, bro. She didn't say nothing disparaging about you.
She making sense. Look, the bottom line is anytime a black person in America, African Americans try to say that they're not African when they're sick, they're mentally ill, right? And you don't have to talk to them. And he said, black people say, I say, Kidola, that's online. You go in the regular public, most black people in America never heard of FBA. You know, they never heard of FBA. They don't know anything about the founding of America. And the bottom of all these FBA people are embarrassing us in the world when this FBA shit, you know.
Yo, Tariq Nasheed made FBA famous.
Yeah, man. So the bottom line is this: they have a right to basically claim it, but you don't have a right to tell me I'm an FBA. You know, that's the problem I have.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying? So when you say FBA,
like you call yourself
like this 45, 50 million people. No, it's not. It's like a few hundred of them on the internet, you know, that do that shit. So basically, with Kidola, instead of being intelligent, what I say, like I'm starting to doubt Nigerians. They say Nigerians are smart, but I'm starting to doubt that shit, you know? Instead of saying, you know something, I go around the internet. If I get off of social media, right, and if I just look at normal black, if I pick up Ebony magazine, do I have FBA? When I go to I ask this question too. When you go to the library, right, and you go to, you need a black book section, right? Do you see foundational black American section? African American, right?
You don't right now, Kyle, but one day you just might.
No, it's never.
Kyle, you missed the conversation, right?
Hold on. When you turn on, we open the encyclopedia, and you want to talk about Black history, it says African Americans, right? In the encyclopedia. Almanac, the African American Almanac, the largest almanac in the world, right? African American Almanac. There's no such thing as a foundational Black American Almanac, you know? And she goes, we go, and culture. Who cares what that bimbo thinks? And culture.
Colin, let me say this. You're going to get a good laugh at this, right? So me and Bantu and other people was on the panel. Big Black was there too. Was talking to this dude who said he's an Indian, right? You remember that shit, Bantu? This dude said we asked him what was the original language of the Indians. He said English. That nigga said it was speaking English.
This dude said the Europeans created the Lakota English language in 1980.
For the natives, right?
These niggas just make up history. They make up anything as they go.
That nigga was making that shit up on the spot, bro. That shit was hilarious.
Look, I don't want my brother Jonathan Miller getting caught up in that shit, man, because it's like, yo, come on.
Man. Nah, Jonathan ain't that stupid. His hairline receded, but he ain't that dumb.
You never know, man. You just never know, man. You never know.
I think Jonathan is a Caribbean.
Jonathan is a proud FBA. Shit, what y'all talking about?
Certified
I think Jonathan's a Caribbean.
Jonathan's a real
FBA.
I think he's a Caribbean.
We ain't no damn Indians, though.
He's a Caribbean.
Yeah, that nigga said.
Yo, let me tell you something. Everybody on this panel is a sub-Saharan African. You got to take that L. You know, with the race of people.
Hey, don't tell some people in the chat, Carla, they don't like that shit.
I know you want to fight me.
Are sub-Saharan East African.
Yo, sub-Saharan Africa raise up, yo. Sub-Saharan Africa raise up.
Jonathan, don't be ashamed of your people, man. We're your people, bro.
Liz Nicole Jackson.
Don't run away from us.
Sub-Saharan
Africa. According to my Ethiopian family.
Oh, Chantel is back.
Yo, Miss Chantel, you are my Sub-Saharan African.
Chantel, come on the panel.
My Sub-Saharan African queen, you know, Miss Chantel. Okay, Miss Chantel, let's talk about. I don't think Sub-Saharan African, you know. You are Sub-Saharan African, you know. You gotta take that L with the rest of us, yo.
Let's get Chantel thing in here. Let's see what Chantel.
My great grandma said we were Native Americans, so I don't know.
He said, Bantu, you remember? He said the Indians were speaking Pig Latin. That was one of the language. I said, what?
My daughter got some big long hair. She don't look like the rest of the West Africans, so I don't know now.
Elvis was surprised.
I ain't never heard that shit, bro. I was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe it. He said Pig Latin, and he said some stupid shit. Uka. You know what it means? I'm like, what?
FQU, jealous hearted.
Oh, that's funny. We don't have been on for that. That shit was pretty funny. That wasn't funny. These Negroes are crazy. There's one nigga that be on. There's one nigga that be on TikTok, man. I mean, he like staring into the camera. This nigga look crazy, wild eyed. I'm a Native American nigga like Shaka Zulu. You know,
you get one of them hairdressers.
He looks like Shabba Ranks.
Shabba. He probably live in a teepee. He had an ethnogenesis. Is that what you had, Jonathan?
Look, I'll accept African Americans telling us that they're not African. I would accept that. But when dudes try to tell us they're Indians,
that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable.
And they can't tell us what language their people spoke. He said Native Americans don't speak any native language right now. I'm telling you, Navajo is the most spoken in Native American language. And that nigga said it was speaking English and Pig Latin.
What food did y'all eat? You tell me, you eating?
Yeah, he said English was a trade language. Imagine that, Carla.
Yeah, I guess they were eating chitlins back then. You know, like chitlins.
I enjoy.
That's what you are, Elvis. You're a Native American. You weren't really.
You was there, Jonathan. I seen you in the.
I'm an African from the jungle.
The panel.
You were a Native American.
I realized that Black Americans.
When we first came to the Americas,
you
were a Native American.
They just be sounding so stupid.
You lived in a wigwam.
Embarrassing.
You was
this nigga said I live in a wigwam. All about you heard that word in a long time. That's how I can tell you. Oh, live in a wigwam. He said I live in a wigwam. Yeah, have you heard of somebody say that word in a while? A wigwam. What is
wigwam? That's what they call it. It's like a teepee.
Well, you know, it's an actual animal, right? There's an actual animal called a wigwam. I think it makes silk or some shit like that.
Probably so.
Yeah, that's what people. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, and what happened to the white folks, man? Kung Fu Panther.
I guess we're getting too deep for them on this panel.
I got to check you out, man, over there.
This panel.
Why does Kaiser name himself after a role? He's a Kaiser role.
Yeah, you know the Kaiser is the head of the German the German emperor.
it's also
Kaizo?
Kaiser roll.
Kaiser.
Kaiser
It
roll.
means like
No,
Yeah, I know it's Kaiser.
Kaiser.
I don't wonder
That's
why
a
you saying
Kaiser.
It's also a
Kaiser. That's
roll.
Kaisorian is something else.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, but I'm
Kaiser.
calling him
Okay.
Kaiser. I'm calling him the Kaiser roll. You know, like he's part of a sandwich. And why has he got that ugly looking head thing, man? He looks like like an alien or something with that.
Yeah, I
with
don't know.
that bald
You know,
head.
it's the Yakub. I think he's part of the Yakubans, right? With the big head, I found the white race.
Where's
What are you,
Kaiser?
a Nubian or something? What's wrong
The
with you, Kaiser?
Wabian, the Yakub.
He's African or something.
Yeah, I think he's from Kenya. I think he's Kenyan.
He's
Okay, I've been
Kenyan?
to his country before.
He's
I
like
don't
a
even think he's
Negro
Kenyan,
King. He
man.
lives in Europe.
That dude be hustling like a mug on that platform, bro. Somebody said he had like $1,000 in one day of super chats. The way he does it, right? You can send super chats to put people down you don't like. If I'm talking some shit,
I'm gonna do
somebody
the
don't
same
like me, they
thing,
can
man.
send
I'm
like
gonna do the
$50
same
to
thing.
put me in the back for 5 minutes.
You know, say, look, if
That
you
dude
want
be
Elvis,
making
I'll
mad
do
money
that.
from super chats.
I'll do
if you
that
want
for like
Elvis timed out,
$5.
man, give me
I'll
$50.
time Elvis out for $5.
Yeah, he be featuring those dudes on that platform, bro.
I'll get you plenty of money.
Nagmeezy was on there too. Nagmeezy was up there for a couple times.
Yeah, what happened to Knocknees? I heard he got a white
Yo,
wife.
Nagme was going off on somebody, and the show ended. You know, Kaiser pulled the plug. You know, the show just ended because I guess he didn't want to get.
I haven't heard from Afro Think Tank in a while. What happened to that, bro?
Afro Stink
He's
Tank?
doing work. He's doing real work.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Dollar
Yeah,
Bill.
right.
And
Carla, you
where-
get a due props the last time, man. Don't change up now.
and where's my
I
man
give
Brandon?
props.
He's moving in silence, Carla. He's moving in
Where's
silence.
Bucci?
Yeah,
Where's
so
Bucci
he
Bear?
was
What's the
silent.
Bucci Bear?
Bucci on the continent, I think. I think he was going to Kenya the last time we spoke to him. He's probably still there.
Heck, he is not on no
Bucci
damn
Bear, man,
continent.
is a
That
funny
nigga's in
dude.
Long Beach.
Oh, okay. He was on the plane going to Kenya. Can I get more butter biscuits?
Oh my God. Big old Mike Tyson sounding brother, man. But
Man, Carla, you gotta be better, man. This is a new year, Carla.
I'm better. You see how calm I was.
No,
today,
not
right?
you, Carla, bro. You too, but Carla, damn.
No. Look. I want the brother to come back on because, like I said, I want to get to the.
Carla, you know what Eminem said, right?
I don't want
You
him
want to
to
get
come back
one
on.
shot. Do not miss a chance to blow.
Elvis. Like I was talking to David. David Hill was up here, man. I wanted him to talk. What he gonna say?
David Hill was on Kaizo today too.
David Hill was there, and some, and they were going after the dude, man. David Hill, they made him look stupid on the show tonight. No lie, man. No disrespect, but his plans wasn't just adding up, man. Dudes were poking holes in it. You know, Michael Olawale was on there. Chuka was on there, just poking holes in his shit, man. He was flustered, bro.
He's a military guy.
Where's Chuka and the man?
Diplomatic guy. I'm the diplomat. You know,
they were calling him white and shit. They said his mom is Italian, his dad is black. He said he's not even full black. They were really coming at him like tonight, bro.
And Chuka got nerve to call somebody, and he's a African. Come on, Chuka.
I mean, not Chuka. There was some funny nigga that came from New York, like some Puerto Rican dude. That dude was hilarious, bro. You was there for that dude, right, Bantu? That nigga that came on.
He was there. He was just talking crazy, man.
That nigga crazy.
You let a Puerto Rican up there and talk about you. Who was it, Fat Joe?
Yeah.
We had this dude on the panel that looked damn near Mexican, bro. Me and Big Black, we got on him. I'm like, bro, you look Mexican. He got mad. He started going off on us. But he does look Mexican.
Rob Moyes, his cracker. They let what's this other Kung Fu Panther and some other guy. You know, they let him come up all the time on all these platforms. So
Dollar Bill Bomani Baruti is correcting you. He said you meant wigwam, not wigworm.
Yeah, wigwam. Yeah, okay, that's right. Wigwam.
No, wigwam. Not warm.
Wigwam, a term for the indigenous North American. There you go. Yeah, I call it.
You just be mispronouncing shit, bro.
And you know, Dollar,
I haven't used that word in years.
Which we call the Malachi York said he's from the Wachusha tribe, right? Do you know where the Wachusha tribe is from? Right, when people say where the Wachusha tribe, it was an episode of the Lone Ranger when there was a fictitious tribe.
That dude from the planet Rift, man.
I thought he was from the Motisa tribe.
It said Waukesha. But I looked at I saw an episode of
they got Waukesha in Wisconsin.
Yeah, but I saw an episode of Lone Ranger. That's exactly where they got it from, the Waukesha tribe.
Or is that from Tonto? Or was that
no, just a tribe that was in an episode of the Lone Ranger.
We're gonna leave the Afro think tank alone. African goddess. He leave Afro think alone. He's training the Ikiti youth in hydroponics so they can make a living. That's real Pan-Africanism.
Right, that's what I said. That dude's working. He's doing real work, man. He's on the continent. He's working. He's not posting everything on YouTube. I respect that dude, man.
He didn't want to say.
Shout out to Afro Think Tank, man.
Who created?
Oh, your girl's still calling you accountable. Your girl Chantel. Liz,
yeah, much love to Chantel. Chantel, I hope you had a happy New Year, my sister. Hope you're enjoying life. And my condolences go to the people in New Orleans, man. That attack on them was out of pocket.
Liz was praising you last night. Now she's coming at you.
That's what I'm saying. She doesn't always agree with me. That's the thing. She disagrees most times, and she agrees once in a while. But shout out to New Orleans, man. That shit that happened was crazy, right?
I think Liz is trying to get rid of her white husband and get an African man. Is that what you're trying to do, Liz?
I mean, anytime somebody say one little positive thing, you guys go straight to that, man. Leave these ladies alone, man. They can criticize and
where's
Mystic
Dime? Mystic Dime is mad.
Nah, you guys read her away, man. That shit was fucked up.
I ran her away, man. She got mad at me for nothing. She just came on. I didn't say one thing. She just came on.
I think you got rid of her because you keep talking about fat women. And
I wasn't.
You gotta stop doing that, Kyle.
Yeah, stop doing that. You're alienating a lot of people, a lot of demographic on your platform, bro. Stop doing that shit. Invite more women.
Big girls harder, man. I'm gonna have a big girl show one day.
Cut it out, Kyle.
I'm gonna have a big girl show, man. You know, so I'm like this. I'm gonna invite Lisa Nicole up here, Chantel. I'm gonna have Chantel.
What are you talking about, sir?
Who you call a big girl?
Why are you guys going on there, bro? Leave these women alone, bro. They're just having a nice time spending time with us on the panel. Don't start attacking them, man. Leave them alone.
About me, sir?
Yeah, check us out. They calling me, they calling me a Caribbean. That's beyond the pale, man.
Oh, the Sid Police said no.
I'm invite Sid Police up, the moderator one night, you know. No, the co-moderator with
Big Black. Come on, man.
Oh, I think a Big Black. Big Black, come on the show, bro. Big Black, tell us about the dude that said he was Indian, man. Call post the link, please. Post the link.
Mari Shai, I know you're small. I know you're not skinny, but you look small and cute. You know, you're good with me. You know, you're small and cute.
Are you trying to say Chantel is not good with
you?
Up.
What?
Mystic Dime didn't like it because you talk about big girls. You got your head, you got your feet on her neck.
Big girl.
She said you got your feet on my neck.
Marie like to pretend she's
I was like, no, man. I said, look, you know.
Marie like to pretend she's a big girl.
Who? Mystic Dime?
Marie.
Oh, Mystic Dime. You gotta be nice.
Very small.
You be nice to Mystic Dime. That's why I put my picture up there. She might put a hoodoo on us.
Yeah.
Leave these women alone, man. They ain't dealing with you. Leave them alone. Somebody said Big Black was born in Ghana. Is that true? Is that just some shit talking?
Yo, somebody said Big Black was born in Ghana.
Yeah. Big Black got a big forehead.
Big Black, you were born in Ghana.
I think.
Big Black, come on, Big Black.
I think call him Big Black.
I don't know about that.
Big Black is an honorary continental African, man. We fuck with Big Black, man. Much love to Big Black, bro.
African goddess said, Colin don't like large women.
That's what you say.
I don't want to laugh, but when Dollar Bill laugh, makes anything funny, bro.
Those parts of Africa.
Look at Kazari, he's over here.
Kazari came over. What's up, Kazari?
Even if I was in Afghanistan, it wouldn't be the model.
Yo, check this out. Imagine, Afro says that he wants to bring FBA women. What if we send all the big girls over there? Problem solved. This is what quote what I was thinking about. I'm like, do you think you would get the dime people to go live in a dusty village?
The Sunny K Warrior.
Warrior. You know?
Oh man, Kazarian, man, what's going on, bro? You put a hat on that head though, for real.
Tyler, post the link, please. I think Big Black wants to come up, but other people might want to come up. Big Black was on it tonight, man.
About you, man. Chantel's mad at you. She said you're 60 years old.
I ain't 60.
Flabby skin without clothes on.
Yo, check this out. Yeah. Yo, look, I'm at my New Year's resolution, man. I can do 100 crunches. I did. That's why I'm late for the show today. I was just finishing up on 100 crunches, right? Look,
you started to notice the weight coming back on you, huh?
Literally like this. So bottom line is, even though I don't want any chance of me ever getting, so I'm getting started. And basically, look, I want a 6-pack, a full 6-pack, the real 6-pack. I got one now, but I want a real cut 6-pack by the summer. You know, so I'm working on it every day, every night, whatnot. You know, so I can keep.
Miss Chantel, I think Chantel is upset with you, man, because she feel like nobody wants to date her when you told her that people.
Let's not do that, man. Leave the ladies alone, man.
I don't think
she looked like Joe Frazier. That's
check us out. So I know you couldn't get me erect, so that's the problem.
Carla, come on, bro. Come on, man.
You should want to bring that up. I'm just responding to her.
She said that for real. Oh,
yeah, she said you can't get erect.
Damn, Chantel. I thought you was a Christian.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to be more Christian-like, Chantel.
Fuck.
Hey, Colin.
Is that
Big Black?
Big Black, what's up with it, man?
What's up, Colin? We need you. The FBA movement trying to drown out Pan-Africanism.
Hold on, I'm Big Black. I'm disappointed in you, man.
Oh,
you mentioned you mentioned Q butter and everything. You didn't mention me as far as the fight against FBA.
Listen, Chantel.
Colin, you're not Pan-Africanist. You be talking shit against Africans too.
I give it to everybody,
Colin, you're on the peripheral, bro. You're on the peripheral.
I'm determined to freaking destroy the FBA movement.
You're right. You're right, Chantel.
You can't do it, Tyler.
You look like Ernie Lister.
No, I will do it.
You look like Ernie Lister.
No,
they can't stand.
Yeah, I just say you because Queso knows you.
Hey, y'all won't be able to destroy FBA. You know why? Because these women got a hold of it now.
But the whole thing is about the FBA movement, right? People have to realize that. Like less than 5% of the black population know what that is, and like
if you were the last woman in America, I would definitely not want to be a wreck for you. Because you look like
man, you guys gotta leave that shit, man. We're not comfortable with that conversation, bro. Let's leave that shit alone, man.
You look like Ernie listening. That's a
Hey, Miss Chantel, don't start talking like that.
You be like, who you talking to, sir? Who you, sir?
Yeah, I know. It reminds me of Esther, though. Watch your sister.
Come on, man. Colin, you keep doing this shit. Let's leave it, man. Leave the lady alone. Give him a break.
Hey, don't let Simply's come up here, boy. Simply, that's the homie right there, boy. Simply,
no joke.
Hey, Colin, get together, boy.
Calling her a husky hyena or something.
That's not cool, man. Leave the ladies alone. Give them a break.
Simply, come up. Simply,
Dollar boy, you could never pull me. Nah, I'd rather.
He don't have a tugboat.
Yeah,
Tyler. I'm gonna have to leave the panel, man. This is a new year, bro. Let's turn a new leaf. Be more inviting for all people and all that.
Yesterday, like you can pull me. That was like an open invitation, man. Jeez,
You see what Marisha said? The police is gonna say,
brother Jonathan, you want to save 2024 energy?
It's too late.
It's too late. It's like 3 days into the new year. I can't say it's too late.
So all about 2026 now.
Be rolling, man.
Oh man, I'm having fun tonight. I am.
I'm so passionate about that shit too. You can tell us a lived experience, man. He's so passionate. Man.
Carla, African Goddess made a great point. She said, Carla, you realize you are more disrespectful to Africans than some people who claim FBA. You realize that, Carla?
Oh, no.
Most people just want to be respected for their lineage.
Let me say this, right?
And they really don't got no real beef for Africans.
Goddess, right?
But you be cussing us out and shit.
Hold on, my wife is African, right? I got an African family.
No, she's African American, Carla.
Carla, you gotta stop pulling that racist move.
She was born in Africa.
My best friend is
I'm an
black.
African. She's an African.
That's exactly Jonathan. How can I hate African? I marry an African, and the next day you start talking shit about Africans like no other.
Look, I also talk shit about so-called Black Americans, so
he's an
independent. You don't call them savages and primitive people.
Oh yeah,
yes, he does.
You haven't heard me very well. Then I do call some of our people savages. Why do you think I don't go to Atlanta? I said, I can't help. Fuck no, I'd rather go to Lagos than Atlanta. So
you out of your damn mind.
Right.
I would, man.
You have some of the most successful black people on the planet living in Atlanta, man.
Let me tell you something.
Very beautiful homes, developed infrastructure, nice business environment.
Bankhead, How can you have a third world community in a fucking highly developed?
Yeah, and in contrast, you got Buckhead, which a lot of wealthy black people live. Come on, man.
Yeah. So, but the bottom line
There's
is a lot
poverty
of
and then
that
there's prosperity there.
go over this one. This is another thing I want to talk about, right? We'll get back to the topic, right? Why is it that black people who so-called made it out of the hood always see them reach back? I understand you reach back to your family members like that, but they always bring the worst element. You be seeing these Negroes, they're like, it's cool, it's good out here when I, you know, like, damn, man. The motherfuckers be like, yeah, I moved away from these motherfuckers. Here they come one night because of cars and everything like that. Like, here they come out in the freaking suburbs. So they're turning freaking Buckhead out, man, you know? They're shooting us in some of everything going on in Buckhead right now. I'm like, damn, you spent all that money to move to Buckhead and Negroes, man, moving out there, you know? It's like,
yeah, there's shootings going on in Lagos like
dumb
crazy.
shit, you know? It is what it is. But back to this topic, right? I want everybody to know opinion. What do you think about this model minority myth, right? It's done to perpetuate white supremacy. People, you have to.
Because Dorian say he's a model minority.
You know, check this out, Jonathan. I just read a whole look. Where were you at? It is a myth. You know,
no, it's not.
Most academics are calling it a myth. What are you talking about? Is reality?
Well, we do have people like Aphrodite.
No. Hold on a second, Kyla. So I seen this old documentary talking about how Black Americans were migrating up north. When they were working towards migrating, they would stop and be looking for jobs. And in order to try to keep the Black wages down, they would go ahead and try to get Caribbean people that will work for 29 cents, you know, way less than $1 that the Black Americans were asking for. And then that created a term that the Caribbeans were working harder than the Black people.
I know that. Well,
you can't say you know that, didn't say it's not true.
Well, I know that. But the point I'm trying to make is this.
No, Colin doesn't like to be wrong. Anytime he doesn't know something and he knows he messed up, you say, I know that.
I know that's true.
We didn't know that, Colin.
And so, Kyla, what happened was the Caribbean immigrants were supposed to be the model minorities for Black people, and then they would use that. And then California, in certain West Southwest states, they would use Mexicans to combat the poor white people.
But my point I'm trying to make is this though. When they use academics, like what the whole idea of the model minority myth is to basically say that there's no racism or discrimination, right? And there's always been racism as long as white people are the ones giving out jobs and have all the power. The question that Black people are trying to do is, what gives white people the right to basically own all of the NFL? And we got Black players, right? They wouldn't know. They created it. What? They created it, yes. But
they created it and financed it and made it into a profitable business enterprise.
So you telling me with all the Black people that have money and stuff like that, right? There's not, you tell me some Black
Start your own fucking league. You're making the same argument I was making.
No.
Dollar says it's not fair.
Hold on. No. My point I'm trying to make is this though. NFL is not owned by one person. They may have like 20 different investors. You ever see the movie Romeo Must Die with Aaliyah? And Jet Li.
NFL's not Romeo Must Die.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the NFL, bro? Gotta love kung fu movies, man.
Aaliyah was sexy in that movie, by the way. But go ahead.
Have up to 100 partners, right? How come there's no major stakeholders in any NFL team? They're going to interview Jay-Z
1%. One thing I hate.
He's just the ad-lib guy in the back.
On one hand, you say that Black people, you know, we always depended on white people, wanting to be a part of white people. Then the next minute,
but hold up. NFL is a different thing, bro. That's too much money to ignore. I don't want to hear nothing about let's create our own league bullshit, you know? Let's grab some.
But Kyla, why is that so important? I've heard you mention this multiple times, Kyla. You're on an NFL team, you need at least 2 or 3 billion. And most of these people buy these teams as a consortium, not just one individual.
I'm from New York. Right? Look, Elvis, this is why I'm from New York, right? One thing us New Yorkers hate doing is even thought of what we're getting played. You know? I think we're getting played, right? When these see these nice.
Tyler, how many people make $10 million a year playing a sport?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, giving Negroes a couple of crumbs and whatnot. And
that's not crumbs, Tyler.
No.
Most people will never make $1 million in their lifetime, let alone $20 million a year. Come on, man.
Elvis, the problem is right when you think like a nigga, you just think like a nigga. You a nigga. It's kind of like the person that's like, you know what? I'm gonna start my own record label. Do you know what it takes to start a record label?
Right.
Distribution, the advertisement, all of that shit. That's why when people get all that money, they don't really try to push their label like that because it costs a lot of money. Now you talk about starting a sports league.
I wouldn't try to start with it. I'd say just take over. We should need to have ownership in some of these establishments.
Well, then you got to come together.
You think they're going to sell it to you, Colin?
That's what I said. Well, that's what I want. Look, the bottom. Let me say this right and see what you tell me. So like this, I think there's a conspiracy to keep black entertainers, people, money, fighting against each other, and neglect. Like we were like Spike Lee. There's still a reason why Spike Lee and Tyler Perry hate each other. You know. You're saying
Spike Lee is not on Tyler Perry level, bro.
Well, what makes you? Why is he not on level? You see some of the films.
Tyler Perry's a billionaire. He has his own studio.
Yeah, I know.
He has his own production company. Spike Lee has the source funding for his movies.
Stuff like that about black people. Now, Spike.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, in terms of his reach, Tyler Perry is more influential. It has more reach and more money than Spike Lee.
I remember Spike.
He has his own freaking studio.
Yeah, so
he has his own production company. He can make movie anytime he wants. He doesn't have to source funding. That's a big deal.
He writes everything himself. He has,
but at the same time,
he's a one-man show.
At the same time, Kala, do you know that a lot of these actors and producers, they work together and they finance each other films?
Okay, well, like who?
Oprah. Doesn't she finance other people's films?
Ice Cube. Ice Cube does it.
Finance films.
Ice Cube has Cube Vision. He works with Kevin Heartbeat, and they make films together. That's one example.
All I remember is Bill Cosby came through for Spike Lee in the movie.
Yeah, so what are you saying? If they want they work together on a lot.
But we don't have a finance
company. You point out the one part. You point out two people that got a problem with each other. But everybody else has been working with.
Even 50 Cent is getting into that business. I think he's building a studio down in Louisiana.
Cat Williams has his own studio now. A big one.
Yeah, I mean, goddamn.
And you got to be on a special level to do that, Carlos. Yeah, but just having a studio is one thing. Getting sourcing for movies is a whole nother thing.
I don't want to stop right there. People that have this idea because you believe in the Afghanistan, you giving up on America. No, I want what the hell we deserve in America. I still think we should own 30% in the NFL, 30% in the NBA.
But why, Carlo? What gives you that equity to want 30% of it?
These sports leagues would not be nothing without us. You know, so
not true, Carlo. They sold the products to these television companies and to these sponsors. It's a whole business behind it. It's not just the players. It's the marketing and all of those things that make the league successful.
It existed before we got in. That's like saying Major League Baseball wouldn't exist if we weren't in it. It existed before we got in.
Yeah, it's been around for over 100 years, Carlo. It's not just something that just started, bro.
I know that, but I'm saying this, though. Okay, since now, right? Well, it's not just this playing the game. They make money off the images of the players, the names.
Carlo, the players get paid handsomely, bro. They get paid so good. Most of them are millionaires, man.
Commercials, Super Bowl commercials, right? Do you know how much money is made during the Super Bowl? Something selling on that?
Carla, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if they refuse to draft black players, that the NFL would not make money?
I don't think so.
You crazy.
But where would they get the players from?
They're white players. They just won't be the very, very best, but they're white players who can play and have some entertainment.
They will be the very, very best against the other very, very best of the weak ass white players.
Probably Nigerians.
It'll be like college. It'll be like white.
Carlo, have you heard about the replacement? When there was a lockout in the NFL, they had replacement players that came in and played.
They have replacement referees.
I don't know about that.
Everything. Come on, Carlo.
Yeah, they will bring people off the street to come play.
Okay, yeah, right.
It happened before. It's not a pipe dream. It happened.
They'll draft my ass.
Even in the NBA, they have replacement players.
But the thing is,
all over the place.
They would never do that because they're
gonna be bald by the end of the season, bro. They're gonna have that nigga running 20 laps.
Big Black.
What's up?
You gonna have an FBA, NBA?
No, I don't do it.
Ice Cube created his own league. I think we should all just abandon the
the big three. That's pretty good. Ice Cube is doing big things.
Wait. You don't support the big three, Carla?
What?
Have you not?
I do support Ice Cube's league. I do support it.
You've been to a
He
game?
actually got up and running, man. I said, "Yo, I didn't think he was gonna do it."
Have you been to a game, Kyler?
What?
Have you been to a
No,
game?
I have not been to a game. No, because it's not in my area. I'm not gonna go all the way to California and see what a 3-player game. Now, like I said, but if it ever came to my city,
You watching on TV, you support it.
Yeah, if it came on TV, if it ever make it to digital, we got
Kyler,
thousands of signals and whatnot. Why?
Wait. So, have you ever been to an NFL game, Kyler?
Yeah, I've been to it. I saw the Ravens play the Redskins.
Just one game, Kyler?
Wait, hold on a second.
So the Jets
you went to
New York
Baltimore, you've been to DC to go watch them play a game?
Yeah, yeah.
So you traveled to watch them play a game?
Yeah, that was like a long time ago. I don't do that anymore. That was a long time ago.
Watch them go to a
Lewis.
game.
I saw a bunch of friggin' things. What's your point in the question? I saw Ray Lewis. I saw the man. I was on
if you willing to travel to
third
go to a game,
row
you can come to California for a game.
You know. So Bob, like, no, I ain't going no damn California. You crazy, man? You know, I'll never go.
I mean, Kyler, what are you so afraid of? You're so afraid of everywhere, bro. You think Virginia is just the center of the earth, huh?
I don't like California.
You don't want to go to California. You don't want to go to Nigeria. You're so scared, bro.
You don't want to California to
go. We're gonna get Kyler from Liberia and transport it to Lagos. Where he goes there in 2026.
Look, I'm from the eastern United States right here. This is where I live in America, right? I don't go to the Midwest. I don't go to the West Coast. I go to the Midwest. This is where I dwell right here.
You don't go to the Midwest. You don't go to the West Coast. You've never been to the West Coast. You've never been to the Midwest, Kyler?
That's why, because the bottom line, that's not my manifest destiny. Black America.
No, honestly, Kyler, you're telling me you've never, in your entire life, you've never traveled to the Midwest or the West Coast?
I have no desire.
Wow.
No.
Kyler Genesis.
What the hell is a Negro doing up in Wisconsin and fucking Minnesota, man? I'd be like this. Negroes being in Montana and whatnot, you know? My boy Nee lives in North Dakota.
Who's laughing in the background?
Oh man, I see what you're doing, Elvis. You try to get Kyler away from Liberia as most as you can. You know, you just try to get away from.
No, I'm saying he hasn't traveled outside of the East Coast of the United States. Like that's crazy.
I don't need to. Everything I know about America is right here on the East Coast. What I need to go to anyplace else.
Wow.
You never been down south? I thought you said. I'm about to say because I thought you said that you have family in North Carolina.
Florida. I've been to Georgia.
Who's talking?
Have you ever been to Mississippi, Kyler?
Yeah, this is all I fuck with.
Hey, Dollar Bill, can you put the comments down? I think we got somebody on. I can't see his name.
Oh no, it's me, Ja.
You know,
Ja. Okay, what's up, Ja?
Ja, Big Black and Ja.
Y'all always do all of these dumbass tours.
Let's get Mabamba.
But y'all ain't never took nobody on a tour to nowhere in America. Why y'all don't do that?
Man, so man, they can get the A train.
We used to do that.
I can fly to Liberia without you, Kyler. I don't need your help.
We used to do that on Greyhound.
That's what you got Greyhound for.
Don't get booted tonight. I'm gonna give you that advice back.
Man, good luck.
What did my man Mabamba Mini Villages say? Africa to employ continental Africans and so-called AAs. He also should team up with Idris Elba, who wants African movie company presence. We can't team up with Africans, man. You keep acting like they don't.
Dollar Bill, you don't have a say in it. You don't own that man. You don't own that man production company.
I got a legitimate question though. Why is it that all the Pan Africans
or Negroes from California?
I was reading this
You can read, Jonathan? Okay.
I read better than you, nigga.
Okay.
I was reading this article about some Black Americans getting their citizenship in Ghana. There was interviewing this woman, and this woman said, "Yeah, we have a tourism company." And in my mind, I'm like, "Is this all y'all niggas know how to do?"
Yeah, I mean, it's a hustle, bro. It's a gambit. That's why this nonsense that Ghana is calling all African Americans back. It's a hustle, bro. No offense to them. They're trying to fleece African Americans, man.
Is that the only business y'all capable of getting in?
Nah, we're not going for that. We're not trying to be disingenuous. If you want to come back, fine. But we're not going to try to, pull some shit where you got to pay $6,000 to get citizenship. We're going to do some kind of fake DNA test for you to tell you you're a crewman or you're a pellet man.
Yeah,
come on, man. That's the game.
At the end of the day,
you better get one of those true dashikis.
Dear Pan-African brothers and sisters, if y'all can't employ the locals with any real skills, we're going to try to get Black Americans to come to Africa so we can charge them. Then damn it, don't go.
Why not?
Fuck that. Hell no.
I think some of these Negroes need to be in Africa, not with us. But
that's not. No,
I can take half these Negroes right here and put them in the Congo, man. They you know, we could do something, man. You know,
man.
I bet you P. Diddy wish his ass was in the Congo right now.
Why you think about P. Diddy?
Put that nigga in. Put P. Diddy in the hills of Grand J. County. They'll never see him again.
Need to be in the Congo.
He'll be a king.
Hey, y'all stop
Congo,
I'm just saying that Pan Africans develop some more skills other than trying to sell tickets to Black America. Develop better skills.
Nah, we're gonna start with tourism first, man.
Yeah, we start.
Because that's an easy thing. That's a low hanging fruit, Jonathan. It's an easy hustle.
That's my point.
Okay, you try. Look, check this out. You try to organize the tour that we did, and the one we're about.
We want Elvis to come. Elvis, you're gonna be.
I'm taking everybody to my village. The price is $5,000. Start sending your money in now.
Elvis, we'll give you the blueprint to do it, man. We got the blueprints. If you like, but mine and I said, if anybody wants to get into tourism, we got the blueprints. But mine to give you consultation if he charges for consultation, though. And you want to get your consultation. A lot of people get
hey, Kyler, you gonna trust Elvis? Elvis around your ass about 6 elders and shit and school your ass on Liberia.
Yeah, what school in Liberia, man? I've been more informed people to talk to.
Elder on tonight, man. He didn't perform, man. Elvis.
What do you, Kyler? You see how Kyler is disingenuous?
He didn't perform, man.
Hey, Maurice Shy.
Tyler was scared witless. He couldn't let the man speak. His mouth can't stop talking.
I know exactly what I was going to hear. Native Congo babble, you know, native man victim, Congo man evil babble.
Nah, you didn't let that man explain. He didn't agree with a lot of the shit that happened. He wanted to tell you his part of the story, and you just kept talking over.
If I play that video of the people cheering at the beach, Congo woman born soldier, I bet you that Negro's a little Negro sitting in the crowd. I was like, there he is, right there.
I mean, John, you see this, Kyler? You can't show respect to people who are great men in their communities. Yeah,
he's a nice guy. He seems to be a nice guy.
He's a nice guy, man. You know,
he's in Jersey, you know.
Don't talk shit about Jersey. I used to live in Jersey, man. Don't talk shit about the Jersey.
Woman, don't tell me he got.
Nah, I'm telling you, the man's married to a prominent Liberian woman from Nima County. Her father was the first indigenous chief justice of our country.
I'll rock with him because
some of us
I see another African.
Y'all got to do better when y'all have.
If I see another NBA player or another African with a white woman, I'm gonna go crazy.
Well, check this out about the model minority Negroes, right? My Nigerian brothers, right? There's a lot of brothers from Nigeria, right? I'm starting to realize they're like, oh, white women are great when that. Remember that white girl 2 years ago that killed that Nigerian dude? Right?
Really?
Remember that?
Killed him in Florida.
He killed him on that. Why? Because she like, what the hell am I with this black motherfucker for? When that he don't understand that.
Shows, man.
Oh yeah,
this is what I was trying to tell Mike Olawale today. You know what I told Mike Olawale today? I said, when you come to America, new rules apply. I personally am sick and tired of hearing Nigerians talk about how racism don't exist in Nigeria because we're the majority. It was kind of stupid stuff like that. Yeah, that's in Nigeria. But when you come to America, it's a different story. You gonna tell me? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now. Your black ass is gonna follow our rules over here and stop cooning and buck dancing and whatnot. You know, as simple as that.
Yeah,
go back
to
Nigeria.
Kyla, you're a very intelligent person. In what year did they fix the immigration law to make sure that they were actually, checking the people that were actually coming to America? Why did they start doing that? Really?
I think they just started doing that.
I would say like this.
No,
when that lady Chimanda, whatever her name is, I can't get the name. I thought the Nigerian would come over and tell me how to spell her name with it. When she made that, did that interview, when she wrote her book, Not the Only Story, basically saying I'm a bougie Igbo chick, don't consider me poor, but basically Nigerian babble. Anyways, basically white people were like, oh, see, this is what we've been missing out on. A black group of people who basically can make it in this world, become millionaires. The richest black man is a Nigerian. They're so educated, they're so smart, whatnot. They're much better than the black. Everything is directed at trying to discredit and destroy black.
But Kyla, you should. If you're
they'd be good, but I think they like that Ogusi soup.
If you're gonna talk about it, you should at least know the history of it, because in the beginning, the first Africans that were coming over wasn't coons. Neither were the Caribbeans. They'll come over and then they'll eventually go ahead and unite with black people on the black cause.
I'm talking. Look, that's why. If you listen to the show, right? I said the first minorities I was talking about, right, as far as with Asians, right? I said now the last 3 or 4 years, right, it's always been about now we're going to shift to Nigerians and African immigrants and showcase them as a success. Well, that's really going to put a nail in the coffin because people's like, okay, Asians are acceptable, but black people are acceptable. But America has a problem with black people. No, we don't have a problem with black people. Look at the Nigerians. That's all about what I'm trying to say is the model minority myth is designed to discredit because they have no intention of ever sharing the wealth in this country or sharing the opportunity. That's why I said, people think that we talk about Africa and we're pulling out. No, we're going to sit here and fight for what's ours in America too. We're going to fight racism, discrimination. All that shit's going to go down.
Oh, my kids. I told you I felt bad the other day because I got a kid who's stuck in Africa, and it makes me so crazy because I kept telling him, I said, man, you need to stop playing with your dad with all these do-rags. And Elvis got do-rags. That's what Elvis said. But he had a different color.
I got 32 do-rags.
This guy got, and I told him, I said, but see, his father don't understand that. See, you're a grown man. And so his father took him on a vacation, man, and then left him there. Now he's mad as hell.
He'll be back. They're just trying to punish him and scare him straight. Is he a kid? Like he's under like 18?
That's sad. You gotta punish somebody with your homeland, man. That's sad.
Nah, they can't even do that shit. That nigga 18, he can just go to the embassy and get his passport and come back.
I remember our own girl, Wayne, that
he's 22.
She threatened her sons with sending them to Liberia.
My parents used to threaten me too, bro. They try to send my sister back. African parents do that shit a lot, bro. I know people that send their kids back, but they always bring them back.
To Liberia.
Did you ever get sent out?
Elvis, you were crying your ass off.
They try to send me back because my auntie, my mom has a younger sister who's doing really, really well in Liberia. She works at the U.S. Embassy as a consultant, healthcare in the consultant. She's doing well at a big ass house.
So you're gonna be?
I was gonna be there. I actually wanted to go, bro. That was one I hadn't gone back to Liberia before that time. I was being bad, sleeping out and shit.
Moving with your auntie and uncle.
Chimamanda. That's because I was a Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie was just writing a story about her. But she kept referencing Black America. That's the problem I have. You can talk about your own experiences, but when you in front of white people, let's put Nigerian everything instead. When you're in front of white
like that's a Nigerian.
Oh.
She's an announcer for the NBA, but she was born. I don't know.
If she was born. Neka Ogumake.
No, Ogumake, Mr. Ogumake.
Ogumake.
Ogumake is beautiful, man.
Ogumake,
man. She's a beautiful girl.
She's a twin. Her sister Neka and what's the other one? Neka and the other one.
A great basketball player too.
Yeah, I think they play at Stanford. They went to Ivy League. Well, I think Stanford is not technically Ivy League, but
I don't know. But I know she was born in Houston.
Well, I'm saying they went to Stanford. She and her sister.
Yeah, I think they play ball for Stanford.
Okay, yeah, Neka and Chine Ogumake and Neka Ogumake.
Chine is the one I'm talking. Chine Ogumake. She's on there with in the NBA First Take. That's my girl, man. I like her, man. You don't never hear her saying stupid stuff, man, because she's raised.
Most Africans don't. I mean, we have respect for African Americans.
She was raised, but she understands the African American culture because she was raised in, at least when she was not at home, but
to play basketball at a high school collegiate level and a professional level. Come on, you got to be part of the culture to do that.
With a wonderful personality, man. She's beautiful.
Very smart. Went to Stanford. Very intelligent.
You got people like. But she
don't have that rancor, See, that's what I'm saying. I can get with with Africans who have been raised in raised in America. They're pretty cool, man.
People like Mike.
People like Omar Alawala. Well, Chuko's he don't like half of himself. Chuko got a little distinct problem, man.
But basically, Chuko's eating up on Kaiser's show lately because everybody's coming at him like, "Shut the hell up, you fool." He's making himself like a fool.
Man, he keeps talking about being a real nigga. That's his whole thing, man. I think that's his comedy act or something.
And then Kyle indulged him and played a real nigga song. I'm a real nigga, boy.
I don't say that stupid shit, but the whole thing is, that's Kaizo. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Interesting.
Kaiser gonna have to start giving you some money, man. He's always going on your show.
The big IQ dude. That's the IQ dude.
His head is so big that he's the center of the universe.
I want to grow up to be like Kaiser, man. I want to get monetized, man. Make Kaiser money. What's up, Kaiser? What's going on, bro?
Yo, what's good? My brothers from the other side of the globe.
The other side of the world, man. Yo,
What's
you're a fellow sub-Saharan African. How would it like to be part of the loser dusty race? You know, how's it going on your side? You know,
look, I don't really claim this people, man. Look, I'm not from the same class.
Kaiser, there's no getting out of this. Kaiser, there's no escape, man.
Kaiser, you just trapped.
You're trapped. There's no escape.
You're African trapped in a white man's body.
I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go.
We gotta know the truth, man. The white man is the highest level man. He created everything. The infrastructure that we're using on right now.
We know that, but we can't admit it.
He's God.
I said we know that, but we can't admit it. That's the realest thing he's ever said. We know that, but we can't admit it.
In America, right?
Admit technology.
Admit nothing.
Black woman that we talking on right now was a black woman. Why do you Africans believe that dumb shit? Y'all really believe when white people came here, they were living in caves and shit? When black people were studying, man, and learning languages, white people were walking around and shit. Neanderthals. Y'all really believe white people are smart?
He's like,
do y'all really believe that shit? Damn, they all fucked up.
They really
nothing. The only thing Africans ever discovered of black people is fire. That's it. We discovered fire, and then that's it.
And
the wheel, bro. We discovered the wheel.
Fire. Fire, you were able to take.
We discovered the wheel.
You were able to
go to the Stone
Age. You were able to go to the Stone
Age. You're part of us, nigga. Don't say yeah. You're African.
Damn.
I'm African American.
You know what? I guess I'm glad you Negroes call me black then. I guess I couldn't be an African, man, to believe all this dumb shit.
You know, in my last life,
Dollar Bill was sub-Saharan African. You know,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The sub-Saharan part is a slur, Collar. That sub-Saharan part is a slur.
I'm gonna have to become a new Uber, you know.
I look at Ross Moy's Haitians. I look at all the people who are losing, the Haitians, everybody else.
I came from a black.
Collar, you're just Collar.
On the Milky Way.
You know what we do to people like you in Liberia, Collar? We'll give you what we call 25. We'll give you 25.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, man.
No,
I was going to dig into him, Elvis, right? I was saying, look, bro, hold on, check this out. I was going to say to your brother, Victor, whatever his name is, I said, look, you realize you're sub-Saharan African, right? So
that's a slur. That's a slur. That's hate speech. We're going to have to take it to court for that.
We're all sub-Saharan Africans, right? So
I'm a Nubian. I'm a
Nubian. Not.
You see, don't call these people that slur word. They don't want to be that.
Your boy.
I'm
Chuck,
a Nubian.
Hey, your boy Chuck, who he don't know something about African American history. Hey, check this out, Colin.
No, I'm a Nubian. I'm not from the Wapia.
But you know what? That term, sub-Saharan African, it's actually a slur, right? Because the white man wanted to say subhuman African. So they said, oh, okay, below the Sahara, right?
Okay,
let's call it
big black. Somebody want me to ask you if you're born in Ghana. They say you never denied it, so it must be that it's confirmed. Are you a Ghanaian?
I got part of the land.
To yourself, black.
You got land over there, big black.
Rambo says he's truly decided that his Y chromosome.
You ain't denied Big Black. We might have the wrong with it.
Big Black's asking me a question. What's going on, Big Black?
Hey, you know the dumbest thing Chuckle said? Chuckle said, if
Chuckle, you mean Chuckle?
He said Chuckle. I'm like, is that an English person? Is that somebody named Chuckle?
What did he say? What did he say?
Chuckle.
He said that if he said, I guess we're so blessed to the United States. He said the white society could have used the Indians, done the same thing, and the United States would be in the same place that they used the American Indians.
Use American Indians to do what?
As slaves.
They did. They did use the Indians as slaves.
That's what I told them.
That's not true. That is not true. Damn, people need to read goddamn books. They used
Indians died, man. They couldn't.
The Indians died quicker, bro. They wasn't strong enough, bro. And they were weaker. They were smaller people.
Excuse me.
They had slaves in Africa.
I'm just doing this for other people, not for you guys. I know y'all know. Okay, So Bartholomew de las Casas was the one who said, let's go to Africa, because he did enslave the Indians and they were dying. And so because we had been exposed, okay, to the Europeans and in our mitochondria and our DNA, that allowed us to be around them, where the other people kept dying by the millions. That's what happened.
They want, also, brother,
what kind of education did he have?
Bartholomew also said he got to the Pope. He said we got to create a myth that the grown mestizo population were human, right? And they got souls. Yeah. So we need a group of people that we could completely divorce from humanity.
And they said they were soulless anyway. That's exactly what he said.
Colin, somebody wants you to read that corn bullshit. Highlight Ryan Moy's comment. He said, Khazarian Empire, I'm truly saddened. My Y chromosome is not European. My percentage is only 1%. 1:55 a.m. for your time. Yeah. He said he's sad and he don't have more white blood, and he's not a white man.
He think he's a
I'm sure he's trolling, but that's just funny.
Yeah, but no, if he had a brother, like I've done the show before, but the more mixed you are in the UK, your IQ normalizes to the same as a white man.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god!
I keep telling you, the IQ standards.
IQ normalizes.
These are tests by they're different.
Just using that word is a crazy thing to say. It shows like you have low IQ. Normalizes
forms of intelligence other than the use an IQ test. God damn, man, you colonialized
Khazarian Empire. Are you serious or you just bullshit?
He is serious.
I'm serious.
I've done the study. Negro.
You've done the study yourself.
Yeah, I've done the study.
He think white people are God. You heard that, Negro.
I mean, he's obviously trolling if he say he's done the study. Come on now.
You never been to Appalachia to see all them genius white people walking.
Why do you think FBA is slightly smarter than the average African?
You have never seen those genius white people. Why don't you go upstate and look at all those genius white people running around on opium? I'm sure they have really high IQs there.
Khazarian, Frenchie doesn't agree with you. Frenchie is dark skinned. So you're telling me she's more stupid than a white person or a mixed person?
On average.
On average. That's what this nigga said. Come on, bro. I mean, you must be trolling unless you.
Hey, Kaizo. Let me ask Kaizo.
You must have a small penis or something.
Kaizo,
Big Black, they said you didn't answer the question if you're Ghanaian, bro. Are you Ghanaian?
My penis is big because I'm mostly African, right? So it goes the same way.
You must, because you think white people are God, so therefore he gave you a small penis and a small brain.
Brothers, let me ask you a question, right? Kaizo, what do you think about the topic, the minority? I talked about Asians first, and I said now they're trying to use black immigrants right now. You know, people like Aphrodite, Dusty, Chukwu, but they're getting by because they're benefiting from this new minority myth, right? Of this overachieving Nigerian high IQ. You have a different take on.
Guys, are you in the UK, right?
Yeah. Sure. I'm in the Queen's bosom, sweet nectar. Yeah, but let me answer that question.
That's where most of those.
Bro, I want to hear what Kaizo has to say, please.
So, on average, right? On average, African immigrants, and this is not even true for African immigrants. It's true for all immigrants, right? Any immigrant who came here not from war-torn countries. So I'm not talking about the Somalis, Congolese, or anyone from those S-hole countries. If you came here on a plane out of your own volition and out of your own pocket, not from a war-torn country, you're going to succeed better than any of the native populations in any of the countries. This is true just for any country. Now, there's reasons why for this. First of all, you're already upper middle class. Right?
I've always been up.
One second. A lot of these people that go to America, let's use American example, these Nigerians, these Kenyans, or anyone who went there out of their volition, they're already upper middle class. To be able to afford to have about $10,000 in your bank account before you even get a visa, to all that application process, your parents already were part of the boomers, right? In Africa, the boomer population were the richest population that ever existed, especially if they were educated. So my parents, for example, both of them have master's degrees, etc. Right? So when we went down to Europe or London or whatever it was, we already had a certain advantage, education advantage, systematic advantage. So the reality is you're comparing smart Africans with average people who are native of the population. And of course, that's not the reality. If you come to Africa, the average African is out there selling mangoes in the street and they can't count to more than 10. So
how old are you, Khazarian? How old are you? age range. Okay, you could be my son.
35. Let's say 35.
You could be my son. That's why you that way.
He is partially
Everything
right.
I'm saying is facts.
He is partially right.
Any country,
Not about what he
any
just said
country,
is right.
Man,
any country.
I refuse to believe this guy is genuine. He's being honest. I refuse to believe it. I think he's trolling.
I know how you feel
that last statement he made was genuine.
What he's saying is,
I don't know
if
about
you
that
went
other
back to
shit he
Liberia,
was
you'd be
saying.
selling mangoes on the street corner, right?
College graduates who sell mangoes on the street in Liberia because there's lack of opportunity.
That's what I said.
So selling mangoes does not determine whether or not you're educated. It just means that your socioeconomic situation is not great in that moment. Come on, man.
That you guys can take advantage of,
When I was in Cuba, people who gave you towels, okay, were engineers. They weren't high up on the engineering thing, but they were engineers. And I met people who spoke perfect English. Okay, it's opportunity. So, it's not because you're poor or you're selling stuff on the corner that you have a low IQ. In fact, I always tell people about one of my relatives who probably dropped out of high school and was the first black millionaire from Georgetown, South Carolina.
Selling peanuts.
He sold peanuts on the street. And
I know the story for a bit of dollar bill. He
was even deformed. He only had 2 fingers on one hand. So,
bro, the average African, you can't reason with them. You can't even they can't count to 10.
But bros, we're all African, right? Well, not all of us, but I'm saying don't be talking about Africans like that. Because
why do you hate
come on now.
yourself so much?
Stop it. I mean, if it's a truth, stop it.
We're African Americans.
Your exposure to white people have really made you.
Wait, hang on. I don't hate myself. I'm not the average African.
So you see yourself different.
Yeah,
you're not. I am an elite. That's a literal physical fact.
You're an elitist.
It's a physical fact. Why? Why is it a physical fact?
I hear you.
Of course, I'm an elitist. Why is it a fact? I mean, do you want me to go through my credentials? Right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you have some educational credentials that separate you, fine. You can say it.
Your credentials don't.
Bro, hang on. You see, in the black community, right, or rather black nationhood, we have this issue whereby we want to drag to
America.
I've been to New York. But I don't want to go down that hole right now.
Where in New York?
I'll answer that in a second, right? One of the biggest issues with the black nationhood is this whole idea that we have to bring the lowest common denominator with us, right? These people on the streets selling mangoes do that because they can't do nothing else, because they don't have the skills, thinking process, critical reasoning to do anything else. They are low.
Everyone is doing that.
What country do you come from, Kaiser?
He's Kenyan, right?
I'm from Kenya.
From Kenya.
So you think
Kenya has some of the smartest black people on the continent? You know that, right?
100%, and those are the elites, right? So we need to separate the elites from the rest of everyone else.
Yeah, what percentage would you say, Kaiser?
Percentage-wise, well, okay, look, there's a difference, right?
And so if you go to because they got access to white people, right?
Look, hang on. Kenya is a different. You can't really use Kenya as an example. Kenya is not a third world country; it's a second world country. So the education rate is like 85% literacy rate, right? So they're doing okay. I'm talking about real Africa. Countries like Uganda, Mali, Burkina Faso, where the education rate is 20%. Right? These countries.
Did you say Uganda?
Well, yeah, Uganda. All those countries.
Uganda is comparable to Kenya. What are you talking about?
You mean literacy
rate,
right? You
Kenya, the average Kenyan earns 3 times what the average Ugandan makes every year, right? We're 3 times richer than them just on GDP per capita alone, right? But these S-hole countries like Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, where 20% literacy rate. That means only 20% of the people can write their own name. They can't even count to 2. You think I'm exaggerating there? These are not real countries.
I'm sure they can. Maybe not in English. I'm sure they can.
No, do you know what literacy rate means, brother? Like, you see, the IQ is exposing itself.
I know what literacy rate is.
You think literacy rate means English? No, literacy means I can compute or
literacy means that you can read, you can write. Yes. You learn some, son. Literacy means you can read.
Oh my God!
You can
now
write. You because I am an educator. You can read. You can write. You can speak. You can listen. That's literacy.
Well, I don't think the speaking and listening part is part of that. But
you don't
my
think,
brother, right?
You don't think they can read?
I mean, guys, honestly, Dollar, let's ask this dude if he's for real, because I'm starting to get mad. If he's trolling, then I'll take it easy. But if he's for real,
he's for real.
Yeah, if he's for real, I'm really going to engage him. I mean, come on, man, stop it.
Engage him, Elvis.
Engage, bro.
Stop it, big bro, Bantu. Don't say that.
What you think?
I don't want to have another argument.
I
have a question. I have a question, right?
About the first part of what he said when he's talking about the immigrants, a lot of immigrants when they come over, they have money, right? They come from this upper middle class, but when you hear a lot of the immigrants, some that talk down upon African Americans, they act like they came over here dirt poor and they just made it from the bottom to the top, and they really just came over here like.
Well, they didn't come that poor, big black.
Yeah, we know that's a lie because they not coming over here dirt poor.
Yeah, plane ticket's expensive, so you're not gonna get here poor. It's not like the Mexicans who can just jump over the fence, right? We actually have to get processed, and they choose some of the better ones of us. Okay, now here's the thing, guys. You see what I'm doing? I was actually testing the IQ of the panel when I mentioned that high level reasoning why Africans do better than the blacks, right? And other native populations.
Let them talk.
Then the other native population.
Who are the blacks?
Black people, Black American, FBA, whatever you want to call them, right? The native populations of America for the last 400 years, whatever you want to call yourself.
We're not native.
You guys have an identity crisis. Every week there's a new term. I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
That's not true.
I'm a Black American.
That's not true. That's not true. Those people are. First of all, being a Hebrew Israelite is not. It's not a racial. It's not a racial identity. It's a religious. It's a religious thing. It's not a racial identity.
They're all ethno-racial identities. Have you heard of Judaism?
I know. I can speak a little Judaism. I can speak Ivrit, which is Hebrew.
Kaizo, let me ask you a question, right?
You guys think you're talking to regular guys, man. When you come on
one second, Dollar Bill. Let me engage him for a second.
You gotta get school, son.
Go ahead.
Let me engage him. How much money were your parents making in Kenya with their education?
Well, hang on. So I have lived in Kenya before. I make decent money, at least $3,000-$4,000 a month when I'm in Kenya.
And you're doing what?
$200. So if I'm in Africa, I'm actually living good.
No, I'm saying how much money were your parents making in Africa with their education?
Well, they're not in Africa, right? But you say how much would they make if they?
How much were they making?
Well, I'm gonna have to, factor in inflation, but they're making.
It's not even in the top 10 in literacy rate.
One second. This was about 25 years ago, right? So if I factor in inflation, they were making around $1,000 a month in today's money.
And what was their education at that time?
Get the hell out.
At that time, they would have been making $200 a month.
No, I'm saying, what was their education?
They both have master's degrees.
They both had, or now they both have?
From white institutions or from the university?
Well, my dad had a master's. My mom hadn't yet at that time.
Okay, so I'm telling you this because when you say elite, that's relative to Kenya, right? Based on the income, the average income of a Kenyan, maybe you're in the higher tier, and that's with a master's degree. The regular person who barely graduated from high school and have a GED can make up to $3,000-$4,000 a month in this country. Does that mean they have a higher IQ than your father who has a master's degree?
And a white person with a high school diploma can make more than that.
Hang on. Obviously, we have to compare likes to likes, right? In America, you guys make money because of the Eurodollar system, right? Americans don't add value to the world. The money, hang on 1 second, brother. Please don't expose yourself. You're speaking to a 1 IQ genius, 155, right?
You are a Black
American.
I mean, stop saying that shit, bro. Now I'm even feeling bad. I was on your channel, man. I didn't think you was like this, man. What's wrong with you, man?
I make more than blacks make in the UK.
Hang on. Elvis, right? Let me just give context. You give like energy to like energy.
Recognize that.
Okay, brother. Okay, that's great, brother. But listen, right?
You're not even in the top 10. Your country is not even in the top 10 in Africa.
Why are you letting them speak, man?
Okay, brother, you have to listen, right? I give you like energy back when I get bad energy, right?
I don't have to. But I'm
the only reason I don't have to. The only reason the average hillbilly American or Black American from Crenshaw can make $3,000, $4,000 a month is because of the American government and economy.
People are hillbillies in Crenshaw.
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with them being a specifically endowed, individual. In Africa, however, if you are making $3,000, $4,000, you are an elite in all manners of ways because you are going against an economic system that wants you to fail. Very different, right? You guys
not true. Not true, Kaizo. A lot of people in government makes $15,000 a month and even more. Are they going against a system that wants them to fail?
He's a liar.
Well, okay, you know what? That's corruption, and I agree with you. That's a good argument, right? I didn't factor in corruption.
You're a child.
Wait,
you're a child.
I'm a child
because
I hate what he's saying, Dollar Bill, but I don't think he's coming off real disrespectful. So I don't think we should be so hard on him. But I just want to kind of gauge if he's being serious or if he's trolling. Yeah, that's why I don't want to just be too presumptive.
I can't tell, but I think he's doing for real.
Sao Tome, Namibia, Mauritania, Cabo Verde, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, and Zambia are the top 10. Okay,
top 10.
Top 10.
Top 10 in terms of what? HDMI or GDP?
Literacy. In terms of
literacy. Okay.
These are the literacy. Top 10. Yeah, literacy. Yeah.
Okay. So can you tell me what the literacy rate of Kenya is and Cote d'Ivoire is? And you claim
Cote d'Ivoire is 89.89%. Zimbabwe is 89.85%. They're not in the top 10. I don't have the top 10.
Kenya is not in the top 10 of literacy countries rating Africa?
No.
Wow.
Not according to this article.
I've interacted with Kenyans. A lot of them have higher education degrees. They're smart people. I give them that.
Seychelles is listed in Africa for adult literacy with about 96% of the adults able to read and write. Sao Tome, Principe follow at 94, and Namibia is at 92. According to Business Insider Africa. Here's an article that I'm reading. It's November the 5th, November the 5th, 2024 at approximately 12:58.
Dollar Bill, we get it. You got to call the time that they posted it.
Okay, so my brother, I'm confused. What's your point? I told you literacy rate in Kenya is 85%. How
that's what I'm saying. That's not even in,
so it's not at the highest. It's not in the top 10. It's high, relatively high on the continent, but it's not in the top 10. That's the point.
Well, no. These countries he's mentioning have a population of 2 million people. Kenya has a population.
What are you talking about? Ivory Coast have like 40 million people in their country.
Yeah, I know. More lies.
Hang on, just listen to what I'm saying, right? Kenya has just listen for a second, guys. You know, right?
Not in the top 10.
Basic math. Basic math. There's no L. I told you it's 85%. How can I take an L on facts that I
last one in the top 10 is Zambia at 87.5%. That's it.
Okay, great. What's your point?
That's it. That's the point. That is the point.
Your point is Zambia.
No, it's not Zambia. Zambia is number 10. Okay.
What's your point?
So your whole premise of your argument.
What is an elite person? Let me ask you a question, right? Because Empire.
Yeah, brother.
A person who gets a higher education degree from Kenya. In Kenya, I don't know. I'm not dissing them. So you get a degree from the university in Kenya, one of your best universities, right? And a person who gets a degree from, let's say, a state-run university, say the University of Mankato, which is a state-run university. Whose degree do you think is more valuable?
Wait 1 second. Can you repeat the second half of the question? I didn't.
A person who gets a degree in Africa, say in Kenya, at your most prestigious university, and a person who gets a degree from a state-run university, like in my state, Minnesota, say you go to the University of Mankato, which is a state-run university, not the entire top state university, which would be the University of Minnesota, which would be the equivalent of that of your university in Kenya. Whose degree do you think is respected more?
Okay, great question. So if they both score the same, let's say they have the same 4.0 grade point average, both universities are accredited by the relevant accreditation bodies, it will depend now on the profession. If you're going to medicine in Kenya, you have to go through the accreditation body, which is in Kenya, regardless of where you schooled. Right, so it would depend on the field. However, generally speaking, the American university is going to be seen internationally as a better degree qualification, generally speaking.
Exactly.
Correct.
So I asked that question because you said you're a premium. You said something about being a.
Well,
what do you call yourself?
I studied in Imperial University, did my PhD there, the best
You
university
said
in the world.
elite. He an elite.
Yeah, you said something about being elite. So I'm telling you, that's relative. In Kenya, you're elite. In America, you probably won't be considered elite.
I don't think you understand what I've just said, brother. Right? I schooled at the best university in the world, Imperial University.
It does, and you
right?
probably don't make any
money. In Kenya or in the UK?
Okay, when I said the best university in the world, I'm pretty, specific, right?
What's the best?
So I've never even heard about it. I've heard about Cambridge. Right. I've heard about Oxford.
Imperial is the best university for engineering and science, like one of the top 5, right? Either that.
But how can you say it's the best in the world when you say it's one of the top 5? Exactly. I've never even heard about it. Maybe I'm dense.
You can't substantiate the best. There's no such thing, right? But it's a philosophical term.
The best in the world, according to white people, here in America.
Yeah, have you ever heard about that university dollar bill? I haven't.
Cooper Union.
No.
Cooper
Your
Union.
ignorance, right? Imperialism.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I've never heard.
Yeah,
I heard about MIT being one of the best schools for engineering. I've never heard about Imperial.
Well, do a simple Google search. Imperial University ranking, right? It's one of the top when it comes to engineering. Right. So
okay. Let me search it real quick. You might be right. I'm not disputing.
You gotta understand, even though he's in Kenya, he has the talented mindset.
All of these things are subjective, right?
No, they're not subjective. What kind of
if you ask anybody in China, they're gonna tell you, okay, that the University of Beijing is gonna be the best. If you ask somebody in England, they might say Cambridge, okay, university is the best. If you say America, they might tell you Cooper Union. They might tell you MIT. This is subjective. It is.
All right. That's a good
point. Brother. It's not listed there. We have MIT, we have Stanford, we have Berkeley. So I don't see Imperial University here, brother.
There's another
we
one.
Have a school in Zurich, Switzerland.
Imperial.
Nothing about Imperial University.
Maybe after 40 to 50 colleges.
You know what you should just say?
Yeah. So I don't know why you say those things, bro. It's not actually true.
You conquered your oppressors. Your oppressors have conquered you.
It's actually number 2, right? Ranked number 2 in the world, right? I can send you right now the QS world ranking is number 2. I'm sending it right now for you to look at, right? This is number 2.
And so, what did you put up with this degree? Because all I see you do is you're on YouTube. So, what did you do with this illustrious degree? What have you erected?
I don't need to do anything
in your time
with the
as an
degree.
engineer.
That's
all I want to know. You do.
I don't need to do anything. It's there, right? That's a ranking. If you look at the QS world ranking, is number 2.
What did you
QS WUR ranking is number 5.
To spend all of this money. So tell me, I want to know the great engineering feats. Since you're such a, you're a genius, right? Because I see anybody can just go get a YouTube channel. I don't think you got to be a genius.
I do see it now, right? I see it, but it's a footnote. It says other high-ranking engineering schools, and then it mentioned Oxford and then Imperial College.
Yeah, but what have you done with this?
So it's not in the first 4 or 5 top universities.
Tell me what have you done.
Dollar Bill.
I'm gonna actually put it up. 1 second.
I want to know.
I'm pulling it up right now. This is 25 results. I don't just talk shit, right? 1 second, brother. It's there. 1 second, brother. Think up to be. I'll answer your question, right? Think up. Okay, there it is. I've just posted up the ranking there. That's the
so when did you go to school there, brother? When did you go to school there?
1 second, brother. 1 second.
Okay,
please just clarify that it is number 2 in the top universities world ranking, and I've just sent you the link.
Is it in the UK? Because I searched it on Google in the highest.
Searching on Google. I've just given you a top.
No, I did my own research, bro. I mean, I just did it multiple times, and it showed me MIT, Stanford, some school in Zurich, and Berkeley, bro. It didn't say that. It didn't mention that.
I understand what you're saying, brother, but this should not be that very difficult, right? This is the topuniversities.com ranking, which is in partnership with
number 1 is
like
Massachusetts Institute of
Technology.
Correct.
Number 1 is MIT. Number 2 is Imperial, and then number 3 is Oxford.
Number 2 is Stanford.
No, I've just shown. If you guys like retarded, can't read.
Yes,
I know.
And then there's some school in Zurich, Switzerland.
Okay, we're all retarded.
Hey, come on, brother. I
You
mean, again,
You're a genius.
if you did in fact go to that school, kudos to you. It's a top school for engineering. Good. But it's not ranked number 2.
What is it that you're doing
brother,
with this?
Maybe the time you win was ranked number 2.
Hey, Dollar Bill,
What are you doing with it?
Dollar Bill. He dropped out of his internship. That's what he did.
My brother, let me ask you a simple question. I've posted the last link there. There is a world university ranking. Is there? Click on it. Right?
So you're
Click
doing
on
nothing
it.
with
It's not difficult.
You
It
got
has a
YouTube
list
channel.
of ranking. The
You
university
quit-
I talked
you
about
quit
is
being
number 2 in
a-
that
a
ranking.
number
MIT
But brother,
engineer
respectfully, right?
in the
Because you was constantly me to grace your platform today. Why do you hustle for so much super chat if you are this very intelligent person? Why are you not engineering new things and really making a contribution to the world and Kenya as a whole with your illustrious, engineering
why you
degree?
allowing the
I asked
Chinese
that
to
question
build everything
respectfully.
up in Kenya? Why aren't you doing it? Because everything is being
Because
built in Kenya. It's done by the Chinese. Why aren't you out there?
Dollar Bill, let give him a chance to answer my question. I meant that sincerely.
Okay.
Because I'm okay. I can't even answer that question. But the ranking is there, right? It's in the back chat.
I mean, come on, bro. We seen the rankings. Let's answer the most substantive question.
Come on, no
I can't answer that.
Oh, come on, Kaiser. Come on, don't cop out on us, brother.
I can't answer. I can't. Look, if we can't even agree on what you call an objective metric, I've given you a ranking, and you still can't.
Okay, you've done it. We're gonna concede to that,
right?
Yeah, even if we concede, let's answer that. Let's answer my question.
I'm not going to answer questions if you don't even want to look at the evidence.
Let Dollar Bill ask the next question.
What are you doing with it?
We have to at least agree on basic metrics.
Okay, you win. We concede. You win. We lost, even though our information saying otherwise. But we concede. You won. You're ranked number 2. You went to that number 2 ranked school. What are you doing with the degree that you got?
No, nothing. I quit. I decided to just become a YouTuber.
So you quit? Did you not complete it, or you just quit?
You know why he quit? Hey, you know why he quit?
I guess the achievement is getting into the school. That's a big achievement. I give you that.
I'm gonna tell you what he's doing. He think people so goddamn stupid. He gonna make a lot of money on YouTube.
Yeah, because I mean, no offense, brother. I see the hustle, man. You do a lot of shit like putting somebody in chains for like $20. Putting them in the back. You're using that big head of yours to scam money for people, man. I get it.
Primarily, what he is a comedian, right?
And I think he's trolling also, even though he's doing it with a straight face, which is even more funny.
That makes you super intelligent. You know what? We're all dunces, and you, my friend, you are a genius.
Correct.
You pretty much.
But that's not correct. Don't put me in that.
You like every
other. So Elvis. Have you heard of something called diversified? I'll answer your question now more seriously, right? Diversified.
I hope you didn't go look on Wikipedia to answer my question. Now you got the answer in front of you. But go ahead.
Your portfolio. You know what you're doing now?
Interesting.
You got a diversified portfolio.
I don't, guys.
Mine's diverse too.
Ask the question, Kaiser. I was just making fun.
Yeah, I'm answering a question, right?
I'm not the genius.
No, I said ask the question. You were asking me if I knew about diversity. What?
Diversifying, your economic investment.
Yeah, you talking about investment portfolios?
Correct. So let me answer your question. Cleanly, right? The reason why I beg money on YouTube is because that's one of my economic ventures.
Come on, brother. You're smart enough. That head of yours, you barely make any kind of tangible money on YouTube, brother. Come on.
I don't make. Okay, fair enough. I don't think you understand how much money I make on YouTube, right? But
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're pulling in thousands of dollars a month. Maybe
people that
you must be running a good gambit.
It doesn't matter how much I make, but just know I make enough from YouTube. I'm not.
I know for you.
But I'm saying a person who went to a second-ranked engineering degree school, you think making a couple $1,000 on YouTube is even worth your time? An engineering mastermind like yourself?
You still
it is
paying
because
back the loan.
This is not my only economic venture. I have at least 3 companies. I'm selling land. I'm doing 1,000 different things.
You're land scamming too.
One of them.
Dollar Bill back on, man. You ready to jump on this, man?
Get his ass, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill.
Anyway,
there's no scamming, right? Like
Right.
Selling land where you selling land?
Where you selling land to on Atlantis in the middle of the ocean?
He's selling land in Wakanda, bro.
Wakanda forever. I want to be right where T'Challa was living, bro. Make me the new Black Panther.
When a black man differentiates himself as a superior, the other blacks wants to bring him back down to their level. This is
you two hustling, brother. I don't know if that's really big superior here, man. No offense to you two hustlers, man.
That's fine. If he's making money on YouTube,
it's
that's
all
a good
public
thing.
knowledge. It's all public knowledge, and I guarantee you, I pay more taxes than you.
So what was your focus in engineering? Where did you focus on?
And I'm not a genius.
Yeah, I mean, just all the engineering stuff.
Guarantee that.
I don't know.
What?
This is all the
This nigga said all the engineering stuff. Are you kidding me, bro? You sure you went to that school?
All right,
he was a supporter there. He was a supporter there. He
said all the engineering stuff. Come on, dog. Were you focusing robotics? Or you focus on civil? What was your engineering focus, brother?
It was a general engineering degree. Just general.
Oh my gosh.
General engineering, huh?
No.
So I'm guessing you didn't complete your degree then.
What type of
kind of
engineer
did you study to be? There's no
African guy to say all the engineering stuff. You don't believe you, man. That's this dude probably went online and researched the top engineering university and decided I'm going to pick this one that I went to.
What's your degree up on the thing? Show us your degree. Let's see his sheepskin.
Wait, what'd you say, brother?
You don't know what a sheepskin? If you really have a degree, you know what the sheepskin is, man. Come on.
No, I don't know what a sheepskin is. Like, you mean the skin of a sheep?
Oh my God, Dollar Bill doesn't know.
No, I don't know what that is. Please enlighten me.
You know what they put your degree in, brother?
Is you a fraud? You out there?
My degree is printed on paper. Not a
sheepskin, asshole.
Okay, that's great. I don't know.
Don't be too rude to him. Kaiser's being nice. He's not calling names. That's not calling names.
You say that you're a general engineer.
It's okay. He can call me names, right? But I don't know what a sheepskin is. Neither do I care about sheepskin.
And maybe it's different out there, Dollar Bill. Let's not be too quick to judge. Here, if you got a degree, they tell you you're a sheepskin because it's printed on sheep hide.
When he says he's a general engineer, that means he works on machinery.
Is that what it is?
As I said,
or he's a maintenance man.
Well, Jonathan, he said he quit though. He didn't really complete. He didn't do it to conclusion.
No, I didn't say I quit the degree. I quit doing that as a profession. It's different.
But why would you go? You say you had a PhD, right? Is that what you got a PhD in?
Aren't you teaching?
Correct.
So why go that far and then quit?
Just boring, man. Like, I have way more fun on YouTube.
Oh, come on, Kaiser, man. A guy of the magnitude of the size of your head, I know you're not telling me that you quit your engineering degree for YouTube, brother.
You're a genius.
You believe this, Negro? I'm gonna sell you some land in Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, I think what happened is when he got his degree online, right? He found that his degree wasn't accredited. So
don't make me put up the.
No, that's cool. The school name he called is a highly accredited school, surely. But come on.
Don't let me put up the habitual
going on, Kaiser? What is
going on? Did you get in trouble with the law, Kaiser?
Is your IQ 55 or 155? Which one is it?
Did you go with an underage white woman?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you get caught up with one of them snow bunnies?
I don't know how any of that is relevant, and I'm not gonna be.
Diddy all on someone?
Listen, guys. I don't really allow to be disrespected, right? If you're gonna go down that line, I'm gonna leave, which is fine.
Okay, no. We can keep you on, bro. We're not gonna go down that road.
Please don't disrespect the guests.
Yeah, but Kaiser, man, why do you talk down on the black people, brother? I don't like that. Why do you do that?
Hold on, Elvis, the way you talking to Kaiser, man, but you were so protective of some of your guys.
I'm being very respectful. Kaiser won't tell you I'm being disrespectful to him. Why are you pointing me out? Dollar Bill is the one that calling up the dude names. I'm being really respectful to him.
I didn't call him names. I just say,
Kaiser, am I being disrespectful to you, brother? Am I asking real questions, even though I'm skeptical of certain things?
I'm just saying let's not ask weird questions like the last couple.
Some of the questions you guys are getting.
But brother, like, let me say this, right? I'm not Kenyan, of course, but I'm saying, had you had a PhD in engineering, whether it's in
weird questions, what are you talking
whether it's in general engineering, you would be a big asset, especially if you graduated from Imperial College.
Why would you reveal that? Hold on, who knows? It's probably sensitive of what he does, where he works at, whatever like that. You know,
No, you don't have a job.
You know, I wouldn't
you don't have a job.
He didn't say. He said he quit it. He said he quit the engineering stuff because YouTube was fun and the engineering was boring.
I get it. We don't agree with what he's saying, but to discredit him like he don't have a job, come on, man. You know,
he said he don't have a job.
We're not saying. I'm not even saying that. I'm not going that far. We're just asking why he quit such a potentially lucrative job to do YouTube. That's
Elvis,
the point I was making.
You don't understand something, right? Put into context. What country is he come from? Kenya.
Kenya, yeah.
Not a lot of opportunity there.
There's way more opportunities in Kenya than most other African countries.
Opportunities there. You got foreigners, you got Asians, you got white. You know how many white people from Silicon Valley?
He got a degree from a top university.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
no local ass Kenyan college.
Look, I just got through telling you earlier, right?
Kyle, I think you were sleeping through it when he was talking. He went to school in the UK, not in Kenya.
Oh, you know who's suffering right now is a job market is Asian Americans. Why? Because they're seen as overachievers, and so you don't have to look out for them if they're being discriminated. They get discriminated against all the time. That's because I know so many people that got degrees in the freaking mopping floors and shit. You know,
Kyla.
In this country, Kyla, you barely ever see that. People who got degrees will find work.
You know, or whatever.
Kyla, this guy just finished
what's wrong with you, Kyla?
That he goes to the number. He graduated from the number 2.
Niggas go to Harvard and can't get a job.
He claimed he just that he
you
has a
rarely go
degree.
against dollar bill. Something's fishy here.
For the number
I'm
one.
not going against dollar bill. I'm just saying I got a different perspective. You know,
Kaiser got compromised on Kyla, man. He's gonna expose Kyla if he switches.
That's all he gonna
it's not that, it's not that. It's just the fact that, you know, it's going down slippery. So let's tell everybody on the panel reveals what they do and say, give receipts. Say, this is what I do. Kaiser, now show me what you do. Everybody, you can't be sitting there in anonymity and expect somebody to reveal all themselves.
You can't come up somewhere and claim that you're some goddamn genius that graduated from the top school in the world and not explain it. So
we could disagree. I don't agree with what he says, you know, but I just take him at, you know, what he's talking about. Like when somebody basically, people went into my website.
He just called us retarded.
Because if he was really like that, he would be fucking happy to explain himself. Trust me. People that educated like that.
He's a genius.
I got what I do online, and I got my personal life. You know, not everyone want to reveal what they do in their personal life.
Colin, he's saying that he's intellectually superior to us, which could be true. But we want to find out a little more about his intellectual prowess. That's all.
I can't talk about intellectual power. What he works at got to do with anything? That's my.
Nobody asking where he worked at. He gave us the information that he quit doing engineering because it was too boring, and he went to do YouTube.
Elvis, let me ask you a question. Where'd you graduate school from?
The University of Winona in Minnesota. Say that again?
What year? Oh,
so you want to know? You want to know all my business, Colin?
Yeah, I want to know the year. What year? I don't believe you. What year?
Come on, Colin.
Say the year.
Right. Really? What year?
Right.
What year? Where you see?
I asked Kaiser the questions. He volunteered information, right?
You see where it leads to, right?
So no. I don't mind giving it to you. I don't want to dox myself, but I'm telling you, I can give you. Listen, I can give you limited. Listen to me, Carla. I can give you limited information without doxing myself and telling you everything. Where you can look up my transcript, you can look up my. Listen to what I'm saying, Carla. Just listen for a second.
For 6 months, I don't know anything about you.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I keep things to my chest that I don't want to share because that's my business, right?
Okay, I get that, right?
If Kaiser came on and he told me I don't want to talk about that, fine. I respect it, right?
But you always asking me.
No, because I don't come on the panel bragging about my education or bragging about which school I went to. I went to an in-state school way in the southern part of Minnesota. I didn't go to a top college, so I'm not coming here bragging about it. That's the thing. That's the difference with me.
You see, Colin, he said he was a genius and that we were all.
Yeah, he's bragging about his prowess, and the school is impressive. We want to understand. And he's volunteering information, and we're questioning him. We're not saying that.
You gotta admit, he does
Was you even listening to the conversation, Carlos?
Channel. He calls everybody
No, Kyler, what you can do is
I don't get. I know I'm very high.
Yeah, I don't come with a pad and say I'm smarter than everybody because I got a college degree. I mean, no. I never do that.
What I'm saying, but I say like this. I did basically like this. When we have something to debate somebody, I'll basically like your guy came here. I had a lot of questions. I didn't get a chance to ask your guy questions. That's how I debate. I noticed how once I didn't ask him how much money he makes and all this stuff like that. I don't even really care where he graduated.
You think that was relevant to the debate, Kyler?
It's not irrelevant, you know? It's not irrelevant.
No, Kaizo, he came in with a talking point. We didn't bring up his education. He said he's a premium black. He came from. He has a PhD. He mentioned that out of the gate. We didn't ask him about his education. He mentioned that.
Let me say about your friend, right? I only asked him that because he says that the reason for the progressive movement, we weren't getting opportunities. And I was just trying to ask him, well, how was you able to get an education? You know, how was you able to do this and like that if the country wasn't like this? That's the kind.
And what did he tell you?
Man, what? He even let him answer.
That don't have nothing to do with what Kaiser did.
Well, I was downstairs. I didn't hear what the.
You see, oh my God, there we go. You see, colleges came back and joined the conversation and started talking. And he didn't know how the conversation started.
I understand. Okay, I got a guest on the show.
How smart he was.
Yeah, you don't know how he started the conversation. We didn't ask him what school he went to. He started telling us he's a PhD. He's a elite black.
Native black.
Right.
Actually, I brought the PhD in.
Then he tried to tell me about literacy.
Can you name the first?
Hold on. He talking again. Let him talk.
Actually, I brought up again. 1 second. I actually brought up the PhD much later. I did say I was premium black. I did say that, but I brought the PhD after you started coming for Kenyan education, right? That's much later. But yes, look, the reality is this, right? And Carla this was psychological experiment I was running, right? Whenever black people are in the presence of someone superior to them, instead of just understanding it, they have to bring that person back down.
You're not superior to anybody here.
That's the reality.
That's the premise. It's a false premise.
You're a guy who has a PhD in engineering and quit and doesn't utilize the degree that he fought so hard to get.
Be a YouTuber.
Well, it wasn't hard.
Does not make you superior.
As I said it, right? I'm a genius. It was very easy in the walk in the park for me, right?
I know.
The point is
where's the wisdom though, brother?
No, he's a Elon Musk. He's a Bill Gates type of guy who's too smart for school and just made billions of dollars while having that finished their college degree.
Minus the money part, right? But the reality is
the big part.
That's the biggest part, brother.
That is the part.
See what I'm saying, right? This is the insecurity of the black man. You just can't admit that.
We're having a conversation with you, brother. Stop being insecure. We just feel bad as black people that you wish that all your God-given genius and not apply yourself fully. That's all.
What's this age of this dude again?
35, man.
25?
35.
Oh,
he's a kid, man. You know what it is.
Look, as I said, guys, right? You gotta leave the insecurity out, man. Like I never said I was rich.
We're all insecure because you're a superior black. We all want to go to college to a top university, over hundreds of thousands of dollars, and join YouTube. That's all we're gonna do. That.
No, I got a scholarship. As I keep saying, I got a scholarship.
The guy's a genius, Dollar Bill. He spent years in college sitting in classes, doing assignments, taking exams just to quit.
We could disagree with Kaizo when he said
I got a fully paid scholarship.
I'm not a genius.
Why are you mocking the guy? Why are you mocking him?
He came in talking about us.
We're not mocking him.
He came in calling us.
I want him to mock me, right? Because
I don't buy you.
If the guy comes in and says he's superior than everybody on the platform, why the hell are you defending him?
I'm not defending him.
And he tried to show his bona fide. He tried to show his bona fide based on the college that he went to in his ranking.
Hold up. There's a way you debate somebody, right? It's like this.
It's not a debate. We're just having a conversation with him, Carl. It's not a debate.
I have not heard you guys ask him any real questions.
I did. I asked him a couple of real questions. Well, you're downstairs eating a 3-course meal.
Why don't you ask him a real question then, Carlo?
Yeah,
you the host. Ask him a real
question. Carla did ask me a real question. He asked why immigrants
versus Black America, right?
Right.
Those are silly things. Those are not substantial questions, man.
Well, that's the question.
No, here's the truth.
That's the topic.
Look, guys. Kala asked me a real question. He asked me, why do immigrants think they perform better than native populations in America? And I answered it. You guys were asking me silly questions about what university did you go to or blah blah blah. It's like you focus on lower level questions.
No, because you made an assertion that you are better and you're smarter than those of us on the panel, which you could be, but we have to ascertain to come to that conclusion.
Hey, let's
try to answer questions about money. Hang on. I try to explain why America is rich. I try to explain why America is rich. You guys start talking about nonsense. You weren't even able to understand the answer, so I had to troll you. That's what happened.
We're too stupid ass to understand, to comprehend the answers, Mr. Genius. I get it.
Maybe we have low literacy.
I can repeat myself if you want.
Maybe we have low literacy.
Hang on. One second.
Order here.
I hate these fake intellectuals.
I'm gonna do a round table where everybody. Kaizo, what is your point? What is your point about? Okay, I asked a question about the model minority. You said that people are exceptional people. They usually come to these countries and whatnot. Is that your assertion?
Yeah, they generally they're exceptional people, and this is true for all countries. It's not an American thing. It's just the exceptional immigrant model minority. It happens in all countries. If you come to Kenya, the Indians, for example, they do better than the average African Kenyan.
Can we say that if Black America has built a community in Kenya, and they're mostly educated, they will be like the elite, right?
Even if they're not educated, the simple fact that they know how systems work more than the average African. I mean, we got loads of passport bros here right now. They are obviously living in the elite places like Lavington, Kileleshwa, because they have access to a breadth of knowledge, how to make money online, how to start businesses in a certain way, etiquette that the average Kenyan doesn't have. So yeah, anyone who is willing to leave their country to explore the world already has a superior, and yes, you guys don't like the term superior, right? But it exists. They have a superior mentality in being able to go seek other places. Kala has been to Liberia.
What I disagree with you is, I don't think people are born superior by genetics. I don't agree with that.
Oh, neither do I. I don't think that.
I know you were trolling when you said that. The bottom line is, because I listened to you for years. The bottom line is, I do believe that environment, culture, and work ethic, and all these. That's why I said I want to get the Ubuntu people talking about work ethic. And everything. I haven't heard that part yet. Work ethic. How much do you study? I read all the time. And what do you say about the world? What is your consciousness? What do you say? What do you value? I valued education when I was growing up. I used to read books and encyclopedias when I was an early teen. I read my encyclopedias from cover to cover by the time I was 12 years old. And so basically, that's a value. So I could tell people who haven't read like I have, because when people ask me, Carl, how do you know Socio-political Liberia? Well, I say, well, I read it, and I used to go to the library. If something interests me, I go to the library, I look up books and everything like that. A lot of people don't do that because it's not. I don't think people are born with some gene that makes you quest for knowledge. I just think I don't know what makes people like. Some people will sit there while I go to the library. Some people may spend their time going to the gym, or doing other things. I just happen to be an avid reader, I don't think I'm superior to nobody, but that's just my feel. There's many ways of measuring.
No, but Kala, you are superior, right? I don't get why you, and this is, I think, an issue I see with Black people, right? You're not going to compare Usain Bolt to me. He's superior to me when it comes to physicality. It's just a fact. Yeah. You're superior intellectually to most Black people. It is what it is, right?
I wasn't born that way.
How can you qualify?
Are we sure that Kala is superior to most Black people intellectually?
Have you taken some type of
Kala, stop it. That's not true.
I did my IQ. They said
that is not
scientific
true. I did my IQ like 12 years ago. They
Kala, listen to way more smarter people than you on a daily basis. No offense to you. I'm just being honest.
Look, I know.
Do you think it's a genetic thing?
I had a. Let me just say this.
No, seriously, don't troll.
My father-in-law. Can I say this for a second?
Yeah.
My father-in-law had a 7th grade education. Taught himself how to speak Spanish fluently. Taught himself how to speak Yiddish fluently. He was a man who knew all about bees. He was a honey keeper. He traveled to Peru. Taught himself Quechua. He went to Israel. Okay, and taught them how to do beekeeping. He was on the David Susskind show. There's some people, okay, who are just brilliant people. And some of them have never been, don't even have a high school
my father was like that.
This man is father, right? Yes, this
my
guy
father could read and write in Greek, in ancient Greek.
This guy was a polyglot.
Was he a pastor?
No.
Yeah, my father was not. Yeah, pastor.
His father was a pastor.
Yeah.
So, I'm waiting for your point, brother.
Pastor, yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, when you say superior, you cannot look at a person and say
you never know who the next genius is.
This low level person, because that's all they're doing is all they can do. Because his job was an elevator operator, but he had several businesses. He owned so much land in Hazleton.
Wait. As in, all his job was just to press a button. Okay.
No, I'm just trying to explain to you. And listen, I'm not. I mean, I trolled you too, because I know that's why I asked you how old you were, because I know that people from your age category think that way. It's not unusual for people your age to think that way. You get a little knowledge and a little knowledge.
What Dollar Bill is saying, there are natural geniuses who are born in poor conditions or born to people who are not of a certain class.
I agree. That I agree.
And they may not have the education, officially, but they can be polyglots, which most regular people can. Even most doctors and engineers can learn a second language. It's very difficult for them. But there's some people who don't have a high school education who can learn 5 languages.
In my life was my father, right?
Just the way your brain is wired.
My father get into a conversation and somebody bring up Constantine. I still to this day haven't really studied that. My father said, but Constantine did this, and this is how Christianity changed with the council.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, because your father is a preacher. You learn Greek in seminary.
He knew about the Romans. He Romans, and he knew about the ancient Greeks. The Vikings.
Yeah, that's basic. If you go to seminar to be a preacher. That's theology. You learn that stuff in
like my father.
In that college.
We used to talk about this. My father.
He didn't learn it on his own.
My father, what my father said to me after studying history and everything like that, he was the one to put it in my head. He says, "We African Americans are people without a land." That's what my father said. Now he had every reason for America was good. He wrote for Ronald Reagan in 1984, right? Yeah. But he always said, "We're pilgrims. We're people without a land." That's after everything.
He probably said that because the Israelites in the Bible. We probably couldn't.
No. He said that because. The bottom line, he knew
the wandering Jews.
He knew every people in the world. History told him that every people, their quest is for their own land. That's what my father always said. He goes,
and he's absolutely correct. Let me tell you something. And in fact, just like some people's unintelligence runs in the family, some people's intelligence. Now, I thought I was pretty intelligent. I still think I'm pretty intelligent than most. When I met Dr. Amos Wilson, I was about 19 years old. And the way
I'll give you that dollar bill. You're pretty
I want to get back to this genetics.
Hold on one second.
Very important.
When I met Dr. Amos Wilson, and we would sit down.
Bad to on it tonight.
We would chop up. We would chop up books.
It's triggered, man.
I couldn't catch up with these dudes. I was 19.
Carlos, somebody made a 2-hour show on you because you didn't snap back when somebody said they were superior to you.
And I couldn't hang with this guy. When I tell you that this man ate books, some people read books. When I tell you he ate books, and you would sit down and with Joe and
we use that phrase in Liberia, man. That guy eat booker.
Man, when I just couldn't believe how they would break a book down.
You say
from week to week. We had like a study group, and I think I lasted like a week because I just couldn't. And the guys were on there with pediatricians and stuff like that. These guys were so smart. I felt like an imbecile.
Some people can consume and retain information at a higher rate than others. They're just certain people who are just wired different, and they can ingest and digest information and retain it more than others.
That's me.
Unfortunately, right? Those people are the minority, right? And they never all gained power because the like Socrates said about Democracy. Socrates was like that. He was brilliant, right? but he knows if you ever had democracy or not, the people who are geniuses, the scholar class, whatever, will be obscure because the
But you know one thing I know about the geniuses.
Yep. Color. That's why these niggas can't understand me.
Can I say that?
That's why these guys can't understand me.
I've never met a real genius that has ever said out loud that he's
I'm a genius. You're right.
I've never. Yes, I'm
sure? Honestly, most geniuses don't consider themselves genius. They're geniuses ever to others.
I've never met, and Dr. Amos Wilson, if you look up he was a genius. I've never heard him say one time that he was smart or that he was smarter than anyone else.
Yeah, I agree. But let me break something down here. You see, the issue is here, and I'm going to say something high IQ, but again, maybe only 5% will.
That's what IQ people don't say. They don't say I'm going to say things.
I know.
High
IQ. Let me say it. Right?
Let us be in awe. Let us be in awe.
Let me say it quick.
Don't you be in awe before you say something.
Fine. Let me say it right. So here's the thing, right? What you guys are doing is conflating character, which is a personality trait, with intellectualism, which is more of a raw, physical representation of genius. They're two separate things. You're talking about well-adjusted people. You haven't met a well-adjusted genius who would say those things because they are well-adjusted to societal norms. However, that has nothing to do with genius or intelligence. That's just a physical, biophysiological
I've known several geniuses.
Hang on, I understand you're not even getting what I'm saying, brother.
The way they explain stuff.
I understand what you're saying.
Stuff. It's not a personality thing. It's just when you listen to a person break down an
just listen
idea.
For a second, please.
Okay,
understand
and
what
go
I'm
across.
Some geniuses are braggadocious.
Please just listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm trying to explain to you what's going on. There's something called personality traits. Then there is intelligence, and then there's wisdom, right? You have just met people that had a nice mix of those traits, and that's what you call genius. However, those are separate traits. Wisdom is not the same as intelligence, and it's not the same as personality.
I've worked
being
well-renowned people who are known to be geniuses in their field.
So here's the thing. I can name you many, right? So first of all, there was actually the person that discovered DNA, right? Whitson and Crick, whatever. Yeah.
Crick.
One of them
Crick
was a
and
racist.
Watson, I think.
Crick and Watson. One of them was a racist who started talking about how, maybe this explains why black people are inferior. Now, he won the Nobel Prize and discovered the helix, the double helix of DNA. Are you going to say that he's still not a genius? Well, he's a genius. He's just not socially well adjusted and doesn't have much wisdom.
I didn't say he wasn't.
Hang on, brother, one sec. I've just pointed out that there's a genius who can be satisfied as a genius who doesn't talk the way that you have met people talking to. Meaning your point is null and void. My point is simple.
It's not.
Personality traits.
It's not.
Oh my God. You see what I'm saying? This is retarded. I can't be talking someone of this IQ.
First of all, people don't even use retarded anymore. You can't even find. You can't find retarded in the DSM. You don't even know what you're talking about.
He's right about that.
On one of your shows a couple of years ago,
you can have a bad personality.
The reason why Pan-African doesn't work is because the average African is constantly in survival, where black people in the West were basically beyond survival.
Kaizo, we can't consider you a genius because you haven't done anything genius. Genius people in their field are people who think outside of the norm and have a breakthrough in their field of study. Exactly. And most people look at them and marvel at them because they never thought that somebody could think that way to find a new solution to a problem.
That's not correct. That's not correct because you don't have to do something to be a genius. You don't.
What quantifies a person to be a genius? Big black.
The guy who broke the Frenchman who discovered the meta-netter and so you tell me he was only a genius when he broke the code, or was he a genius all along?
You talking about the person that broke the Enigma machine?
No. He
was a genius all along. Right?
Hold on. Let me hear what Colin's saying.
It took him decades to do that. And financing. Albert Einstein was called an idiot until
he didn't speak until he was about 9 years old.
Yeah, so
and Albert Einstein revolutionized physics.
No, but hold up, but he wasn't always like that.
I mean, come on, bro. We have
hold up, Albert Einstein. didn't do shit.
Yeah, and also Einstein's another perfect example. You're saying that Chinese people are obtuse and retarded and stuff. So you gotta you still need to stop conflating personal.
So you're still on the point that Dollar Bill made that genius people don't like to brag about their genius. Genius people can be racist. They can have certain like you said, they can have certain personalities. But one of the things that Dollar Bill was saying is that they usually don't brag about being genius.
No, but they do.
They can have flawed characters, but they don't just come and tell you, I'm Albert Einstein, I'm a genius in physics.
But they do. That's my point. I'm telling you that they do that. Yeah, because you haven't met any geniuses. You don't even have the ability to intelligence.
I haven't met any geniuses. Dr. Amos Wilson, psychology wasn't a genius, nigga.
They're geniuses in every aspect of life. There are people who play sports who are genius in their field. They're genius of mathematics. They're genius of science.
You don't know.
Come on, bro.
Let's get one at a time, y'all. Come on, man.
Y'all literally are knocking something that's a fact.
You're an idiot.
Bill Gates has been bluntly about being smart. Mark Zuckerberg has been bluntly about being smart. Elon Musk has been bluntly about it.
No, that's not what I said.
About the black
don't misrepresent.
I'm the co-host. I know what all smart people I know brag about being smart. Actually, yeah, geniuses brag about it. Like I said, this whole low, like we have to, go down.
Ted Cruz is right, genius, right?
Excuse me. I had to mute him for a second. First of all,
Dollar Bill, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I had to.
Come on,
that's good.
Yeah, I know. Because see, what he's trying to do is misrepresent me. I didn't say that every genius, that some geniuses are not braggadocious, and that you couldn't be braggadocious and be a genius. What I said was that I didn't know any. That's all. That's all I said. So don't misrepresent me and then try to say something that's untrue. You can be a genius and be braggadocious. Yes, you can. But I'm talking about personally the people I have met. So it does not make it null and void. That's all I'm talking to you. I'm talking about my personal. And so for him to say to me, you don't know any geniuses, I'm telling him he's a liar. I just gave him the name of one.
Fine. Let me ask you then, if you bring yourself as personal experience, how is that relevant to the conversation when talking about generalities? You're using your personal experience to disprove.
Exactly.
The point was, you're trying to tell me I'm not a genius because I'm bragging.
I was talking about, I didn't know, it wasn't about you bragging. All I said to you was, when you claim that you're a genius, you're a genius at what? You have done what with your genius? Okay? So when we say that, you have to qualify and quantify what are you a genius at?
Do you want me
to answer that?
Yeah, there's no general genius. You got to be genius at doing math, genius at being, playing the violin, genius at sports or whatever.
Actually, there is. I'm a polymath, first of all, right? So I'm a genius in more or less most musical instruments that I play, which is 3 of them. Music.
Do you think this idea of the African standard, like say, is doable based on everything?
It's doable, but you have to be selective about the kinds of people.
You have to be selective. Idiot. We're around an idiot.
Let me ask you a question. What would you do if you was in charge, Kaizo, of building in Afghanistan? What would you do?
There'll have to be an IQ test, right? First of all, I'm not having certain people in that Afghanistan. Definitely an IQ test.
Oh, shit. Black said how many times a day you think?
I already was gonna say that.
All I have to do is
the low IQ people are necessary for a society to balance things out. You can't have all.
They can work for like cleaning jobs and just generally you
need a balance of everything. The problem is what the reason why we in a situation like that is all over the world, every culture, educated people have been using their education to manipulate, lie, deceive, and control the masses of people. I see it all the time. Let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. I listened to a thing of Michael. You ever heard of Michael Eric Dyson Kaizo?
Yeah, I know him. The guy that talks too fast.
The other day, babbling about the election, right? And I'm saying to myself, this is what. Then you know something. Ricky Smiley said. And Steve Harvey said. They said we control 99% of what black people hear in America, because our radio show and our connections to radio, the media connected control 99%. So I'm listening to the people that brag about this, right? That they control what black people think. But no, so I'm saying to myself, they don't have to be right? But we perceive them as right. And the bottom line, if that's all you know, then they become our de facto leaders and everything like that. And
I guarantee you probably won't find more than 2 people on this panel who listen to Ricky Smiley's show or Michael Eric Dyson's show on a regular basis.
Really. I know. Not on this panel, but I'm talking about.
I don't think Jonathan or anybody else do.
Millions of black people, right? They basically listen to Ricky Smiley. Who put them in power over a large number?
I don't know nobody that listens to. First of all, I think Ricky Smiley is on way. Is he on Sirius FM? I know he was on that Dish TV or whatever it was.
I would say those are low IQ people.
Yeah, okay, and
He's
also
create a utopia with high IQ people. But who's going to do all the necessary things?
Well, let me tell you how it works in Africa, right? The rich live in one place.
People that basically is going to give you 30 years of hard labor and not say a word.
Who's going to be the soldiers?
Hey, Kazo did ask you a question about the Afghanistan. What would you do, Kazo, if you had to visit Afghanistan after Yeah, for this
Tyler, you got to highlight African Goddess comment at 302, 303. That's an amazing comment.
What's he saying? Advise your cousin to start YouTube channel and stop wasting his life to start a YouTube. Who's her cousin?
Because Nicole Jackson said that she had an albino cousin who was tested as a genius and has an engineering degree. So she's saying she's saying that. Why get that engineering degree and use your actual genius when you can be a YouTuber?
Yeah. So Elvis, now here's a funny thing, Carla. I've
Lisa
talked about
says
this
she's
before,
teaching.
But Elvis, right? Look, if you don't want me to troll, I'll answer your question honestly, right? As I said, I do about 500 different things. One of the genius things I'm doing is developing a crypto platform for actually ending African corruption when it comes to buying and selling land. Right, and that's a huge problem here because there is centralization. Right, what that means is, right, if in Africa you go buy land, right, the land registry officer might change your land, right, title given to a more corrupt person has more money, right. But using the crypto platforms, using blockchain and smart contracts, you can make sure that there is a non-fungible history of that land transaction, right. Everything is auto-generated, the smart contract, so there's no scamming. This is a big problem in Africa, right? That is what I'm building right now. And
how are you going to enforce it?
I'm not going to talk about that, right? One second.
How are you going to enforce it? Because all you're talking about, it's not a genius idea.
Let him give more info.
Hang on, brother. Listen. This is not an idea. This is something. 1 second, please. 1 second. This is not an idea. It's not something that I'm thinking about. It's something I'm building right now. I'm building the code for it and the framework, and I have people working, doing their parts to interact with the government or other logistics companies, right? That's not my part.
So you're personally building and writing the code for this, or you have people working with you?
A couple of years ago, you did that because of what was happening in Ghana.
Okay, that's good.
This is before Ghana. It's just an African general problem, right? So I am personally coding this, right? I already got some investors involved, right? This is what I'm doing right now. Now, if you're asking about how am I going to enforce it, that's not my problem. That's what the other partners are going to do. And I'm not going to start doing that whole part of it, right? My part is just doing the code, right? And solving that initial technology challenge, right? And finding out the databases that we're going to be running this system on, increasing it after the beta testing and stuff. That's my job, the technology component to it, right? So you asked me what am I doing? That's one of the projects I'm doing. Now, YouTube allows me to have time to focus on my business because I don't have to be somewhere in an office all day. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing YouTube, right? It's passive, right? Meanwhile, I can code. I'm just in my office, in my home.
It's not really passive because you're actually spending time on YouTube.
That's something that you don't spend time. Kaizo, what languages are you familiar with? Which ones are you using to build the platform?
This man didn't even know AI was built by programmers. So how in the hell? What coding language?
Big Black. I thought you was thinking of that already, Big Black.
Oh my God, Big Black, please don't embarrass yourself.
Big Black, I usually don't agree with you, bro. But I you know what? I think
Well, he say he doesn't program.
No, we
he
just
doesn't
we
program.
are losing brain cells. Listen to this idiot.
What are you coding? What languages do you code in, bro?
Okay.
Make sure you say the right one, because I'm actually.
That's what I'm talking about. You got.
Hang on.
You got.
Is he on Ethereum? Are you on Ethereum?
Maybe he's on Python.
No.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second.
Is he doing it?
Hang on. One person at a time.
Frenchie said, "Why is Dollar Bill on the screen? What's going on?"
Dollar Bill is a co-host. He got the power to put himself on the screen.
Bill. That's Kyle.
Is that Kaizo? Just know.
That's Genesis.
No avatar.
Oh, okay.
That's his picture.
Ain't no picture on it.
We ain't seeing no picture. Maybe you guys can see the picture, but we can't. It's just a empty.
I don't see a picture either.
Let me look because
I can only answer one question at a time, right?
Kaizo, you don't know what languages you use to program?
No, it's not. I don't know. I'm answering a question. I mostly use Python for the back end, and I use Solidity for writing.
That was getting you Python. You could ask. You could.
The big black, leave this man alone, man. The man's a genius, bro. He probably knows how to code and do a lot of other shit that we've never heard of.
This is what I was saying, right? If you answer this, even if you answer this, people, instead of accepting the fact, they want to argue around it.
He knows what he's talking about. Now, just ask him some more questions. Like, I would like to know.
Kala, are you smarter than Kazorian?
Look,
what do you use to communicate with the database?
Kaizo, this question, right? What did he mean by the fact that you said Black Americans were more advanced because we're not on that survival mode? That's why we think of Pan.
Yeah. So great question, right? If you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's a pyramid.
This is what you talked about years ago.
Mm-hmm. So Black Americans are on the higher. Yeah, but Black Americans are going to be on the high end of Maslow's hierarchy needs. You guys are now looking for self-love, acceptance, and also looking for the higher spiritual plane. Why? Because all the baseline stuff is already fulfilled. You know how you're really trying to eat? You're not really trying to put shelter on your head, right? You can get those things if you want those things, right? For us Africans, we're still at the bottom part of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're just trying to survive. That's why corruption is rampant, right? Every time you get even a good job, the average African thinks they have to steal because that opportunity is going to go away.
How would that apply to Africans, Liberians? Did you hear the conversation I had with a Liberian? I wish you would have been on when I had this Elvis's friend interview or whatnot.
Was it a conversation, Kala, or was it a bashing?
It was a bashing.
It was a bashing. It was a conversation.
It's a bashing, bro.
It was a bashing.
When I logged
bottom line, I wanted him to come back on, so I held back, man. I held back.
You held back. You know? Imagine that, Jonathan. You held back.
But I'm saying like this. Like I said, the native Liberians, basically, like what you said. Say that again, Kaizo. Well, the theory. What is it, man? Like I say, you be throwing some stuff that I don't fucking know. Mm-hmm. Say that again so I can remember.
Yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Black Americans.
You don't know what it is, Kala?
What?
You don't know what that thing is? What he's talking about?
The highest point on Maslow's hierarchy of needs is called self-actualization. It's achieving one's full potential, including creative activities. It has nothing to do with identity. And Maslow was an industrial psychologist who used to work he's from New York City.
But wouldn't that apply, Bill? Wouldn't that apply to the situation I have in Liberia? One group of people basically had all the basics with it, so they weren't thinking like that.
Well, it apply to anybody who's at the bottom of the pyramid,
right?
For psychological needs.
So my point I'm trying to make is, if we know that, right, and that goes on throughout civilization, thing, why was Liberia so different then?
I can't answer all those questions.
I'm getting from.
Carla, you fixated on Liberia. Forget Liberia for a second. Let's focus on other countries, bro.
You guys got here for a long time talking about, woe is us and what.
Carla, you just asked a bunch of dumbass questions.
I got another question.
Humanity.
Yeah, and also one second, guys. I never said Black Americans are at the top of it, right? They're not the self-actualization. I said they're on the feelings and looking for camaraderie part, which is now self-discovery. I did not say that they're actualized, right? They're not actualized yet. Actualization is when we have a black nation that's successful and exactly in Africa.
Self-actualization has morality, creativity, spontaneity, and acceptance. Its experience and purpose, meaning, and inner potential. Okay, so how would you determine
who is this Eugene person? Is that a new person? I've never seen him here before. Eugene Braxton. America most experienced mystic.
I got one question for you, Keizo, real quick, Keizo. Hey, what type of database are you using?
Big Black, come on, man. You can still go back to the
Big Black, it's not called database, nigga.
Yeah, Big
What
Black,
program are you using to develop the project that you're working on? Are you using React or which one are you using?
Okay, I'm using Python for my backend, right? That's one.
That's
using
the
Solidity.
language. I'm talking about the platform, the program that you use to develop.
The code one is Solidity. I'm using Solidity at the moment to write the smart contracts, and I'm using a different SQL type, databases to kind of manage.
Is that on the Ethereum platform?
You don't know what he's using.
It's the smart contract is on the smart contract part is on Ethereum platform. Yes, if I'm going to deploy it, it's going to be on Ethereum.
Jack of all trades, master of
nothing. Hey, listen,
none, but still better than someone skilled at one. Correct.
Listen, what type of database though? You still answer that question.
Are you deaf, brother? I just told you.
Big Black want answers, bro. He demands it.
I told him I'm not going to repeat myself. I already explained which
database. You said you use an SQL.
Database is where you store information. It's not where you build information.
The Big Black, you got to tread lightly, brother. I don't know if you know too much about the coding situation, because Jonathan is into that shit. He's telling you.
I know.
Database is where you store data.
He knows something about it. But he didn't say the database.
Psychology. He just
said SQL. That's the language of the database.
Okay, brother. Do you know what a database?
The language of the database.
That's what I'm saying, Big Black. You're slipping a little bit, bro.
SQL is a database language.
Listen, at this point,
I'm beginning to think all of this
SQL
you said what?
What you say, Dollar Bill?
I think this is bullshit. I smell bullshit.
SQL
is, okay, brother. Are you asking? Hang on, let me ask you a question. Are you asking me if it's saved in Google Cloud or if it's saved in Amazon Azure or something like that? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, you guys gotta go back out. I mean, we just see a blank screen pretty much.
Are you asking where the data is stored?
There you go.
Hey, you feel that better?
Yeah, Bantu feels safe now. You can see himself on the screen.
I'm talking about
better. He's in the Twilight Zone, man.
When you talk about database, it's a specific database.
I just told you I'm using SQL databases for building.
Big Black, the guy already Wikipedia the shit, and now you got all the answers in front of him. Just let it be, bro.
He didn't really say database, but he's basically saying cloud storage, but I love Slack.
Exactly,
bro. If you are a genius, more power to you, brother, man. Use your genius for good. Transform Africa. We're waiting for your app to come out.
Or he could just best be a pathological liar. He could be a pathological liar.
Well, that could be a trait of a genius too. Geniuses are.
Most of them have psychopathic tendencies. They're just different, man. Geniuses are usually different kind of people. They're not just.
Or he could be a genius in his own mind, which means he's delusional.
He's a genius, but he's smart.
I'm sure.
But he's not a genius. He's far from a genius. I mean,
actually, to be honest with you, right? I think Kaiser's the smartest person born in Africa that I've ever met.
That's why Kyle is kowtowing to this dude, bro. You're kowtowing to Kaiser, bro. You feel inferior to him, Kyle.
Have you ever heard the term educated dummy? Educated.
And you know what? He was supposed to say that he plays. Do you know that Flavor Flav is a prodigy? That's a person who plays 10 or 15. He plays 15 different self-taught, 15 instruments. Flavor Flav. Flavor Flav. This guy, this genius right here,
at the end of the day,
he plays 3.
He's in the field for the most part that nobody up here can question because you don't know about the field.
Right.
I know.
And that's what I said, baby. I just let it be, man. I'm not a coder. I don't know that shit.
Well,
Can't know
Jonathan,
everything, right?
Y'all wouldn't know,
right?
Instruments.
Y'all wouldn't know a
Flavor
markup
Flav is a
language,
child
a
prodigy.
cascading style sheet, a
And
Python,
if he's a genius
JavaScript.
with
Y'all
3,
wouldn't know a damn thing.
This is
To
where
ask
Jonathan
any
shines
question
at.
this
that's your
man
field,
is
man.
saying.
That's your field. So you know it up. You know what's up, right? But I know when he started talking to me about literacy, I know what literacy is.
Okay, now you know,
That I know.
you know the
I've
low
got a
hanging fruit.
master's degree in education. 2003.
Saul.
Okay. 2003. Oh man, I tell you, man.
So what instruments do you play? Do you learn them innately, or were you trained to learn those instruments?
3. It's hardly worth talking about.
Kaiser.
Are you talking to me? Yeah, I play guitar. I play keyboard and also bass and a couple other stuff. But I'm self-taught. But I'm pretty much sure I'm one of the best in the world when it comes to
I mean, come on, brother, man.
Hold on, stop it.
SQL is not a database.
I'm gonna play the habitual liar
On
from
average,
SNL.
on
I'm
average,
gonna play that.
in order to be one of the best in the world, you have to have been doing it for 10,000 hours.
You're the best in the world. Negro,
I didn't say the best. I said one of the best.
I know one of the best.
And those are not some of the
His
most
name is
complex
Billy Graham.
instruments to play, brother.
His name is
We
Billy
got 10-year-old
Graham.
kids in the church
And
playing
I know
keyboards,
another
dog.
guy who's an upright bassist.
You know what? I can
Puerto
probably
Rican.
let me look for one of my old guitar solos. Maybe I can share it.
Wasn't Prince one of
in the
those
world. You talking to
musical
African
geniuses
Americans,
like
bro?
that?
We know
Yeah,
music.
Prince can play the guitar, the
We
piano,
know music,
the
bro.
bass.
Talking to you. This is
I
our
mean,
culture.
those are genuine geniuses.
Talking
And when
to
you're a
us.
genius at something, somebody's going to find you, and the world's going to know
You
about you,
talking
brother.
to us, brother. Don't
Not
come
all the
up here.
time, but most of the time, somebody will see your talent and bring it to
We're
the
not
world. I'm not saying you're not a
Nigerians
genius, brother. You might be.
You come in and say that you are a genius and one of the best in bass, then you know you in the wrong business.
No, not bass,
You
not
talking
bass,
to
guitar,
African
guitar,
Americans.
guitar, not bass.
I know.
Bass, I'm not.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Carla must have heard one of his
Let me ask you a
solos.
question.
God
I'm gonna tell you.
damn.
Hold on one second. Hold on. I can tell you. Jimi Hendrix. Before you Google it, right now, off the voice. Jimi Hendrix. What did he play? And how did he play
Play
it?
guitar. I mean, what the hell is a left-handed guitar player? What kind of silly questions are
He
this?
wasn't just the left-handed. He played it upside down.
Yeah, and he didn't pronounce
I
it.
can play it upside down too.
He played
This
it.
is
Oh,
basic
Negro,
stuff.
please.
My point exactly, now.
You gonna have to
Wait,
stand up and
wait,
show
one
and
second,
give
one
us a
second, one
solo
second.
right now,
Wait,
brother, man.
Americans,
Shut us
bro.
up right now.
Wait,
Culture.
one second. I actually have someone else in this room, right? And they're not a liar,
Upright,
right?
upright
Let me ask
guitar,
them.
Left-handed, upside down.
He said he was
Right,
looking
I
for
can do
some
the
of his-
same thing minus the left-handed part since I'm right-handed.
Upside
right?
down.
And I play the guitar. Tell this dusty as Africans, right? Have you seen me play guitar?
You see all this
guitar
stuff
solo
he's saying? If
with
I
it
said it, I'd
top of
have
my head.
all of these people calling me an
One
African
second, brother.
hater.
Just listen, right? This is someone else who can witness that they've seen me play guitar behind my back. Is it true or not?
Man,
Who's talking? Who's talking? Is that somebody in your house talking?
He talking to somebody he got in his room,
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up my son and ask him if I'm the best daddy in the world, bro.
At this point, stop.
I'm the greatest chess player in the world.
I'm just telling you. You're talking about somebody that is in your house to confirm something. You think they're gonna say, "Nah, this nigga lying"?
Probably his uncle. Yes, I've seen him play many times.
My uncle. It's not my uncle either.
So your Snow Bunny's chicks?
Oh man, I'm gonna put the thing on there. I gotta get this.
Kaiser, I wish you the best in your adventures.
You see what I'm saying,
Do
right?
your thing, bro.
Black people are just insecure.
know.
That some black
We're
people are just
insecure.
better. It's just a fact.
Yeah, you're the best.
Security, man.
You are absolutely the best. You're like Brothers Johnson.
Yeah,
I'm the best.
No,
around.
one thing
Better
that
than
Kaiser
that.
did prove.
Yeah,
in
Kaiser,
his
I've never met an
superior-
educated fool like yourself.
One thing Kaiser proved with his superior comment is that you guys tried to question him on things you don't know about. So even if he gave you the wrong answer, you would have to go and look it up. And
I know about literacy.
Right. I know by default mean that he is a genius.
I know you didn't answer the database question, Jonathan.
I know all about Maslow. I know who he was. He used to be a teacher that taught in City
College.
College.
That make you a genius, though.
No, I'm not. I never said I was a genius. I told you I've been around genius.
No database question.
I'm
if I
smarter
ask
than
what
most
database
people.
he uses, he says,
Genius
"Oh, it's
not.
a sequel." That's
in
not
order to be a genius, you have to be
smarter than most.
Very difficult.
Yeah, one second. Let's cook Big Black for a second. Big Black, SQL is a database. I don't think you know what a database is.
That's not a database. That's not a database. What database is SQL? That's not a database.
It's a database.
It's a Microsoft database, Big Black.
No, it's called Microsoft SQL Server. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all don't know.
So yeah, SQL is just a short name for it.
Said what he said.
One second.
I play my voice.
Guys.
One second.
My
voice is
one second.
About it.
It's Microsoft.
Big Black, 1 second. Let me not throw too much. Big Black. Let me explain something.
Let me
One second, Big Black.
more. Right?
My voice.
The SQL that Microsoft uses is T-SQL.
Stephanie Mills and I used to be in the same choir.
You have another database called Oracle. Oracle is a database. Oracle uses PL SQL.
It's Java, right? Oracle uses Java, right?
What I can do.
No, Oracle uses PL SQL. But
you get that?
Okay. So there's T-SQL.
I'm not a union
PL
boy. I'm a man.
2 different languages for 2 different databases. Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm not an FBA, and no, I'm not.
Dollar Bill, stop talking in the background, man. Don't let the guy
The Negro asked me what was my instrument, and I told him that my voice is my instrument.
Yeah. So actually, I'm gonna share my screen, right? If what's his name, Carla will let me. Just to show. This is an old video. I mean, not video. Sound of me playing guitar, right?
Okay, I'm intrigued. I want to hear it.
It's not that good. This is old. This is old,
no,
right?
You say you're one of the best in the world. How can you say it's not that good, brother, man?
I'm going to just listen to what I'm saying.
You really have to really
a little bit old, but the playing is decent, right? So I'm gonna
let's hear it, man. We'll give you props if it's really good.
No, I said it's decent, right? But anyways, in terms of Big Black,
I don't drink to get drunk.
Database. Hang on, Big Black. Let me explain something to you. A database is anywhere you store data.
Idiot.
Okay.
No,
SQL.
Relax.
I'm relaxed.
1 second, brother. Right.
Play the video, bro. I want to see your guitar solo.
Yeah, just 1 second. A database is anywhere.
All you proving, man, is that you don't know nothing about databases.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? How am I going
to Come on. Whatever you're saying, I don't understand. Must know something knows more than I do.
What kind of database is Oracle?
No, it doesn't. We Googled that shit, just like Jonathan said. That's why he came up with the wrong answer.
Big Black on your answer about the language, bro. You better get it right.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah,
trying to tell me about Kenyan literacy.
I like to have debates about substance stuff, but we get into this. He pissed me off because
then he said the white man is God. All this.
I know that pisses people off and stuff like that. But let's have debates on.
Play the video, Kaiser. I want to see. I want to hear your guitar solo, brother.
Hold on. You right about that.
Well, I can't find the guitar solo. I can only find some blues stuff, right? But
could he be the pathological liar?
You have to listen to what I'm saying, right?
Jonathan, what were you saying?
What's your song, bro?
I'm saying I can't.
Let's see it with your face on it, so we know it's you.
No, my face is not on it, right? But it doesn't really matter.
So it's just a sound. We can't tell who's playing it, and you're going to show it as evidence of you playing.
Bro, with all due respect, don't show your
right?
fucking face. Just play the damn video.
As I said, this is my account on SoundCloud. You know it's my account because you can hear my voice on the videos that I upload, right?
Okay,
so it isn't.
Go
just
ahead.
Doesn't have my face on it, right? Just want to make that clear, right?
No problem. Let's just hear it, man.
But you got a guitar in your house. Why can't you play live right now for us?
No, I don't have a guitar in this house.
Someone one of the best in the world playing guitar, and you don't have a guitar in your house?
But they don't have to play for you.
I've never seen you.
Oh, it's another side of you.
That shit sound whack.
It does. It does sound struggling at the start here.
All right, now sing on top of this, Kaiser.
If I was a real genius, I stopped telling lies.
Yeah, Dollar Bill, you're an A-word hater, man. You gotta leave this dude alone, bro.
Dollar Bill, spit one of your poems
and tell some truth.
The wind blew through her hair like a cool New York afternoon in July.
I tell you what I do.
I like the bullshit late night on YouTube.
Man, let's listen to this man solo. To be honest, Kaiser, it does sound struggling. It's not as fluid. Oh, you still learning at this time?
I got a correspondence
I love that you learning, Kaiser. Y'all some haters.
I can't play for shit, but I can lie.
Dollar Bill, stop being a hater, man. Let's listen to the dude solo.
IQ that makes me do what I do. I lie to him, and then I lie to you. Lie to you.
Hold on. That riff was nice. Go back. Hold on, you guys. Let's hear it. He had a nice riff just now.
I can't stop.
Dollar Bill, hold on, bro. Let's hear it.
This is called African Blues.
Like this.
Play another song.
Could have been a white man for all we know. You just said it's called African Blues at the end.
Play another song, Keizo.
Yeah, let's get that. We're gonna make this for Collins thing. You got the African blues. You claim he got low IQ because he don't got shoes. I think he's a genius, though.
Who shaped my hair when I was a baby?
He likes the white girls. He likes them snow bunnies.
Where the hell is my Santo?
They call me Kaizo. I dropped out of school to be on the YouTube. I got $5
Bill
to lie.
All right, Kaiser, bro. Nothing really impressive. It's good you can play the guitar. I can't play the guitar, but nothing out of the ordinary, bro. So that's all I'm gonna say. Dollar Bill, relax on us, man. You should give us a headache, man.
All right, fellas, we're gonna talk about anything because I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah, let's. You can stop sharing, Kaiser. We heard your guitar. It's definitely not one of the best in the world, bro.
You're the best liar in the world.
Why big black laughing like a damn kid, man?
Insecure black people, right? It just makes me laugh.
Insecure.
I'm giving you props that you can play the guitar, brother. I'm not saying you can't. You're not talented. To learn it takes some skills to learn it, right?
Don't be.
But certainly, it's not one of the best guitar I've ever heard. When you say you're one of the best in the world, I think that's far fetched.
Hang on, it is definitely one of the best guitars.
What you think about the topic, Kaizo? What you think about the topic?
Best, Kaizo.
Yeah, but Kaizo, you're real good.
I love your African blues.
Well, I'd like to get back to the topic, man. We keep still talking about it's getting on my last nerve, man. Look, the topic, fellas, man. You know, topic. We had a topic today. No one's contributing.
Oh man,
what's the topic, Colin?
The topic is like I said.
But Colin, somebody wants to know if Kaiser was a backup guitar player for Earth, Wind, and Fire. He wants to know.
Elvis, man, I'm not in the mood. Elvis, I'm not in the mood.
The comment is right there. I'm not making it up.
Elvis, I'm not in the mood for jokes.
That's Baruti talking about nonsense.
That's Baruti question. Not me saying it, Colin. Why you think I'm saying it?
Baruti thinks whatnot. Bottom line is this. I'm like this. I wanted to have a talk because, like I said, Kaiser's a very intelligent guy. I don't agree with most of the stuff he says, but he says a lot of stuff. I just want to know his opinion about this because I want to see how other people outside of America sees this, right? I do. I want to ask Kaiser, do you think there's a propaganda war against Black America?
Ooh, that's a good question. By who exactly, right?
If you look at, you have to realize, right, when you hear the same talking points that white supremacists, right, that you got Afro dumbass, you know who Afrodamus is, right?
It's his buddy.
I say like this. Are you friends with Afrodamus? I don't think you guys ever got along. Are you friends with him?
So yeah. So let me answer your question. So I think that Black Americans are an easy target, right? Because again, you can get
this is
white
type of stuff I want to
supremacists.
hear.
Right?
I want to hear. I want to hear this.
Yes, I think Black Americans are an easy target, right? Because you have the media perception. Wait 1 second, my audio went off.
Exactly. And the question I want to ask you after that is, why is Africans buying into this media perception of us? Why they tell us to basically have this positive view of the motherland and white supremacy, and tells us how to hate Africa, and that we don't all live swinging trees and live in jungles. Right? They do a lot of stuff, but when it comes to us, they believe everything that the white man puts out about us. Why is that?
Okay, so let me answer. I think my mic went off for a second, right? I think in general, Black Americans are seen as an easy target. So when you go to, let's say, to start talking about, Black American communities and how certain things are going, there is a normalization that occurs whereby basically you're comparing people that have tried to do things certain ways, right, with certain successes, and also being burnt through the process, with some people coming in as immigrants with no stake in the game. So one of the issues here is this, right? Because what basically the African, model minority wants you to think is basically shut up and comply, right? Which is very different. You see, the African has a country to go back to. The Black American, this is their country. They actually have to make their country comfortable, right? Compare it this way, right? The African is like a renter. The Black American is a homeowner, right? So when the renter starts, telling the homeowner, interest rates aren't that bad, taxes aren't that bad, income taxes, the homeowner is going to be like, well, actually they are, right? So when the new laws change affecting the homeowner, right, in terms of taxes and other things to comply, the renter doesn't really care about it because that's not something that affects them. They don't have stake in or equity in the market. So ultimately what happens is African immigrants have dual passports or dual nationalities, right, in general. So they really don't care what happens in America. If America becomes unbearable, they can always leave. And the primary concern of the African immigrant is to make as much money as they can, so that they can go back home. If you notice, they always build back home, whether it's a mansion, a property, or a business. So ultimately, I actually think, and unless you create some kind of camaraderie between the African immigrants and, let's say the slightly more educated or, people who've gone through corporate America, you're going to have this discussion kind of going left wing, adding white supremacists in there, going around saying the same talking points, right? So I say this again, the African immigrant cannot really be fully trusted in this game because they don't have stake in the game. I mean, look at me, right? I go between two countries and I don't really have that much stake in, the European country that I go in, right?
Listen,
so when they start saying things like...
You just made my point. This is what I've been trying to get to for months, right? As a fact of the matter, I was trying to tell Elvis, as he asked me a month ago, do you think African immigrants come here? I said, no. They complicate the racial situation in America. We're stuck here. But until we have an Afghanistan, we have an alternative. That's just the way it is, We come in here, our very lives on the line with some of the stuff they be talking, Oh, there's no racism, get over it, comply, whatnot. White man is good and whatnot. That's what they come over here saying. And white people pick up on that, right, and use that against us. And that's you've been special for months. Yeah, I've been trying to get, but I know it takes thing. Kaiser brought it home just now. That's why I like having him on. He brought that shit home. I need somebody from the outside saying that's what I just said. And I'm
Tyler, you like people to buttress your
no.
views.
What I'm saying is this though. For the longest time, right? Every time I hear Chukwo, that's just for him. Chukwo, and when I come in here talk about Black America this, Black America that. That's because I told him Black America is not. We're not. When you see Pookie and Ray Ray,
you're asking a guy who lives in the UK to pontificate on American issues.
Oh no,
that's very smart.
Yeah, because he's
right a genius level question.
He's right about you African immigrants. He's absolutely right.
It's a genius level answer.
Don't try to clown. That's what you want.
I ain't clowning. I'm just saying he's a genius person. He's giving a genius level answer.
I don't know about that. I was downstairs when he was saying all that. Look. All I know is what he just said right here is that God knows truth, And the bottom line is this: when people come over to this country, right, the first thing they come in is they're kissing the ground because this is the first time they get electricity, running water, and stuff like that, and they think this place is heaven and
Tyler,
paradise.
that's not true. People got electricity and running water in Africa. Stop the cap.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Most Africans don't have no electricity. Come on.
What do you don't have electricity when you go to Liberia?
You don't want me to play the videos, Elvis, of Africa.
I'm telling you, you don't have electricity when you go to Liberia?
Yeah, I do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. That's how you do. Other people does too.
Life, though. But I'm saying,
I mean, I'm not saying everybody have it, but a lot of people do.
I would say a good portion of the continent, right? Bathe in the river and creeks and shit like that. You know, you want me to show videos?
Tyler, most people who are poor don't bathe in no damn river. They bathe in a rubber bucket.
I know they
take a shower outside. They're not bathing in the creeks.
Elvis, I got people in Africa bathing in the fucking wastewater and sewer and shit.
I mean, Carla, stop it, man. I don't want to get mad at you, Carla. You be saying some stupid old shit that will piss somebody off. Who do you know in Africa that's bathing in wastewater, Carla? You say stupid shit like that pisses me off.
I'm not trying to embarrass you, Elvis. You know you're grateful when you come to this country and you see infrastructure actually works.
Yeah, people like the infrastructure here, but people in Africa, they either have generators or they have current from their the corporation that run the electricity in their countries, Carla.
Elvis,
come on, man.
You're only human. I get it, right? When you come over here, you want to kiss the white man's feet because you see him as a provider.
Kaizo, did your family have electricity in Kenya, or were you guys bathing in the creeks?
No, we have electricity.
My neighbor said,
there you go.
He's not talking about you, Elvis. You're not the. I mean, you know, we joking, but you're not the typical person he's talking about.
No, the only thing I disagree with people is that I don't think, Kaiser's not from America, right? And maybe this is the situation that he has in England. Because I think that the majority of people who come here from Africa aren't going back. I don't think that they're as transient as people might think. I think the majority of people have made a decision that they are making more money here. When I go to see my father and have conversations,
but not to cut you off, they do go back, but way later on in their life, in their 60s, they retire on the continent.
The overwhelming majority stay in America.
When I talk to women, like the conversation I had with a young lady last week when I went to visit my dad, she makes over $200,000, which would put her in a very high income in America. And if she went back to Africa, she would be the elite. I don't think that she is going to leave a place where she can make $200,000 a year and send her kids to school for free and get the opportunity for them to go and get a scholarship to a Ivy League school.
I don't think you're getting the point, right? The point is not whether they're going to go back, but the point is that they can go back. There's a security there, as opposed to Black Americans.
I don't.
But you don't think they can go on a plane?
No. When I say to you that it's not that they can't go on a plane, they can't go back and make the kind of money that they're making. This is
no. He's saying dollar bill in an emergency situation.
No, yeah, in an emergency, but I'm talking
in a life and death situation, they can go back home.
I'm not talking about in a life and death situation.
But that's what he's talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about.
If a race war breaks out, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think these people. I think that people here, specifically people, especially who are in the South, okay, like certain parts of Houston, who have been completely. Even though they have African identity, but they are entrenched in America, are going to leave what they have here.
Yeah, but why so many? Dollar Bill, you got a lot of Black Americans saying Trump's in office, they're leaving.
No, I don't feel that they feel that way. The people that I talk to, that they're not leaving. They're not going nowhere. They're making great money here in America. They're making $200,000. They're making $200,000 or more.
This is what
they are not leaving. They got homes. Their children. They got vehicles. They have bank accounts, and a lot of these women that
there's no banks in Africa.
Right. That's
no banks that are gonna insure your money for $250,000. No.
I think what Kazo's saying.
I don't know. There might be some banks.
There's some Africans with an African mindset that know how to flip money in Africa
every bank in America.
I don't think Costco flips money.
Every bank in America is going to insure your money $250,000.
Not true. For the record, it's not the bank that does it, it's the government.
It's the FDIC.
It's the FDIC. It's not the bank. I know what it is. Every bank up into a certain amount of money, $250,000, if they're registered with the FDIC, and most banks are, I think it's a regulation, will insure their money up to $250,000. Okay?
And them say Nigerian bank can keep your money safe. I don't know if Carla wants to hear that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so was that dollar bill making that point? I want to respond to that.
Dollar bill. I'm here on the ground in New York City, where a lot of people that I know, specifically nurses that I know, that make over 200 grand a year, they're not thinking about going to Africa when they're making that kind of bread.
Well, everything in New York is inflated, though, dollar bill. You know that, right?
Well, that's where I live, so I can't represent.
Yeah, because the cost of living is high, so the pay has to commensurate with the cost of living.
I can't. All I know is 250 G's is 250 G's is 250 G's.
Yeah, but it doesn't take you as far as it would in Alabama, right? It's New York. Rent prices are high.
I'm just.
Amenities are high.
Well, it's relevant, right? Everything is relevant.
Relative,
and relevant to your lifestyle, right? So all I'm saying is the people that I know that make that kind of money, they're especially women. I'm not talking about men in IT. I'm talking about women who are making that type of money are not leaving that to go to Africa.
Fine.
They're not
Fine. So let me respond to that quickly, right? So first of all, you've talked about an elite group of people. Well, they're already a statistical minority, right? Meaning they're not relevant to the conversation because we're talking about the average African. The average African is making the same as the average American on average, which is about $50,000 per person per year. Now, a person making that much money, that money is going to stretch far more in Africa than it ever could in America. And if anything breaks out, right, there's a threat of anything violence, they're just going to go back to their countries, right? During the race riots that happened in the UK about 5 months ago, a lot of the African students just didn't show up. A lot of people actually went back on holiday back to their countries until.
Tell us about that race riot. What cost it?
I think it says the average person in the UK makes about $32,000.
I think it's more like 36.
Yeah, so it's not as much as America.
Pounds.
Well, hang on. Pounds, that's about similar to about dollars, right? That's around $45,000. But anyways, right, it's actually similar amount. Point is, these people, right? There was a race riot going on about 5 months ago.
Yeah, take a pause and tell us what caused that race riot, please.
Okay, so the race riots. Well, the causing was actually Muslims, right? If you look at it was Muslims. However, it was the local cause, right? The thing that actually made them go over the edge was a Rwandan immigrant. Well, it wasn't even an immigrant. He was a
Rwandan. I heard about that. Who raped some girl? I think in Welsh, or Scotland, or one of those countries.
Some Rwandese teenager, and alived some white child or something. So, but it was Muslims, right? The race riots was because of Muslims.
It was a Rwandan boy. And then said something that was correct. It was a Rwandan boy.
No, that's irrelevant. I'm telling you that the issue is, right, Muslims have been terrorizing the UK population for the longest, right? They've been raping over hundreds of thousands of white girls because they're white. Racism against white people, right? That's really what caused the riots. It was that feelings and sentiments. So they went down. A lot of the immigrants just left for a few months, came back when things relaxed. My point is simple. Immigrants have the ability to go somewhere else to be safe. People that have extreme equity in only one country, right, especially the country at hand, don't have that same ability, right? For example, if I go back to,
I disagree.
1 second, then you can disagree. Let me finish.
Anybody who makes that kind of money, and there are expats in America, black expats that are going to Mexico. There are people who are leaving America who have that kind of money and more. They're leaving. And you're talking about people, especially if you're talking about people in a certain age demographic, they're leaving, okay, with money from selling their homes.
Yeah, I just want some of these people to leave with me going to tour to Liberia.
They're leaving. Yeah,
I
that
can't
would
get
be
nobody
great.
to come to the continent, man.
They're leaving, so you have to realize,
Carla, it's a cost analysis that people are doing. Is it worth it for me to pay almost $5,000 to go on a?
How do we get Elvis to go back to Liberia?
On a couple of, I go to Liberia on my own whim, Carla. I don't go there because I want to go spend $5. I guarantee I don't spend $5 to get a plane ticket to go to Liberia, Carla.
Oh, don't be so cheap, Elvis. Don't be so cheap, man. Damn,
you think I want to spend money?
It was like, fuck that shit.
Well, it's your hometown, but you know,
I'm frugal, bro. I'm trying to spend $5 for a 2
Why the hell
week.
would he pay $5,000 to go to Liberia?
Yeah, to go to my own country, bro.
No,
I'm
it
not
ain't.
stuck in them. I got the blue passport.
Don't let Carla and Bomani fleece you guys out of $5 bro.
Don't do
Elvis, let me say this, right, while you're on this platform, right? Look, the bottom line is, I got told Bomani today, when I went on Bomani's tour this last year, I did more in those 7 days. Well, only 7 days. 7 days than I did when I first.
The tour is only 7 days, Carla, for $5,000.
Bomani's tour, that was the first experimental. I'm glad I got it. Now this one's gonna be 10 days.
Robbery.
So we hold on. It's gonna be 10 days. I got money, you know. And so I basically did this because
everybody ain't making 200,000 like you, Dollar.
No, that I have a mission.
We say how much I make. I'm not saying
we brought 20 people and whatnot. And the bottom line is we made basically history. We took the first tour to Liberia. We made history.
So how much you made on that tour, Carla?
I didn't make anything.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't look. I have a business. That's Bomani's business.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. You're the pastor.
You understand that. Look, it was a service that I did because I believe in something, right? How many people actually do something that they believe in? You know, I believe in what
people pay a lot for tours, man, to go anywhere in this world. You go on a cruise for 7 days, you can spend $3,000.
To go to Jamaica, to go to fucking Fiji, Baja.
That is an itinerary. I defy anybody
that
could do in 10 days what we're going to do on this tour. Because the bottom line is this. You could be there for 2 months and whatnot and not do what we do in 10 days. Because Bomani got down to
this tour is going to last for 10 days, Carla.
Yeah, 10 days.
And you think that's a good investment for somebody to spend $4,500 for 10 days in Africa?
Look at the people, look at the website and the feedback we got, you know?
People pay that amount.
Somebody tell you people were sleeping on the tour bus when you was giving your speech.
Whoever said that was lying.
But you saw the comments, right, yesterday?
Well, somebody in the comment section, somebody fucking lying, man, you know?
It's all inclusive, and you're talking about 4- and 5-star hotels,
nightclubs, everything, you know?
You don't have 4-star hotels in Liberia.
Oh, whatever, Elvis.
Come on, man. Stop hating, bro.
Just stay in
I'm not hating. I'm being honest with you. It's my country. I'm not going to bullshit you and give you high expectation and then you're disappointed.
Stop hating.
All you people are fucking useless, man. Really. I'm telling you.
Say what you want, Carl. I'm just being honest, brother, man.
It's not been useless. You have to be honest. Sometimes I like to overcharge people for these tours.
No, this is a business.
What do you mean? What are you supposed to give him? $200?
It's a fucking business, man. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. So what? These guys stroke that money like it's nothing.
That's like the hood
got that money. That's pocket change. $4,000 is fucking pocket change to me. You know,
of course, money bag Genesis. We know that.
You saying?
We know 5,000 is pocket change.
If you can't go, hey, you don't want to go. That's fine. We're gonna have a fucking rocket good time, you know.
Minimum.
Some people. Look. I need to show you.
Tyler, if it's nothing, this is almost a 2-year trip in advance that you planning for just something that's pocket change.
We did already. Look, we already did one.
No, Elvis.
We're gonna do another one. How about that? We got a track record already.
To Liberia a year.
You'll say, so what? Look, that's gonna come.
Hey, get a job, bro. Don't get mad at me,
man. Y'all cool.
Get you a job, bro.
Big Black and Ben, so you guys going on the trip for $5,000 a pop?
And then I can stop working the union.
Think about it. All right.
Make $100 sometimes.
Just let me know where you're gonna be, Ben. Too. I'm gonna come check your pockets, bro. If you got $5,000 on you.
The truth is coming out. You motherfuckers. That's all it is.
Tyler, we bullshit, man. Take your tour. I ain't stopping you from taking your tour, man.
He says my
Yeah,
money.
Kyle, I'm damn broke. What do you want me to say? You think I got $5 grand as pocket change to be going to Liberia back and forth?
You guys are broke. You wouldn't. This is
Right.
$5,000 is fucking.
You ain't gonna shit, Kyle. I'm broke as fuck, bro. You got $5 grand. Let brother $3 grand right now.
Hold on, we ain't gonna
$5,000 pocket money, man. You guys are broke.
Yeah, throw me $3 grand right now, Kyle.
You can't say people on this platform is broke unless you go into Liberia at least 3 times a year.
I don't need to go to Liberia. I got a business to run.
You ain't got.
I can't go to Liberia 3 times a year.
You ain't got
the
the
bottom
money.
line is this,
why you worried about who got money? Come on, brother, stop it.
If you gonna
Don't call us broke, man, because we ain't trying to spend $5 grand for 10 days, brother. I spent $5 grand for 10 days to go see Jesus Christ in heaven and drink some of that wine and come back to earth. I think that's a good trade-off for me.
You can't afford it. That's fine. We understand. You're still my brother.
You want to run with the big boys?
You know,
you're saying big bullshit.
Niggas spending a 401k to go to Africa, bro. Imagine that.
So the bottom line, you're broke, man. Ask your wives,
right? The trip of a lifetime. I can't miss it.
Yes, so if you don't want to run with the big boys, keep your ass at home.
Say big boy shit.
I'm saying they can't afford it.
We'll have to wait till 2026 to go.
Enemy of progress.
Yo, this is a tour for men. You know.
You don't
want $40 not a lot of money to save in a whole fucking year. That ain't shit.
Yeah, not a fucking year. God damn.
That's a whole fucking year, man. That's nothing, man. That's tough change, man.
Yeah, a whole year. You telling people?
Yeah, for a whole year. Yeah, you can do it.
Spend more than that
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the cost analysis. Is it worth it?
What's that doing half your year's salary or not? What is that? Your half?
You save $100.
That's what I'm saying. Buy my ticket, bro. Give me $4,500 for my ticket, man.
I want to see Baruti come, man. You got so much to say. Why don't he come, man? He's broke.
Baruti's in Africa on a regular basis, man. He travels to the continent.
That nigga's broke. You know,
everybody's broke except you, brother, man.
I don't need my pension. I'll be making less than my pension.
I gave you guys. I'll be in Liberia. Look, I'll be in Liberia in 2 months. You know.
I'm hating on the play. I hate the game, bro.
No one Kyle, I'm going to Liberia too.
Get your change up.
Whatever, Jonathan. Yeah, right.
Jonathan, I don't want you to be disappointed and talk shit over my country, man. Don't believe the hype of college.
Don't talk shit.
Get your money up, Ant-Man.
That's what I be trying to tell Kyle. Be realistic, man. You talking about the beaches. Our waters ain't that blue, bro. We don't have the best beach fronts on the continent, man. Stop it.
You know what I'm saying? Jonathan's a guy talking about, oh yeah, I want to take over the Afghanistan movement. Okay, Jonathan, you can't afford a trip to Liberia, but you want to take over the Africa.
Jonathan goes to Nigeria like 2-3 times a year, bro. He can afford it. What are you talking about?
Africa goes to Liberia. That's the
Kenya. It flies to Germany. It goes to Jamaica. Chills in the U.S. Flies back to Nigeria. Hangs out for a little bit.
Jonathan got those frequent flyer miles, man. He got a lot of miles.
Level, Kyla.
You know,
there's levels to it, Kyla.
He goes over there, lives in a shack.
Your yearly income is my plane ticket.
You think you know?
He come over there living in a hut, man.
Damn, Jonathan flexing on you, Kyla. He said your yearly income is the money he spent on plane tickets during the year, bro.
Carry a solar panel on the plane with you, man.
Let's do it.
That's some big balling talk right there. Your plane ticket is your yearly income, Kyla. That's crazy.
American cats that ain't got no money. I'll make $175 an hour, and I don't need the union to do it. Punk ass.
Dollar Bill, you still having a conversation with a ghost?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody in the chat.
That nigga don't exist, bro. Who you talking
to? Okay, get your money up. You got your Amex, right? And your
man. Come on with your money, man. Go to the store Liberia with us, man. You broke motherfucker.
Hey, Mr. Genius, Kaiser, spot me $4,500. Let me go in the store, man.
Right.
Don't give us dusty ass the money, Kaiser.
That's how you be begging for money on YouTube. I'm begging for money too on YouTube, nigga.
Kaiser provides a good show.
Kaiser's a genius. He's not spending that.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, let me make this clear, right? Someone trying to say I beg money from YouTube. Look, here's a reality, right? I run
a job, man. Shit, fuck it.
That's my job, right? That's not begging.
Can we put it up? Who said that?
I can't wait for Kyla to start begging for money. It's gonna be hilarious.
Oh no.
Kyla's gonna be ending the show when nobody sends money, gets mad.
Let me tell you something right right now.
I got two
anybody
companies.
knows me. I have too much pride to ask
Go
somebody
look at
for
my
money.
YouTube.
If you want to contribute super chat, hey, I'll give you credit.
That's why it's going to be a conundrum because you're going to sit here waiting for super chats and not ask for it and not get any.
I don't need anybody's money.
Scared to ask for money. How you gonna go after that?
I don't want nobody's money. You know, I got my own money. But I'm saying
You're
like
too
this.
pride, Carla. Your pride is going to be your downfall.
No, I'm like this. The money I'm going to generate this is going to go to the project. What I'm doing. So if you believe in what I'm doing,
that's what they do.
You know, it's like that. That's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. You know. But it's not going in my pocket. It's not going. It's just going straight to what I'm doing over on the continent.
We're gonna have to make sure it's going to the continent. We're gonna have to get checked.
If you do super chat money and whatnot, I'm gonna be get a new Mercedes Benz and I'll be balling out of control.
No, you might have to pay for your change of tires on your car. You don't even have to buy a new car.
I got money in the bank, Elvis.
No. Kyla. If you had to fundraise $100,000, would you come on this platform or would you go out there and ask people to?
I don't believe in fundraising. I would like to have a thing where people can.
You don't believe in fundraising?
You know what I'm saying? No, I don't believe in fundraising. You know, I don't believe in fundraising. You know, I believe in crowdfunding, and I believe in people can invest. So because people got a stake in it. You know, I don't believe in just taking people's money and they get nothing out of it just.
So you think that when you run an organization, that's
I don't know. I don't have an organization. You know,
people pay dues in organization, Carla.
Society. It's an organization. Organizations.
In order to crowdfund, you got to have an organization.
Let me tell you, look, Jonathan. Let me tell you, because this is beyond your comprehension, right? The BAO is just an infrastructure of independent platforms and organizations that working together. That's all it is. Individuals don't join the BAO. Groups join the BAO. David Hitt, Captain Hitt, has the International African American Congress. That's one of our leading groups in the BAO. You know, I have.
You got his ass whoop on Kaiser platform tonight. Gave you that. He got his butt whooped.
Kaiser to my brother, man.
On the platform. You know, Kaiser was off. He left the hosting to Ike.
Kaiser left the homie stuck. I was like, damn.
Y'all trying to get on him because he got.
Kaiser had nothing to do with it, but yeah, they tried to come after him.
Yeah, David Hitt got his ass. No offense, I like the brother, bro.
$dollar bill.
You said what, Bantu?
I said I think Elvis was up there jabbing him too.
Nah, I was protecting the vision, bro. I was protecting the vision.
Elvis, now you got a couple of kicks in.
You should have called.
I was protecting the vision. I was telling Chuku he was asking stupid questions. And I was answering the questions. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying to down it.
Nah,
it was Mike. Mike and Chuku was really on his ass last night.
I make Chuku my beat.
Chuku tried to take him out. You know,
I make Chuku my beat.
The Africans, just like Kyla, just has to change his, you know.
Come on, Chuku, whoop your ass.
I get on their ass. Somebody got to do it.
Exactly.
I think it was.
You know.
Okay, when they do,
they were trying to.
It's a problem.
Really
I wasn't really paying attention too much. I thought you was jabbing.
Kaiser will do a whole show on me tonight, right, Kaiser? You're gonna say,
okay, let's do it. Let's cook.
Those Negroes over there, you can't cook me. I'm too smart for that. If you're a genius, then I don't know, man. I guess I'm a supernova. Okay, so
yeah, you're loaded. You don't exist no more.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Oh shit!
I don't exist.
Got action.
I'm like you. I don't exist.
He's getting physical on you, right?
Yeah.
Kaiser's cool, man. Kaiser's cool.
Kaiser's a genius.
Man. I don't know why he be talking mad shit about Africans. We had people calling us monkeys on this platform last night. That shit was.
Why you don't like Africans, Kaiser? You got a white girl. You got a white girl in the cut. You like snow bunnies?
I might go. Nah. Look,
you like
snow?
She's
a friend.
That hesitation says it all, girl. The dollar bill.
I think you got to walk in a miles a man's shoe. The bottom line is just elementary stuff about basic things that you see in England that make such common sense. And Africa is like a friggin', I don't know. Like I said, I asked Elvis, how come Monrovia, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, right? They talk about stuff like that. Why don't y'all build a highway from Monrovia to Freetown? That's like the distance between.
You know why? We don't have enough sand. We don't have enough cement. We don't have enough wood. That's why.
You don't have nothing, man. So let me ask you a question, Elvis. You guys took the country over in 1980. Why don't y'all have these things right now?
We don't have enough sand. We don't have enough cement.
Oh, yeah,
That's why.
okay, yeah. But I thought the progressive movement was supposed to solve all this. What happened, man?
Tyler, you had a country for over 133 years. You didn't build a road from Sierra Leone to Liberia.
Okay, yeah, okay. But you guys got
we only had it for like 10 years.
You guys came in and said you're gonna solve all the problems when I make
Tyler, he's
everybody
right.
rich.
You didn't build the
What
bridge.
happened,
Or you didn't build the land or the road.
Yeah, so I got a couple of things to add here, right? Just in general about building and ownership, right? So, and this is exactly why I'm not Pan-African, but if you go to the coast of Kenya, there's a city or town called Malindi. Now, I have 20 acres of land there. I'm trying to create the Kaizorian.
Man, not
the Kaizorian version of Akon City.
You're the Kaizo stand.
No, this is real. This is real. Yeah, I'm actually building a Kaizo stand. Yeah, I'm actually doing it.
Kaizo stand. Oh shit.
Yeah, 100%. I'll show the land soon and everything, all the documentation. But anyways, here's the problem, right?
Oh god.
The Africans will be start saying, "Oh, the white man, there's a lot of Italians in Malindi, right? They own the best villas, beachfront properties, and all that stuff, right?"
Yeah, that
the white man,
I think they're inferior. Yeah.
Right, the white man does, stole all the land, and all this stuff. But no, the white man is just organized. Here's the difference between the white man and the African, right? The African is an individualistic parasite that values self-ownership without the group ownership, right? The African is going to build his little mansion over there, right, in some Dust Bowl area. Everybody else is poor around him. Yeah. The Mzungu is going to create a whole estate of 20 acres of everyone else collaborating and building an economy. Right? That's
if we don't build an Afghanistan, I'm going to Mexico. I'm through with you.
At the risk of anger my good friend Ahmed, right? He said something profound a couple of days ago. I got pissed me off, right? I don't know if you were listening. He said basically, he's from Sierra Leone. He said basically we should take over North Africa. I said, look, leave those poor Arab Berber people up alone and whatnot, and keep your dusty ass in sub-Saharan Africa. Why is Africa obsessed with somebody else's country? Why do
he think Sierra Leoneans can take over North Africa?
Yeah, he said, yeah, we're going to take over. I said, dude, man, no, I could shut that down.
I agree with Kaiser for once. We need an IQ test for people to come on the platform, Carl.
But it's all Kaiser's talking about.
I mean, why you don't call that dude out when he says some stupid shit like that, Kyler?
Look, check this out. Why would anybody that got all that lush land in Sierra Leone, pristine beach, dinosaurs goes there, right? Talk about friggin' dusty ass desert.
Right,
what the hell?
A high-speed highway.
Yeah,
I got that one highway.
Just say you ain't got no vision.
One lane. They show every. No, I'm just saying
you ain't got no vision.
Who don't got a vision? I got vision.
Who said I ain't got no vision?
I was one came up
with the Chinese start.
That's the ultimate vision right there. Can you tell me anybody who's matched that in the Pan-African space all these years? I came out and said we need an African. Lumar Johnson's talking about a fucking dusty ass school. Tariq is building a fucking dusty ass museum. I said, let's go for broke. That's a college.
They have tangibles. They actually have properties that they are trying to get running. You don't even have the land yet, Colin. These guys have tangible assets that they can try to do something with.
We're offering you a bonding, a business tour, everything like that for $4,500. And y'all can't even afford that shit, man. Come on, man.
What business do you run in Liberia?
You know what I'm saying? So don't worry about what I run in Liberia, bro. Exactly. We got business on the ground, bro. So the bottom line is we have it on the ground, man. I'm really interested in the country. Like, my guy called me up. They Colin, man.
Colin has no equity in those businesses. Those are just friends of his that he knows.
Look, I let Liberians, they're the ones that got to live with that shit. And I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. You have no vested interest in the business, bro.
You have vested interest in there.
God bless me. I'm 17 years into what I'm doing right now. I'm at the top of my game and what I do. I have no intention. Like I said, the only reason I'm doing this is because I believe in this mission. Right? I'm not trying to make no money in Africa.
Colin, you're a part-time Afristan builder, bro. You're not doing it full-time. How do you expect it to come to fruition, man?
Stupid, The bottom line is this: I have no desire, right now. Now I'll put other people on.
You think I haven't only been in the hood? I just told you. I told you about Cuba and different places. That's the only place you think I've been. Because is that what you really believe?
Land in Africa and Liberia or
I don't want to own land in Liberia. I can if I want to.
Is that what you think?
What's the point?
Stop it, man.
Hey, John, I live here in the United States. What the fuck would I need just to say I got land in Africa?
I could be your daddy.
I don't need a
niggas on the deathbed trying to match me.
I might be your daddy. I don't know.
Hit me up.
I don't need $20,000 passports like you do when I to make myself feel good.
Why you mad? You just ask you a simple question. Just say you don't own land in Liberia. No big deal.
If I want, look, I want to. Like I said, I can go. Anybody wants
land? Go buy 3 acres of land in Liberia in the next couple months.
If having a piece of land in Africa is what you want to do, I can make that happen for you. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it because the bottom line is, why? Right? Because I'm not a phony.
That reminds me of the people that says move.
When people say I got land someplace or whatnot, a lot of these people never owned a freaking house in America. They never had it. So they think it's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful. It's so freaking disrespectful when somebody basically who never owned shit in America think they can go to Africa because they think so less of Africa that they can own something in Africa that they never could in America. If you can't make it in America, you have no business going to the fucking African continent. That's and building shit. If you have built nothing in America.
I own a home in Liberia before I bought a home in the United States.
I have a real business here.
A lot of people do.
I don't work for nobody.
It's cheaper to build homes back home.
Nobody signs my check. So if I really want to go take my mess to Africa, I tell them, yes, I built a business in America. I show you my website. I say, like, this is what I do. And people are like, you know something, Carlo, man, you're the type of guy. I say, look, but I appreciate the offer, but I get offered business opportunity in Liberia all the time. But out of respect, because I know I'm not gonna put my whole heart into it, I pass them up. I'm not gonna play with people and be like, yeah, we're gonna do this and whatnot. Now I am gonna helping my wife get set up in her little business over there. That's what I am gonna do this year.
So, Carla, you have no vested interest in Liberia. You have no vested interest in the continent.
Well, I have
There's ideological interest.
My wife is
He's
there.
got family there. How can you have?
I got a
vested interest.
How does that not have?
I got family in Mississippi. That don't mean I got invested.
My wife is there.
Well, why are you worried about where the man's gonna invest his money? I don't understand.
Well, with all due respect, Dollar Bill,
I just want to know.
If I take you on the African tour in business and investment, you will believe that I have business and investment.
All you have to do is all you have to do is there's 2 things you have to do. If you take my word for it, or you say "fuck you, Carla," and move the fuck on. I am not trying to convince nobody.
I can go. This is going to be my first time in Africa, right?
And take word for it, Carla.
Let me just say this. I remember I had a friend a couple of years ago. I went to visit a friend down in Atlanta, and I stayed. The first time I went, I stayed at a buddy of mine's place. She's an executive for Verizon, and she had a big home down there, and she put us all in. Because my boy was going out with her. And I know her since we were, in the 10th grade. So the second time I go down there, man, I'm in the hotel. And then I knew this cheap guy I know, man. One of those guys that I know, if he wasn't a friend from high school, I probably wouldn't associate with him. So the first thing he goes, oh, man, you staying at this big hotel and you could be staying at one of those, Route 66 and all this nonsense. And I told this idiot, I said, listen, man, I value my life, right? I'm not going to go in any place that anybody can just get up and walk in the place and there's no security, no nothing. I'll pay extra because I value me. And more than that, I have people who value me and people who need me in my life. And because of that, I make sure that I take care of myself and I don't stay in cheap places. Only because I value me. So that's not an issue. So could I go to Atlanta and stay at one of these little cheap spots where people get knocked over in the head and get and people can jump right into your room? Oh yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay at a top-notch joint where you got to get checked at the door before you walked in there. You have to get, and then you have to let them know where you're going to go and get confirmation before they come up to my room. So that's how I roll. Because I love me.
They do say you pay
Dollar Bill, and Dollar Bill, that is very intelligent of you to do that.
Yeah. I can get it cheaper. I'm going to be honest with you. I can get
all the places we're going to go to Liberia. We got security. We got bodyguards. We have all that stuff like that. The bottom line, we have a backup Let's say
I value me. I'm not waking up in the middle of somebody.
Kyle, I want to apply to be a bodyguard on your tour.
Well, you can't be you because you're soft. You know
why not?
You fucking saw your pussy. That's why.
Man, I'm one of the toughest dude you ever seen,
right.
Kyle. Especially when my foot is down in that area, Kyle. I'm the most powerful I can be. Trust me, man.
If you were Elvis, you were tough. You would be doing what I'm doing in Liberia.
I'm talking about other toughness, Kyle. Spiritually, when I'm on the ground.
Elvis, if you were any sort of man, you'll be doing what I'm being.
Yeah, nobody can mess with me when I'm in Liberia, Kyle.
Elvis,
I'm in my element, dog.
Monty and I are doing. Then you call yourself a tough guy.
He's like Little Seymour.
In America, I'm not tough. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want to be a bodyguard in Liberia, not in America.
Get the hell out of here, nigga.
In Liberia, I'm supernaturally tough, Kyle.
Punks, man. You know, I only roll with real brothers, real men. You know,
I charge you a flat rate, $1,000 a day. I can be a bodyguard for that tour, child, and nothing will happen to you, bro.
You know, the bottom line is I don't think anybody wants you around. You know,
and that. You don't like no.
I'm only looking for business opportunities, man. Don't try to shut me down, bro.
There's no opportunity. We got real Liberian brothers on the ground, you know. Real
broke.
What am I, Kyle? A fake Liberian?
I don't know what you are, man. I really don't know what the fuck.
You can't roll with me. You can't roll with the big dogs. You probably got a little 20-inch
big
TV.
dog tour, man. Men, the tour among men.
We're gonna check all of y'all pockets when y'all laying down at Roberts Field International, man. I better be prepared, man.
Whatever. You must be soft, man.
You have to check in. You guys have to check in, man.
To me, we're not.
You gotta try to get tough in Africa.
If you're soft,
I mean that's what I'm telling you, Dollar Bill. I'm in my element. When I'm on the ground, bro, I'm there.
Whatever.
You know what I mean? We're the
like I told you,
man.
I don't need the union to make money, man. You stupid. You are dumb.
Dollar Bill keeps talking to a ghost, and he don't think that's crazy talk.
I make money because I make money because money come to me. That's who I am. That's why the name is Dollar Bill, man. Don't you recognize that sucker?
Elvis, start your damn platform. What the hell you waiting on?
I mean, nigga, I'm just lazy, man. I don't want to have to do this shit consistently, man. I just want to come here and bullshit at times.
People think it's easy.
It's all work.
You think it's easy every night when we got to.
I actually commend you, Kyle. I think it's hard work, man. I looked at that shit. I'm like, I might do it, but I ain't in a rush to do it.
Next month in February. Next month in February.
Yeah, because I ain't got to do shit, Jonathan.
5 years on DeVille Radio.
But I might do it.
5 years, right? I only missed, I think, 3 times a show in 5 years, every Wednesday night consistently.
You are dedicated, man.
Kyle, you're a mensch. I must admit, you're a mensch.
I do this show 7 nights a week. When that's where your dedication.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Kyle.
You telling me you do the DeVille Radio when you're in Liberia too?
Well, no, I said that one of a few times. When I'm in Liberia, I don't do the radio.
You hold it down, Colin. I got to give it to you, man.
Yeah, that's real. I show people that I'm for real.
You
I don't do sporadic shit, whatnot. Show me anybody that do 6-hour shows like this.
You're consistent.
Kaido.
Yeah.
Consistent, yeah. When you're real, you're consistent. That's how people when say, I don't know who to listen to, whatever like that. Well, I look at Umar Johnson.
Colin's not doing the money. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it because he has an organization that he's dealing with.
No.
Liberia. And I do it when I come out.
We're gonna have to audit Kyle though. When we send out $2 for super chat, I want to audit it and know where that money goes.
We have a social network of different people all independent organizations that work together. That's what the Colin Nation and the BAO is all about. We have all different people that join and whatnot, hundreds of organizations that work together, in a global network.
You guys can catch my videos.
So bottom line is
TikTok.
Like I said, bottom line is this. So since Jonathan and other people talk shit, and they've never produced anything, all they do is get online and talk shit, You produce a radio show, you do a YouTube channel, you do a social network, and you take people across the get people to go with you across these, and then you come talk to me. I hate to put it like that.
I agree with you.
But you haven't fucking taken nobody any place, You haven't done what I've done.
I ain't done
You've never written a book.
I'm playing over 100 people though.
You never written a book. You haven't done anything. You haven't contributed nothing to this movement. So what the hell are you talking about? You have no business party.
Kyla, getting on here and yelling at people and muting
They ain't
people
yelling at people when the Obama ain't yelling. Hold on, what were y'all just doing to Kaizo? Y'all yelling at him? Y'all
we were benevolently interrogating him, Kyla.
Why you yelling at me and whatnot? What you guys are doing to Kaizo?
YouTube.
I yelled at Kaizo, Kyla.
Kaizo, I apologize, Kaizo.
Dollar bill 46.
Check
out
Kaizo, I don't recall. Did I yell at you, brother?
And soon I'll be getting that Northern Nigerian hibiscus for you. And I got something else coming up.
Kyla, Bomani has a statement here. He said, Elvis, I would be afraid to go to Liberia with Kyla. He may cause anger amongst the local people such that they may attack us on the tour.
What you got? Let me tell you something. Bomani, me and Bomani,
me and Bomani, that wasn't Bomani. That was Bomani.
Me and my
That's
brother,
the truest shit I've ever heard, bro.
Me and my brother, check this out. Me and my brother Bomani, we talk every.
Would you listen to my girlfriend?
Brother, right? He breaks my balls every day about a lot of shit or not. Hey, look, Bomani calls me up and wanted just to freaking break my balls. That's what he does, you know. And so that's what I said. That's what real brothers
do. You think that's a genuine concern, Kyla? That you talk so much shit that people might get attacked on the tour?
Let me tell you something, right? Bomani and me, we got each other's back. You know, if it goes down, he's going down too. Somebody want to attack us, they attack all of us. You know, that's what the fuck it is all about. You know, Amara's here. Oh no, man, Amara's
Come on up, Amara.
Who's Amara?
6 hours. I'm about to go to bed, man.
Who's Amara?
Come on up.
Kyla, you running away from your arch nemesis. I used to be your arch nemesis. Now it's Amara.
I'm going to bed, man.
Let Amara.
Huh? No, not tonight. Man. Not tonight.
Amara.
Amara.
Come on, man. That's the Amara right there.
Tomorrow I'm gonna go visit.
Well, how about this? Dollar bill let up Amara.
Now this is I don't pay for this. Kyla pays for this. Kyla's money, man.
But no, but like I said, I pay.
I mean, if he want me to stay for a few minutes,
Dollar bill, I gotta give you props, bro. You put that game on Kyla. You get your keys to the house and all, Dollar bill. Damn.
I got to figure out how to make Dollar Bill administrator.
You put that game on Kyla. You get your keys to the house, bro.
There's no game, man. We don't play games, bro.
Dollar bill called Kyla for 1 month straight, and Kyla gave keys to the castle.
No. Bro. I just happened to be in the control room once I said, make somebody a moderator. I said, and first
you thought about Dollar Bill because he put that he whispered that game in your ear.
The first person I thought was Frenchie, right?
Kyla knows me.
The first person I thought was Frenchie.
He's got my information.
And then I didn't have her email.
He knows that unlike Kazarian to come up here telling lies, he knows what I do. He knows my real government name. Okay, I didn't show them pictures of my house and my receipts, so he knows that I'm the real deal.
We talk
about Dollar Bill got his back on some real shit on his platform.
I'm saying Dollar Bill, Kyla. Don't be letting them talk to you like that, man. If I was you, man, if you give me the range, man, I'll rein these motherfuckers in, man. That's what Dollar Bill be telling.
I basically surprised him when I made him moderator. You know, I didn't want. I was just in there playing with it. Next thing you know, he got a notification. Someone he's a moderator, and that's it.
Is that true, Dollar Bill? You got an OnlyFans?
What would I need an OnlyFans for, man?
Oh, that's what Anna was saying. I thought you had OnlyFans. That nigga Anna say you got OnlyFans. That's out of pocket.
And he's tight, right? Because he works at Walmart.
Hey, where you get that information from, man?
He works at Walmart. He's tight.
Dollar Bill got OnlyFans.
He's out there putting produce.
But you was posting your socials, man. I thought you added your OnlyFans account to it. That's what he said. Dollar Bill got OnlyFans.
He's out there getting sprayed by the veggies right now.
Ass tonight, bro.
And then try not to get wet, bro.
What you say, Dollar Bill?
He's out there at Walmart's putting the veggies in, getting sprayed every 2 seconds.
He got make it a little wet and moist for the customer in the morning.
Why you fucking watching me, Annam? Talking about my money's inflated.
Oh,
man.
Somebody said Jonathan said it. Jonathan, you said that he had an OnlyFans account.
Annam, stop lying, bro. Listen, get that veggie right, bro. Put that broccoli the way it's supposed to be.
That's so funny, bro.
When I come in the morning, I want my broccoli right. Okay? Don't forget the snow peas. Don't forget the snow peas and the collard greens.
And then you gotta stock them shelves, man.
Don't worry about my money. Don't worry about my money, son. I'll break you off. I'll break you off a few dollars on the tip, man. As soon as you come in here with your Uber Eats.
And
I'll
now
get you for that sandwich.
boy. He be typing 100 more words per minute, boy.
Yeah,
typist.
He's infatuated. Probably one of my long lost children.
Oh my gosh, you get in your bag now. Let's let it be, man. That shit was just funny. That's all.
Am I your
Collar,
daddy,
what's your social, Collar? You post videos on TikTok and shit?
Am I your daddy?
Hell no.
No, I don't do no video on TikTok.
Am I your daddy and them? I don't know, bro. Could be, man. Before I got mad.
Is Jonathan mixing Hindi and some kind of?
I'm mixing up everything.
Cameroon language.
I got Kazarian. I said, do you like nobody? I don't think Kazarian. He like to play guitar and stuff. I don't think he got a snow bunny. He probably got a little Indian chick somewhere out there in Birmingham.
No, I've seen Kaizo's chick, man. She's like she was like Somali. That chick was bad. That chick was hot,
got a
man.
Somalian chick.
He got this hot chick, man. Whoever that was, man. I was like, God damn, Kaizo, man.
Carlo, you're so lustful, brother, man. You need to
no, Elvis. It's called being a straight guy. Really being.
No, it's called being lustful, bro.
It ain't being lustful. I said she's hot.
Every woman is so damn fine. Damn, she's so damn fine.
Elvis. You don't have to ever me talk.
Get ready to drop.
I'm gonna say something that I shouldn't say. Let me stop.
Yeah,
you know,
say that,
but a lot of women out here, I don't say it's fine. One minute y'all say I'm always talking about big girls, and then when I talk about hot chicks, you can't win for losing, man. You know.
Kazari,
every girl you describe, she's so fucking fine.
White girl. Did I say
that's another man's woman you're talking about too,
Did I say about
Show respect.
Did I call Chantel hot? No.
Yeah.
Because she be giving you the smoke back, Collar. She was flirting with you. You'll be falling for it.
You know, I just saw Kaizo's video. The girl was talking. She was whatever. He was interviewing, asking her a question. I said she was very attractive, very beautiful woman. You know.
I said he was mixing. He was mixing Indian and Cameroonian. I think the Ndungu is Cameroon and Namaste is Indian. That's what I said.
Justin Tembe guy, Amar.
I think he likes snow bunnies, man. Because when I said it, he started tearing up a little.
Oh, Amar is up here, man. He's gonna get on your ass, Collar. He got the messed up mic too. I hope he fixed the mic.
Y'all can talk all you want, man.
Why you running away, Collar? Mr. Tough guy who's stuff everywhere and not just online.
I work all fucking day, man. I'm tired, man. I run a real business.
6 hours, bro.
I mean, you can end the screw right now.
I don't know anybody except for a Q Butter show, right? Big Black. Q Butter show is the only way to do longer shows than me.
Now you started doing a longer show because we pester you, Collar. That's why. No. We appreciate it, though.
Energy. You got to have an energy to do this every night. When you got to really believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, you got to do that every night. It's tough.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Collar. That's true. You do have more consistent shows.
So the bottom line is
this platform. I don't know what's going on with it. You got an audience, and he's just letting the shit die, man. He's not doing shows for like months.
The membership, the subscribership goes skyrocket because you get pushed into the
algorithm. Hey, next time we got to make a blitz on Dynasty's platform. Let's try to haul some of those audience over here, man. Dynasty is wasting his audience.
My brother and whatnot. I like the.
Nah, it's not taken away from him. When he's on, you won't be on.
I have a different audience than he does.
What kind of audience you got?
My audience is mostly Black American. You know.
Are you out of your mind, Kyle? Look at your comment. You look at your comment section right now. It's mostly Africans
who don't like FBA, who are not really Pan-Africanist, but they love the idea of a black nation. You know, that's my audience right there.
Is Kazarian I think Kazarian, you still there, man? Or you playing the guitar?
He's there.
Kazo.
He fell asleep.
Yeah, he probably sleeping, man.
All right, we got Amara on here. Let's see what Amara has to say.
Amara, my fault.
Yeah, I don't remember Amara.
Amara, what's going on? What's on your mind, bro?
What's the topic for today, bro?
No, I was saying like this: like you may be considered a model Negro minority. You know, I said the model minority used to be Asians, right? Now it's people like you that do so well in Africa. You come over here, you don't make trouble for the white man. You know your place in America and whatnot. You know, you guys are the model.
Collar doing the old switcheroo.
We the what?
No, I'm not trying to be smarter than like that. I said you guys are the model Negroes now, man.
Somebody please turn your stuff down because I'm starting to hear feedback.
So the model Negroes, you guys don't cause no trouble. You don't do nothing. You just come over here in America, you get your guap, your money, and y'all just go back to Africa with your land and your tribe. You know, like you always say, Amar, you know, my tribe, you know. So we can learn a lot from y'all.
I'll never be good.
See,
man.
first of all, you got to understand this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember this, Mo.
Yeah. Funny. All right, go ahead, Mark. We got to understand.
Somebody out here cussing, man?
No. You're good.
Nobody's cussing you, bro.
Oh, okay.
I just said I remember you because you were funny.
Okay. I'll take the compliment.
Because you were raised in America, right?
Yeah.
I'll take the compliment. Yeah. Yeah. Let me. This the thing right here. It's a whole disconnect between Africa, black people in America, and Africa. You see what I'm saying? When you're in Africa, majority of the people that call themselves Americans are whites. The people you come in contact with, 99% of them are white. So the perception out there is like America is a white country. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You might run into one or two black people that they hire in any American establishment. When I say American establishment, like the U.S. Embassy, anything that got to do with an American company or American corporation that go to Africa and set up, 99% of the people that work there are whites. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yes,
so
sir.
Most of the time, the people you contact with, your only window to America is through white people. Now, like it's another window. It's another way you can get access to Black Americans. It's we have TV shows. You see what I'm saying? Like
yes, sir.
The Jeffersons, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They showed it on a regular TV. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Cosby Show. That's one of our windows. 2 magazines, like Ebony magazines. Like my whole family were big readers of Ebony magazines, the music and stuff like that. But outside of that, you don't come in contact with people one-on-one. They'll be like, hey, yeah, I hear all this stuff about you. I watch you on TV. I see how y'all do, but you don't have access to black people. You see what I'm saying? To have a one-on-one conversation. So the number one, the person that gives you access to America, it's a white man. Okay? When you go through the whole process, it's a white man. So when you come to America, then you get in contact with the American person. You be like, yeah, man, I've been watching y'all shows, I've been reading y'all books, I've been there. Yeah, now I got a chance to see one-on-one because now I'm in America. I can see you. You don't go to Africa, but now we can have a conversation. Now, this is the problem right here. People don't come to America is just like any other opportunity. America is not the only one selling opportunity for Africans. Chinese, all these other countries are out there. People go to college, they go to school. Because when you get out of school, it's hard to find a job. People, they have all these people from different countries, China, America, everybody offering you opportunity. Come over here, you can do this and do that, blase, blase. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's not the only opportunity. So then when you come over here, you got a mission. Because when we come over here, we're on a mission. First things first, when you come over here to America, you're on a timer. You see what I'm trying to say? You come in and try to establish yourself, go to school. The ones that go to school, go to school. You finish your degrees, get your job, stack your bread, bounce back to Africa. Okay, now the ones that don't go to school, they go straight into the workforce. You see what I'm trying to say? Because it's a short-term thing. You're just filling it out. Just like when people go to Africa, black people go to Africa, they're trying it out. You see what I'm saying? Like you move to another state or you got another job. I'm gonna give it a year, 2 years. I'm gonna see how it is. Then I'm on the fence. I don't have full-time commitment. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
So that's the thing right there. So when people say people come to America, gather their because you're just filling it out. You're learning. You see, all this stuff we're learning because the first thing I learned when I came back, because I was born here, but my dad, because he went to school here, that's how he get to have me here. Both my parents went to school here. My daddy went to Washington State. My mom went to Indiana.
Where you from in America?
Where I was born in Seattle. Okay. So my dad took me. Yeah, my dad was a professor. So he took me back to Africa so I could grow up there and learn the culture. So I went to middle school over there and high school. So the a little bit of high school, we gotta finish my high school over here. But the thing is when we come back, when we come over here, we get in contact with y'all, and they'll be like, hey, bro. You be like, oh, y'all come over here trying to get it. Be like, bro, I'm on the fence right here. I'm gonna fill it out. I'm gonna see. They sold me this pitch. They pitched to me. They made this pitch to me. They sold me a dream. They say you can come over here, do blase, build, live a good life, have a good job. But I'm just filling it out. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm on the fence. Sir. I'm on a lot of Africans when they initially come here, they're on the fence. Because America is a whole different animal by itself. You got to get America trained. You see them Africans over there? They're not America trained. We Africans over here and them Africans over there are completely two different Africans. You see what I'm trying to say? We don't been through the rigors of the system. They haven't been. You see what I'm trying to say? So when somebody comes straight from over there, you want to see, you're trying to fill it out, see what it is. If it's something I could hang with, it's something I could, if it work out, the people say, oh, dreams are made over here. But I'm gonna see if I, I could make my dreams.
If it's a dream or a nightmare.
Yeah. No, but that's what it is. You're just filling it out.
Okay.
You see what I'm trying to say? So don't think like people come over here. Oh, you come in here, I'm gonna make some guac. But when you get punched in the face.
Let me ask you a question. According to the brother Kazarian, he says that Africans have low IQs.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No, I didn't agree with him on that.
No, Africans don't have a low IQ. It's like when you come to America, like when it's the same thing like when black people go to Africa, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to Africa, it's a completely different system.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Everything you know about life in America is completely different in Africa. So you're a rookie over there. So anybody can say, well, you're a rookie, you slow. You're behind the eighth ball. You take too long to do shit. You see what not that you slow, you smart. You just
got to get up to speed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's the Africans that make it out here. It's the fast-paced Africans that can learn quick, do fast. Because number one, the key things, because somebody just came from Sierra Leone, and it was like, man, bro, yeah, man, I'm trying to find out what's the quickest path. I say, key things. That's the quickest path. Give it a shot. 5 years. You got a 5-year timeline, 10-year timeline. You see what I'm trying to say?
Within Do you 5 think years, that people in Africa, in general, have low IQs, like the brother Kazarian said?
No, it's not true.
He thinks that Africans, in general, are not really geniuses like himself, and that they have low IQs.
That's not true. That's not
true. Dalvin, you know what I would think it is?
Yes,
remember back in the days, right? People always try to clown on the dude that had books in his hand and stuff like that, like bookworms, like that. You had the high top pro kids. Remember? I know you had them. Remember high top pro kids with the stripe? Remember that?
Chuck Taylors
and the one dude with the friggin' afro. He was the coolest one night. Nobody really talked about the nerd or whatever right there. And the bottom line is, I noticed when I was growing up, right? When I was coming up, right? The Caribbean kids were always they were the black nerds. I'm looking back now in high school. All my Caribbean friends were fucking on Honor Society, the Glee Club, the friggin' band, and everything like that. What's African American kids, right? We were always the cool kids. Getting the break dancing, basketball, whatever like that. We always wanted to be cool and hip and everything and talk and everything. But the Caribbeans are more like, families always sitting around education. Well, even though our families are educated, but they were really, it was like a life and death.
I'll give you a backstory to that, Kyla. You see,
when you do it, then I'm going to chime. That wasn't my experience.
Africa, let me tell you something. I'm giving you for the African
That was my experience. I'm
giving you from the African perspective. You know why the education thing is so big? Huh?
Because education means you eat or starve.
No. Let me break it down to you. You see, like in America, every industry you can make money out of. America is like a mature, everything is mature. Like music, breakdown, anything you can do in America, the industry can employ you and you can be a millionaire, you can have success. In Africa, it's only selective industries that are really
become rich.
You can become successful. All the industries like sports, it's only now like sports and music and whatever are making a big name. But the parents look down on that and be like, bro, first of all, you're gonna pay to go to school, just like how you pay tuition to go to college, right?
Right.
Kindergarten, from kindergarten all the way to college, you gotta pay a fee. So first of all, it's hard on the parents, you understand, to come up with the money to pay for you. And so when they pay, they don't want you to be bullshitting with their money. Because my mom is an accountant, and one time she whooped me because I was out there.
I just can't imagine a Morgan whoop, man. That's just so freaking funny.
Bruh, I'm out there playing ball. My mom was teaching me math. Let me give you this example. When my mom was teaching me math, right? I was bullshitting with math. I like to play around a lot. My mom was an accountant. She's teaching me math. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And I was bullshitting around and playing around instead of studying. So she gave me some a test, because she do like tests at home before, she anticipated how the homework is going to do. They test you. And then when the homework comes, it's easy on you. So here I come, I'm playing. She gave me a little test and I'm playing with a ball. She was like, boy, let me tell you something. You know how many dresses I could have got for that same money? We paid for you to go to school, and you're out here playing around with a ball. I catch you playing around with a ball one more time, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah.
So that's how serious they take it. They got money. They ain't got time to be bullshitting with their money.
I was raised around a lot of Caribbean.
It sounds like it's similar to when the African Americans, right? They go to private schools. They're gonna get some pressure from the family members.
Or elementary school. Why are we so tough on kids in elementary school and we lose control in high school? You ever notice that?
Yeah, because kids rebel. But let me just say this: I was raised around a lot of people, and I didn't find that, because really the kids that I knew were the smartest were the African American kids.
Right.
Now,
really, man, really.
Yeah.
I should have went to school where you were at, man.
Yeah, and I was a project kid, and the kids that were really the smartest were African Americans. Now,
that's just opposite where I came from.
Where I came from, the Caribbean kids had an advantage in terms of business, right? Their families owned businesses, where our families, for the most part, were workers,
working class people,
right? So I know a lot of guys that I grew up with and young ladies that I grew up with, their family members were business owners, and so, from that perspective, like I have a Caribbean friend. She lives in Southern California, and she manages reggae groups. She's got a big, like $1 million some dollar house and stuff, and a big business out there, and she has all kinds of groups come. But a matter of fact, I'm gonna interview her one day when I'm gonna reveal in 2 years, in a year and a half, I'll reveal my real name. And I'm going to have her on a podcast, because she wants to, tell people about pumping and promoting different groups. But I've always been around smart African-American people. And my mother was smart. My father's smart, but my mother, she graduated at 16 years old from high school. And so we took language early. See, when I was coming up in high school, junior high school, we had everything. You could choose to learn Spanish, French, or Italian, right? I chose Italian, and I got up to like Italian 5 in high school. So I was always around smart people, and I was, although I knew cool people also, and the coolest people were the African Americans, but there was some pretty cool Jamaican
I just
cats
look at
also.
it, I look at it as the fact that we had a lot of smart African Americans but when I grew up, I'm just thinking about the Caribbean. All of them were like educated. We had ours, right? So that's what happens in a thing like that. We always judge Black America by like the least common denominator. You ever notice that? I just did it just now.
Yeah, I just didn't. I would to be honest with you, I was the kind of kid that if you came from somewhere else and you were smarter than me, I had an issue because I felt that this was my country. How could I let you be smarter than me?
It's not. Let me intervene.
No, I'm just telling you.
It's not about being smarter than you.
No, I'm just saying. I'd study harder. I read harder. I do whatever it takes so I could be at the top.
No,
of my
to them,
class.
to us, it's survival. You see what I'm trying to say?
For me, it was survival too.
No, I know, but you see, in America, the only thing the state pays for kindergarten all the way. Okay, you got child care. Okay, you got child care, which I paid like $2,000. I paid $2,000 for my kid on child care. But on top of that, outside of that, the state pays. In Africa, the parents got to come with a fee. They kick you out of class. If you
I understand what you're saying, but
what I'm trying to say is,
compared to you,
when they say seriousness, they'll whoop your ass.
Let me tell you something.
Not that it's not being smarter than you.
It's like
my ass.
My mother whooped my ass.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. You gotta be a success.
Dollar Bill. Let me say this. Let me say before you go on. I understand exactly what the brother said. It's again.
I just didn't have those inferiority complexes growing up.
It's not an inferiority complex.
He's not saying anything about but what he's saying.
I didn't think nobody.
It's the same thing in the African American community, right?
Yeah, listen to me. I took it a personal affront since the day I walked into school, and I've been going to school since I was 2. Right, and I know somebody gonna say, "How could you go to school at 2?" But I'll tell you later. But
how is that possible?
Oh, you doubted me again? Is that you, Jonathan?
Continue your story.
I have to do it since you said somebody was.
Let me hear it, Dollar Bill.
Okay, so hold on 1 second, Amar. Let me straighten them out. First of all, I was part of a group of kids who was selected by NYU for Head Start. Before I was a group of the guinea pig kids, okay, that they wanted to see if you took kids from a low economic area and you exposed them to school at the age of 2, between 2 and 5, how would they do? So that's how I was going to school since I was 2. I was born in 1964, okay, before the Head Start. And I was the prototype. Me and about maybe 12 of us were all guinea pigs for now what they do now by taking kids and putting them in school at the age of 3 to 5. That's how. Did that answer your question?
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's good thing, Dollar Bill. It's a good thing to have pride.
I don't have to tell no cap. I just
like
tell the
your
truth.
Pride. Okay.
Well, you know what it is? My family came from the South. And so in the South, if you wanted something in life, you had to have an education. Right?
Okay.
We came from nothing. We came from the dirt.
Yep.
So
I'm right here in the South, North Carolina.
Exactly. My mother was born in Georgetown, and my father's from Winston-Salem. We came from the dirt.
North Carolina. I know Winston-Salem
right.
State.
We came from the dirt.
One of my girlfriends went to Winston-Salem State.
Yeah, you
talking about it? Yep.
The home. So we came from the dirt. So an education was not an option. It was like I had to get an education, right? And so this was something that my mother didn't play with me. And she would have sit me at the table, okay, with and actually teach me how to read and write. And when I didn't do the right thing, she would pop me.
Yeah, this ain't what you see. It's similarities. You see what I'm trying to say? It's similarities.
Let me say this, Amara. Before you go on. I understand exactly what Amara was talking about, right? Because we all have cousins, right, that went to private schools, you know. And when you go to a private school, your family gonna have to pay a lot of money, man. And you know, I've had family members, they couldn't play around them private schools. They couldn't come home with no D's.
I was in public school. I didn't go to private school.
No, I'm saying I understand.
I went to private school.
When you paying a lot out, when your parents are paying a lot out their pocket, what they feel they paying a lot out their pocket, they're gonna expect a lot from you. And he's saying from his perspective that his parents felt like they were paying a lot, so they want, you know, they didn't want.
My mother expected me, not even so much my father, but my mother expected me to get an education. And so the thing was that she would beat me if I didn't, learn. And I had no choice. It wasn't like I had a choice of the matter. She already told me, you're going to college. So she put that in my head from an early age.
Yeah, so we have similarities.
Yeah,
so we have similarities.
But what I'm trying to call me a Caribbean anyway. They're gonna.
No, what I'm trying to say is us Africans, like when you see why particularly America. You see what I'm trying to say? Because my dad was a professor.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And I got a lot of teachers in families. And you see, it's like night and day. Over there, not only do you have to pay for from kindergarten all the way to college, a fee every 3 months. Just like when you go to college, you have to pay for the semester, right?
Yeah, it's real.
But they did it for elementary school, middle school, high school, college. You see what I'm trying to say? You pay all the way. So the key is it's a struggle, because their salary was low.
Yeah.
They were not bringing in much. They won't give them a raise. Sometimes they owe them back pay. Like my dad had to teach extra to the extra people so the parents can give them money. Yeah. My mom had to make soap, cakes, candles, and when she went to work, she had to sell that extra money. Sometimes they don't pay on time. They don't pay both my parents on time. You see what I'm trying to say? So they're bringing that, they hustle, they're bringing that extra money, and they'll be like, bro, if I catch you, because my mom be like, if I catch your ass, man, playing around, you know how hard it is to bring in this money. So when you come to America, particularly like my mom had to sit me down when I came back. When I came back to America, she was like, okay, now we took you back to Africa to give you the Africa orientation. Now, when you come to America, when you go into high school, we don't have to pay. When you graduate and go to college, you see what I'm saying? You're gonna have to bust your ass and work, and we might have to help you out halfway. You see what I'm trying to say? So I was like, okay. But she said, but take advantage of the opportunity. When Carlos said, take advantage of the opportunity.
My father left home at 17. And so if I tell you that him prioritizing my education was his number one thing, I'll be lying to you, because that was not. Because my father came from the old school. So when you were like 17, 18 years old, in the South, man, they used to have a saying, you get grown, you get gone. Right?
Yeah.
So actually being around the house, as long as I stayed around the house, they kind of saw that as a weakness, not as a strength. You're supposed to get out there, because my father came from 10 brothers and sisters. So, they couldn't wait to get out of the house. My father left at 17 and joined the service. So by the time he was my age, he had already seen the world 2 or 3 times. So you're dealing with people with different mentalities.
Different exposures.
And plus, in the South, like I was trying to tell somebody, in the South where my family's from, when I finally met my grandfather, it was disrespectful to look him in the eye.
That's true.
And everything came out of your mouth had to be yes, sir.
Yep.
Or no, sir. Otherwise, you would meet the switch.
Yep.
Right?
You know what I tell people? Not to interject.
Yes,
you know what I tell people? The Southern women were the closest to, our culture. There's so much similarities within the Southern culture, Southern Black culture, and African culture. Man, it's so much. It's so parallel. It's like a lateral move. You see what I'm trying to say?
Of course.
I found a lot of comfort. Like
when you
Southern
get a
Black
real
girls,
Southerner,
like Southern Black girls, I found
Yes.
a lot of comfort in them, man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
started dating the Southern Black girls before I was comfortable with the Northern Black girls. Like the Northern Black girls and the West Coast Black girls are completely different.
It's a complete different
For
animal.
the Southern Black girls are more closer to us. That's my first stepping stone before I got comfortable with the Northern Black girls and the West Coast Black girls. You see what I'm trying to say? Because man, they cook clean.
Two different
they
people.
take care of you. They, you know, you see what I'm trying to say? They got all